Diving back in to DeepOrb, which of course I need to now remind myself which save it's in. So the way we're going to do this, chat, which I already explained to you, but I'm going to now explain to YouTube, we're going to have chat up here, right? You guys get to be the voices in my head. Then after a week, I'm going to do another poll and say if we should keep it. So tube it up. Flamethrower! Thanks for the 10 gifts. Cheers. And happy holidays. $67 sub points. Number go down. Now chat's just trying to get YouTube drunk. Your identity has been exposed? I don't know about that. All right, so this is the fortress that we're building in, right? This is the fortress of DeepOrb, for those of you who missed the first bits of it. DeepOrb is a very deep fortress built on top of a lava lake. The nice thing about this lovely here fortress is we're on layer -111. Chad told me to dig deep, so I dug deep. This is the surface, layer 17. Which doesn't really have much going on here. I do need to knock this tree out, and we do need to go around the edge of this so that stuff can't grow. And I also need to fill in the bottom here so that also stuff can't grow. But this is our base layer. This is a very important space because this is where we're going to be trading because we do have royals. We do have two very pissed off dwarves, so I need to figure out what's wrong with them. If we scroll down through here, just to give you guys a little bit of a tour. Sorry, chat, you guys have to go off screen for a moment. As we go down, we're going to go down through here, through here, through here, through here, through cavern layer, cavern layer, cavern layer, all the stuff that we've been mining and all that jazz. And then eventually we are going to collide with a very important layer, which is this. This is where we keep the minecart shotguns. The minecart shotguns are up here, which we are filling with... Wait, wrong button. Which we are filling with glass discs and metal balls and metal discs of varying varieties, which will then be fired upon enemy invaders when they hit the fire line right here. They get to see our lovely engravings, and then we blast them. So, looking forward to that. Why not cats? Because heavy things with spikes on them are more effective at cutting things to death. Nesra, thanks for checking out a gift sub. Cheers. So, as we scroll down a little further, it goes all the way to here. And we have farming, as you can see. Lovely, lovely farming. And it's pretty beautiful, frankly. We did get attacked by one forgotten beast who we cut up into a bajillion pieces right here. So, we killed it. It was good. We need to also expand the size of this stockpile ever so slightly. And I also need to, like, limit what seeds go in here a little bit, but we'll do that at a later date. And then down here is the actual fortress itself, more or less. Well, first we have this. This is our police lair. This is where we are building our prisons. And this is where we have this here vampire in prison. Now, this here vampire... who apparently is also my mayor, which I need to change. This here vampire, recently elected mayor, has a problem where they showed up in the fortress. I'm like, okay, well, we'll wait for you to kill somebody, and then after you kill somebody, we'll arrest you, because that's like how I work with vampires usually. And they killed my baron. Just fucking sniped my baron. I had a baron for like, I don't know, half a year, and then bang, this guy fucking ate him. And this was supposed to be the baron's quarters, so we turned the baron's quarters into a prison. Yeah. This is where we throw vermin into the lava to burn it. This is our tavern. Probably could use an expansion. This is our library along here. And we have temples. And around this way. We have a Bigham's temple right here. Bigham's temple. It's not quite valuable enough to be an actual Bigham's temple just yet, but we're working on it. To the point where I should probably just chuck more statues in if I have them, which I don't. So instead I should put tables or something in here. Fortunately, we have plenty of granite tables, so I will just throw a bunch of tables in here. That should increase the value of it, just enough that it should be considered a big temple. The Temple of Tables. And then around here we got bedrooms, obviously, which go all the way down to here, which I also need to be expanding with cabinets. And then in a minute, we can get... we can unlock the ability for you guys to redeem names and get somebody else named in here. We can also run through the other dwarves that are named. Is it possible for a dwarf to trip and fall and drop all those items that they're carrying? Yes and no. They're not gonna like spray everywhere, but they can drop items in a single tile. Like they can also trip and fall and hurt themselves. I've definitely seen dwarves like trip and fall into lava before, and like off of things and die, which is always a little sad. I mean, clumsy dwarves are a risk to their own health. They trip in water. They trip in water. They can slip on blood. They can trip on vomit. They often trip on, like, ramps that have liquids on them. What's up, Fagoth? And thank you. So, you know, they often trip on such things and fall and, you know, is what it is. And break their neck? Ow. Like I said, like, I've seen them trip and fall and die before. But it's usually because they landed on something that is dangerous. Just finishing up the rest of these. Let's get beds in here. Oh, okay, we're out of beds. Well, I can at least put doors on. Can queue up more bedrooms in a minute. So something I need to do. We don't want this criminal here to be my mayor. We really, really don't. But he's going to be my mayor for forever. Was that a fire snake? Yeah, damn right that was a fire snake. There's fire snakes everywhere in this map because of how deep we are. They're just wild vermin like anything else. As for dwarves in the fort currently, we have... let's scroll down. We have Nostel. We have... Framer. We have our mayor who needs to be unmayored. We have looking for the people that are nicknamed. We have Brahms. You know, I should set these so the nicknames pop up at the beginning. Do that. Saw somebody else with that set, and I should just do that because that's just optimal as far as I can say. Replace first. Replace all centralized. Let's just replace first with the names, so that they're easier to see. There you are. So we have Grunty Thirst. We have Brahms. We have Lord Castilian. We have Lofty Venetian, I think is how you say that. Victory and Solus, who's had plenty of adventures, who's also a religious figure in the fortress now. We have Shinoshi. We have Cold-Blooded. We have Wicta. We have several other peasants. Plenty of kids. Funnily enough, the pissed off dwarves in this fort are not the kids. That's actually a little weird. One of them's a fisher dwarf. God, I wonder why. I would be pissed too if I had to fish. Well, a couple people have died, Kelpie, so I feel like you have in fact died, yes. Would I happen to know why dwarves don't like getting bolts for their crossbows? They can't have... So the mistake people often make is you can't assign a specific type of bolt, and they can't equip multiple kinds of bolts. So if you have a majority of one type of bolt, it's highly likely that they will be incapable of picking up another bolt. Okay, this dwarf's just afraid after experiencing trauma. We made them clean up too many bodies. I might just take this dwarf off of hauling. I think we're just going to put you onto metalworks, engraving, maybe mining, and planting, and remove you from that. You don't need to do that again. Lava fishing would be fun. I mean, considering dwarves don't fish with fishing rods, so I'm assuming they're like putting their hands into the water to a degree. I feel like that wouldn't be particularly fun, but I mean, what am I to, who am I to say? Who am I to say? We should expand on this area up here because it's where I'm pasturing all my animals. So chat, for those of you who are very aware, Kyra Asylum, what kind of dwarf do you want? Watched my tutorial for the windmill and managed to get a vertical axle active on the second Z level under it, but when I tried to put another axle on another layer below it, it didn't work. What should you do? Start from the bottom and build up instead of starting from the up and building down. Is my advice. Metalworker of some variety, we got tons of those because this is very much a metalsmith's fort. We got metalsmiths, and we also have a shiz ton of weaponsmiths. Is it possible to build a vampire colony? Yes, but it's not fun to play a vampire colony. I could just tell you that. Unless you're cheating and using DFhack to manipulate certain things, it is not fun. Like, not fun at all. Have the mayor test the shotgun? I was just gonna drop him in lava, but like, I mean, sure. Weaponsmith with a beard? Let's go with this one. You're jubilant! That's not a mood you see very often. Jubilant, after the establishment of a temple for the Order of Euphoria. So you're a member of the religion of the Order of Euphoria. Pyrotechnics, thanks for the 10 gift subs. Cheers, friend. Also, Jack the Fear, if you're still around, what days do you stream these days? Because I haven't seen you on at all, and I need to drop some people on you while you're playing dwarfs at some point, because your streams are lovely. Look at all that. What a happy dwarf, actually. Like, genuinely, what a happy dwarf. What a happy dwarf. You just lost a fort to a new mod that updates after restarting the game. It updated and turned out 40 dwarves. Turned 40 dwarves into forgotten beasts! Wow! Jesus! I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of amazing, actually. You think he left? Well, I need to figure out what time he streamed now. Anyway, so this is going over to Kyra Asylum. So, all right. So, Kyra Asylum is bashful, cracks easily under pressure, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He has a greedy streak, and he likes to brawl. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He's a little tight with projects when he's a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he enjoys the company of others, and he has a sense of duty. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he is somewhat quarrelsome, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He tends to not reveal personal information and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. Values-wise, he dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that peace is preferable to war, and that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. He finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Dreams of dreams of mastering a skill. He likes horn silver and tiger eye and almond wood, doors and donkeys for their stubbornness, and the desert tortoise men for their shells. And the sight of the quintessence of bewilderment, and when possible, prefers to consume salmon and date wine. Hates flies. We're about to get hit by ads. What do you have to do for a dwarf name? You have to snipe the channel points redemption once every 45 minutes. Otherwise, every single dwarf would be named, or I'd have to make them expensive. So it's basically a lottery. I've thought about actually making it into a lottery, by just like making it a free draw giveaway thing with the bot, but I don't know. Insanely good idea. Well, I mean, like, it was kind of funny. I raided a friend of mine, Padinsky, the other night, and putting it bluntly, he has a 100 channel point redemption to get dwarfed, right? He just sat there dwarfing people for a good 45 minutes. And as much fun as that is, that's not really what I want my streams to be. Well, hell yeah, Britannia box. Good to have you around. All right, so we have a duck here and a goose. Good boy. Can you train undead creatures? No, but undead creatures can sometimes be friendly. And sometimes friendly undead creatures can just join you. So somebody on Reddit pointed something out to me last night that I think is incredible. If you've used Stockpile, you go to custom settings. If you toggle this button and toggle this button off, right? So non-plant and animal banished objects, regardless of other settings, allows only plant and animal-based objects, regardless of settings. So you can make a stockpile. If you want to trade with elves, you can toggle on a stockpile that's safe for elves very easily. Which is super useful information as far as I'm concerned. And I never noticed those buttons. I thought they were decorative. So, you know, you guys could... Sometimes I like to trade with elves. Sometimes I don't. Also, some musical instruments we gotta place in the tavern, so we're gonna place those. Or elf, or yeah, or the alternative, yeah, the elf, be mean to elves stockpile. Hydras come to your fort? Ooh, that's fun. They seem to dislike military-based metal things, Orange. I tried to sell them a bunch of swords, and they got all mad at me. But I could be wrong. You can't train him to be a good boy. If you had a living Hydra in a box, you could train him to be a good boy. But undead, no. Undead are just... Bleh! It's like they lose their ability to be tamed. Also, chat room, what do you think of this new Legends thumbnail? It's an update on the old one. I agree. I think it looks pretty good. We're in a loading screen, so you guys aren't missing anything anyway. Is it bad that I'm sitting here just, like, quietly humming, I want another emote for Christmas in my head? I want another emote slot for Christmas. Yeah, I like it too. I think it looks good. Ship it, cooler. You kind of like the old one having the banner on top as well? The elves are just uptight. That's about it. They're fine, aside from that. I wouldn't complain too much about the elves. Holy shit. Well, we got another emote for Christmas. Thank you, Demon. Cheers. We've done that a few times. Means a lot. And to anybody who's been around enough to get gifted a sub, thank you for just watching. All right, so we need to figure out what we're doing. Currently, we have glass running in the background here. And they appear to have canceled all the jobs. So either I've run out of something, or they've just finished all the jobs, which they don't appear to have. Okay, so we are not currently collecting sand. So collect sand. Let's just collect... I'm just going to queue up 200 and 200. We're going to get a lot of job canceling, but honestly, I can't be asked to automate glass. Serrated green glass disc. 200. Unless I'm just not seeing it up here. Oh, no, I do actually have a collect sand job. All right. Do I have a green glass disc job? Got rock blocks. Gabbro mechanisms. Okay, so I do. And I do. Do I not have enough bags? How much bags do we have? How many bags do we have? 2 dwarves got upset. Well, that's not good. Maybe one of them is now less upset, actually? I think bags are in tools, aren't they? Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Let's remove all the bags from this stockpile. Like, just straight up, get them out of here. Bags and sandbags, because I want them to move down to the lower layer. And then down here, we're going to put bags and sandbags just so that they're more immediately available. And I'm pausing the game because I don't know what that alert is. Thief! Protect the horde from stinking filth. All right, what's going on? Who's where? What's it? Kobold, run away, you dumbo! Go and do it. I should leave, like, donations outside for them so that they can steal stuff. Also, chat, something I should mention. Something I'm looking forward to is on Wednesday this week, the developer of the game Jupiter Hell is going to be joining me because his game is 50% off on sale, and we're going to be running through some of the new content. So we'll be doing some dwarfs in the morning next Wednesday, and then, so like the day after Boxing Day, so I guess like the 27th? Is Tuesday? Well, actually, no, Tuesday's the day after Boxing Day, so 2 days after Boxing Day. So we'll be streaming doing a big old Q&A session with him, where you guys can ask him questions. He'll just be on voice chat. I'll be playing the game on a lower difficulty, and we'll be trying to find new content, and it should be fun. If you want to check that game out, or if you haven't heard of it, ! Hell in the chat. We have a command that just sits there at all times for it. So go check that game out. It's a cool as hell little game, and it's one of those games that I've played for like 400 something hours on stream. So we'll be playing some more of that and enjoying it. And it'll be curious because this will be the first time I've streamed it.
Game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
It'll be the first time I've streamed it since the channel grew pretty considerably. Oh, also, I missed this on the initial tour. This is our very important emergency defense alarm duck. Goose. Sorry. Goose. Alarm Goose. So if enemies walk by, Goose will spot them and go honk really loudly, and then the dwarves will be notified. It's very important. Is he still guilty? Probably, I would assume so. And also, I need to set this as a normal pasture. Although the animal pasture up here will notice far before the goose does. Oh yes, yes, it's Canadian personal security alarm system. Absolutely. But the bunnies and stuff will notice it first. Cheers, Zemon. Happy Dwarfmas. Then there's this layer. I really like this cavern layer. This is a cool as heck cavern layer. I walked in the front door. Lendeman. We also just got some more migrants. Apparently. Alright, so let's sort by moods and see who's pissed. Adil is pissed. Why are you pissed, Adil? Was bored after attending a sermon. You know, I don't blame you, but why did you go then? Didn't feel anything while crying on a priest. Didn't feel anything while yelling at a priest. Didn't feel anything while crying on a priest. Didn't feel anything at work. Wow. Okay, so you remember the foggy communion. Gotcha. That checks out. What do you want to be doing with your life then? If not crying on a priest. Horrified after seeing a goblin's dead body. Are you just like overcome with PTSD then? You want to acquire objects, you want to fight, you want to be with family, and you want martial training. This dwarf wants to join the military. Like really badly. And not be in church, yeah. But because of how pissed they are, I'm scared to put them in the military because the last thing you want is a dwarf in the military that then like just goes beating people up. She is a coward, completely overwhelmed by fear when confronted with danger. She finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. A strengthening after wearing old clothing. And is dour as a rule, and is conflicted by this as she values party. Make her the executioner? That's not a good idea. Well, I mean, she has other jobs than just mining, right? Apparently, she's a hardened individual, but she's also as stressed as she can be. Send her to conquer other sites alone. I was thinking about just expelling her to our Helix, which would be a perfectly legitimate thing. I'm also just kind of considering putting her into her own squad because she just does want martial training. So why don't we try that? We'll try that first, Adil. Adil, you can join this squad, and that's your sprite right there, which is sticking through the UI, which is hilarious. Adil, there you are. This one. So go join the military for a bit. What's the worst that could happen? You know what I mean? What actually is the worst that could happen? Although I do need to make an actual military barracks. Maybe that's what we should focus on first, is making an actual military barracks. Murder spree in the fort? I mean, that's fun. I see no problem with this. We also need more beds. Let's just queue up 80 beds, I think. Do I know? Oh, did I do what I think I did? I think I did what I think I did. I absolutely did what I thought I did. I have to make a new sand gather zone. I must have deleted the sand gather zone when we were rebuilding the upper area, and that's why none of the glass is getting done. So now we have another sand gather zone. Let's see if that fixes that. Also, how's the music volume, by the way? Apparently the other day I left it a little bit too high. So in your first real attempt at a fort, 4 years in, and I've survived a goblin siege, and you've got counters with four settlements attached to you, and just a double-headed cyclops rounded up outside, and you have 2 safe inside behind drawbridges. You have a squad of 10 maxed out melee. What, against a cyclops? Oh, you're good. Cyclopses are stupidly easy if you have a decent military. Even if it's like fully kitted out in gear, and they rarely are fully kitted out in gear. I would expect you to be totally fine against that. I would be shocked if you weren't fine against that. So we're going to set up our barracks right here, I think. Could be higher, but you're on mobile? Gotcha. The problem that I've learned about one of the big issues with my content that I've learned over the years is that I have really fancy headphones. Which means, to me, things that sound great on my headphones is like, holy shit, you're too loud, or holy shit, the background's too quiet. It's like, at some point, I need to expense a pair of worse headphones to check my stuff before I push it live. Because right now, it's like, my headphone quality is just not representative. So, you know, we're going to make a military bunker right here. I don't like these bedrooms. Let's do crosses. So let's just do it like this. These will be the military sleep up here, bedrooms. Yeah, literally, it's like my headphones are too nice, which means I don't know what my things sound like on normal headphones. But I don't own not nice headphones. They lost an entire 10-man squad in a fort to a single undead wrestling dwarf. See, here's the thing, right? There's a difference between undead creatures and living creatures. It's like, A living Hydra, not that big of a threat if your military is trained. An undead Hydra, fucking run. You know, it's like, unless it's a Bronze Colossus. Bronze Colossi are brutally mean. Like, Bronze Colossi are the skill check of, do you have a fully kitted, properly kitted military? Yes, no. If you don't, good luck.
NANI?
How do you fight against infected ghouls? Those would be undead, and they have randomly generated names. And like I said, that's the point where it's like, all right, do you actually have a properly kitted military? I would, if there isn't a necromancer there resurrecting them, I would recommend, and even if there is, I would recommend warhammers or blunt force trauma weapons so you can mutilate the bodies. If you cut them up into pieces, the necromancers will simply resurrect the pieces, which are suboptimal for your chances of not death. Because then instead of fighting, 5 infected ghouls, you're fighting 45 infected ghouls, except eight of them are arms. Or 80% of them are arms, rather. Also, hello, casual elephant. Nothing. This is going to be my military complex. Casual seeing you here is what you should be saying instead of fancy. Because he's a casual. He's not a fancy elephant. He's a casual elephant. Is there a efficient way to remove tattered clothes from your fortress? When you're trading, you can do this. Go to stocks, or also just go to stocks and press X. And then click headwear, and then click legwear, and then click, all the different types of clothing that you'd have that would be tattered. Although it's just going to get all Ibex related stuff. But if you search by X, you can filter out everything when you're trading and then just output it from your fort. So I would just do that. Is when you're trading, just search by X and then output everything that you're trading. Why are you making rock blocks? Let's just remove you from those two. You're supposed to be training. Wait, hold on. Did I not put you on training? Oh. Finish your rock blocks and then go train. You goofball. All right, so we need to deal with this vampire. Stuck in the same tree. Time to chop down that tree. Or, put a memorial in the tree. One of the two things. I would say chop down the tree. There we go. We're actually making them discs again. These are all just alpaca wool bags. You've been watching my YouTube videos and you have a question. What's the difference between building a wall out of stuff lying around or finished blocks? What's the difference between them? Wall value. If it's considered a rough wall, if it's just made out of boulders, has a lower value than a smooth wall. Also, smooth walls are harder to climb than rough walls. One person has fallen into the lava. But that was my fault, not the dwarf's fault. Yeah, also, boulders are less efficient than blocks. My caravan has arrived. It was a Dwarven caravan from the mountain home, which I'm very excited about. Means they should actually have wagons? Maybe not. G'day, Natefall. Let's see, what are we not allowed to sell? Oh, he wants me to make rings? Okay, fine. I'm assuming we're not allowed to sell rings. We have to tolerate this Strings. Oh, that's funny. Bring items to from depot. Let's do figurines. But this is what I mean. If you just search by X, this actually used to be more efficient in the older version. You could just move all. But so everything made out of ibex or anything with an X in the name will also get filtered in, but unless like the entirety of your clothing industry is ibex based, you should be fine. Just gonna close out of that. Bring crowns. We need to start making gold crafts soon. Elf hair amulet, excuse me? Dwarf tooth amulet? Must have gotten those from the goblins. Also bring some lead puzzle boxes. And I'll bring some copper weapon racks. And we also have an artifact happening, which is one of our kid. No, never mind. Not a kid, but a clother. I read that as child, not clother. But let's see. Where that strange mood at? Yeah, but I'd have to pump it up like 110 Z levels, and I just did that in a previous fort, and I really don't feel like doing that again. It's like, could I? Yes. Do I want to? Undead camel corpses outside? Cage traps, I think. I'm assuming you can catch animal corpses in cage traps. I'd just cage trap them and chuck them in the lava or crush them. That'd be the easiest way. Come to clother's shop. What do you want? He's got 2 pieces of silk, piece of granite, and piece of logs. Wants bones. Probably wants me to butcher an animal. Well, time to butcher a puppy dog. Unless we have something better. Let's go for that. Oh, no, never mind. The duck's somebody's pet. Dog it is. You really like this game, but some things annoy you about it, like not being able to place a floor under buildings. See, here's the thing. You should have played this before this version was out. Previously, we couldn't even place floors previously we couldn't place walls on top of constructed floors. So while yeah, I get it. Just this is just me talking, and maybe I'm like off on this, but very quickly, if you play the game enough, you will become accustomed to the order at which things need to be done, such as placing floors before you place a workshop on it and such like that. So just, yeah, I agree, but also shrug. Like it's a legitimate criticism, but oh my god, it's so much better than it was. Your dwarves need excitement. What are some sources of that? Excitement. What do you think is excitement? If your dwarves need excitement, they should be in the military. They should be training. They should be singing and dancing. They should have musical instruments to play. They should be watching performances. They should be going out on adventures and stealing stuff. Riding minecarts. I don't know if that actually counts as excitement, but sure. Welcome to DPDF, have some copium. I don't know, it's a bit of an extreme thing to say. I don't know about that necessarily. Did they really? Okay, hold on. Where are these traders going? You fuckers. We're bringing all of the stuff to the upper one, and you go to the lower one. You know what? For that, I'm just not going to trade with you this year. I'm just not going to do it. I would love to, but you went to the wrong trading depot, and we can't help you. The thing is, I don't know if they actually get straight up like head thoughts about. I know that, Orange. What? The thing is, they don't go. I don't know if they get thoughts by just writing minecarts. You know, I'm pretty sure that they don't. Cheers, Finian, though. Yeah, I'm not going to start stating things that I expect Putnam to fix, but I'm very excited to see what Putnam's input is on the game as things go. Let's just go back to military. Stuff's getting dug out. Good, good, good. And let's make some copper weapon racks. And copper armor stands. And Quicksilver Dragon, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Yeah, that would be my assumption. I mean, I really want to talk to Tarn and bring him onto the stream again and hear what he has to say about that, because like I want to know what Putnam's role in Bay 12 is specifically, and that's something that I'm very excited to read. Genuinely. My water pressure short, and how the hell did I get so much pressure? I was draining an entire underground lake. So you missed the notification. Twitch notifications are pretty easy to miss. But yeah, 800 MTV, I think that you're onto something with that, by the way. How do you show the FPS counter down in the bottom left? It's just a setting. So this doesn't happen very often, chat, but I just bought a record. The Real Deal by Mitch Murder's on sale right now, 50% off on Bandcamp. So it's €5 and 11 euros shipping. Or actually, no, $11 US shipping. That's really cheap. So I just bought a brand new record. Cool. If this game could be translated, it would make the game a lot more accessible for other players in other countries as a non-English speaker. So translating a game like this entirely is almost impossible. KTL Limo. And this isn't unique to Dwarf Fortress. Caves of Cud has the same problem. Games that are entirely... games that are entirely ASCII-based are extraordinarily hard to impossible to completely translate. And the reason for that is Dwarf Fortress has a lot of procedurally generated text, which would require massive swaths of code rewrites to translate the entire thing. However, now that we have this version of the game, partial translations are possible. But partial translations tend to negatively impact review scores because they're only partial translations. So, yeah, I don't know. And I think what you're talking about is you want people to be able to mod it, and I don't know. I have no idea what that... Like, they could translate the UI. Someone could probably make a UI translator mod, but you wouldn't be able to translate, like, the personality writing, right? Like, this wouldn't be translatable. This wouldn't be translatable because this is baked into the game's code in English, and the grammar is baked in English. So you'd have to redo huge chunks of the game's code just to make it work. But yeah, partial translations for UI is now suddenly possible. So I also would love to see that. I mean, the thing that I've been talking to people who stream this game in Russian and Portuguese for years, and what I always say is just work on the wiki. You know, like it's the most you can do, really. Yeah, just learn Dwarven, says CCX. No, I agree. So I don't know. It's tricky. But, like, the UI is all static, right? So all of this could be translated. But then this wouldn't be, right? Because the names of these are all baked into English, right? These wouldn't be. The jobs could be. Like, the parts of it could be. So I don't know. That if it could be possible. No, I completely agree. I completely agree with you. But, like, also I have nothing else to really add. It's like, I agree. Yes, the game would be much more accessible to people in countries that aren't native English speaking. But at the same time, just realize how difficult it would be to get a proper full translation, and, like, partial translations. Just go look at games with partial translations and how negative the reviews get. And it sucks how badly that impacts sales. Married dwarf, Miss Adventure Sphere. All right, let's check in on that one depressed dwarf. Still the same one. It's not really helping you much. Right, and you also don't have a weapon for some reason. Oh, probably because there's bins in the... Zero. Set those to 0. Celebrate Christmas in 24 hours here in Sweden. Yeah, over here in North America, it just kind of depends on what your family does, whether it's Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. I am not a very holiday-oriented person. So... whatever that's worth. Farmer Guild Hall, they finally asked again. We'll build on the Farmers Guild. Question is where do I put it? Was it this one? Yeah, okay, so I started it and then failed to finish it, and then now they're asking again, so we're just gonna finish it, which was this one. That should give them enough value, I hope. Yeah, same. Well, I mean, we were supposed to have plans earlier in the year, or not earlier in the year, but earlier in the month, like a good little while ago, and that got ruined by the last snow blast, and then we were supposed to do stuff 2 days ago, and then that got canceled by this snow blast and the freezing rain, but we should be okay going forward, I think. How do you appoint a priest for a temple? You get the value of the temple up to 2,000, and then you select the temple, and then a button appears here that says recognize priesthood. You click on that, and then you assign the dwarf that you want to be a religious figure in the fort. Also, this thing is still not valuable enough. The fudge. Wondering if I have an item that is valuable enough. Sarkons aren't very valuable. Reds are. I'm putting gems on a pedestal to increase the value of this temple. Because they want it to be at 10,000. Managed to make a custom Marksdwarf uniform that still uses bolts correctly. You don't know why you didn't try this before, but I was, it was unironically to not use bins for ammo. I've been telling people that. I've been stating that you can't use bins. But nobody listens. Rev Brown, hello. What are crowns for? Dwarves acquire them and put them into their bins and it makes them happy. Or put them into their chests and it makes them happy. Dwarves like having them. That's the long and short of it. Okay, let's see. How many unbedroomed dwarves do we have? Quite a few. All right, let's just work on bedrooms. Also, some more migrants around. Let's work on more bedrooms. I think we all just kind of got a false sense of security when Tarn was like, the bedrooms problem, the bins problem has stabilized. And we're all just like, what? Really? And it's true for some things, but not for everything. If dwarves are complaining about drinking without mugs, we have mugs in the tavern. If you have mugs in the tavern, you need a tavern keeper. Otherwise, just leave the mugs out in the open, and then they will go grab one and run over to the stockpile and drink before they go back and continue doing what they were doing previously. Your elected mayor bans bins? You mean bans the export of bins? Because that would be weird if he actually just straight up bans the making of something. I've never seen that before. Could you imagine if a mayor, like, banned the making of something? They're just like, you can't make swords. Bah! And you're like, no! That'd be awful. How would you survive? It's like, axes it is, then. Can't make meals. No drinks. Drinks bad. All right, Mayor, you're out the airlock with you. We don't even have an airlock, so we're going to design a Dwarven airlock just so that I can push you out of it. Hell yeah. Grunty thirst. DK Code, thank you very much for the tier 1. No, the mayor was the imposter the whole time. Dwarven magma lock. I mean, that's not an airlock, but yeah. Speaking of airlock, I maybe need to make something for my mayor. You had so many Ant-Men and Jabbers at the lower cavern that opening a door to the fortress... I was gonna say, if you use drawbridges instead of doors, you won't have the frame rate problem. Because drawbridges are considered walls. And because they're considered walls, it will completely negate the issue. Maybe worth noting. What kind of dwarf would you like, Big Spurn? Something with a beard? Gotcha. Kind of did this badly. I gotta dig this down one layer here. So any dwarf is fine as long as it has beard. Chat, what kind of job do we give Big Sparn? What job do we give him? What do you think? They want a beard? That's fine. What job do we give him? It's up to you, chat. Military? Beekeeper? I don't have any beekeepers. Gelder? I might have a Gelder. I was gelding cats earlier. Had a fire-breathing fly titan invade the other day. Nasty cleanup that was, I believe it. The frame rate was certainly something. More like the frame rate was certainly nothing, I would guess. All right, so let's throw a door here and a hatch cover right now. I need a hatch cover. Fine, I'll make a hatch cover. I'm making a mayor's sacrificial chamber. Let's make 10, that's fine. Always good to have some extras. That's gross. Lever puller? That's not a dedicated job in this fort. All right, chat kind of says they seem to be leaning military, so we'll go with military. Let's give you a bearded hammer lord. Big Sparn, you are always in love with somebody and you easily develop positive feelings. Enjoys the company of others. He enjoys the company of others and is often nervous, tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He often feels discouraged and he has an active sense of humor. He likes to keep things practical without delving deeply into the abstract, and is currently more rude, and is currently more fearless, and is currently more confident. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally sees that war as a useful means to an end. And sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. And he likes lead and faint yellow diamond, tunnel tube wood, giant deer hoof and badger bone, linen fabric, and maces and giraffes for their long necks. And the sight of the quintessence of bewilderment and when possible prefers to consume brook lamprey and tuber beer and absolutely hates bark scorpions. You worship Enem Alod Bem, and you are a member of the Creed of Pantomiming, and of course, you're citizen of our fortress. Show me your ASCII. Alrighty, ASCII for 5 minutes, starting now. Boom, done. All right, so let's get back to working on military stuff. Ain't it glorious? So we're going to set up bedrooms for the military down here. It really is pretty. I'll be honest, I hate the fact that we can't zoom in right now with ASCII because this is a little small. But aside from the fact that it's a little small, it does look really nice. Did I fuck something up? That should be everybody does this. I was gonna say that dwarf's moving slowly. They're carrying a boulder. But yeah, if we could just zoom in on this would be fine. Chest. It's also real cool, kind of in the same way that like that Diablo remastered or like the Halo Master Chief games where you can just like hit a button and swap between. It's just really nice that we have this for that reason. It's nice to be able to say, oh yeah, no, we can just swap between. Put cabinets in. Here come the dwarves. I also got to say that people who maybe haven't played the older versions wouldn't notice this, but they've tweaked the colors slightly and they're far less abrasive than they used to be. Like far less abrasive. Because, like, the game used to be kind of bad for having certain colors that were just hard on the eyes, and I haven't noticed any. You prefer VGA colors, to be honest? I mean, they're super tweakable. But I'm, like, weirdly okay with this color scheme. Yeah, like, they've leveled out the contrast a lot. Like, look at the surface. Like, this looks so nice. Like, the white's a bit harsh, but the sand deserts look so cool. They're working on being able to use. There's some weird annoyances with custom sprites currently, which is also why we don't have access to the what's it called? Which is the same reason we don't have access to the the ability to zoom. There's some weird issue with rendering certain sizes of things. I don't even see the code anymore. It's just brunette, blonde, redhead. Seeing people understand the ASCII graphics, that it blows your mind. Let me tell you this. And you one day you'll understand me, Dutch. If you play enough Dwarf Fortress, it doesn't matter what tile set you're seeing. It'll all just look like Dwarf Fortress. And I know that sounds... I sound like I'm parroting the Matrix meme, but truthfully, I don't care what tile set it is. All of them just look like Dwarf Fortress to me. It all looks like Dwarf Fort. I can still tell what dwarf is what. I can still tell what building is what, because I put them all here, right? If you play your own fort and you build a fort and you swap it over to ASCII, and swap back and then keep playing and then swap it over to ASCII, and you'll eventually become accustomed to any tile set. If you play the game enough. Although me sorting through these different tabs is a little finicky. I want personality. No, I want thoughts. That's the one that I want. You're bored after being unable to fight. Bri, you're in the military. So the only thing that gives you happy thoughts then, Adil, is watching performances? All right, well, we're going to remove you from this squad then. And you're going to take up a new career, Adil, as a performer in the actually, tavern keeper, Adil, I think. Yeah, pretty much tavern keeper. Although, timer for ASCII's up, so bang. Back to the normal game. Now I feel like somebody just put Vaseline on my eyes. That's really weird looking. All right, Adil. Ammo isn't bugged. Just don't store it in bins. And make them fire out of a one-tile slit. It's worked exactly the same way as it's always worked. It's just, it's always been fucky, and people who've played the game for a really long time are used to it being fucky. And if you haven't played the game for a really long time, you're not used to it being fucky. And it's nobody's fault in particular. It's just, it's fucky. There's wounded? Excuse me? Who's wounded? Oh, did they do the big stupid? Anyway, I'm not sure why this dwarf is running around to recover wounded, but I should put them into that. So you, right here, over there so I can see your sprite, make you a little easier to find. What crime did the goose lend to being... you know what it did. Come on. Why are you even asking that question? Also, there's a drawbridge I need to pull. Oh, there you are. Right there, up there at the top. Yeah, try and creating a bunch of new ammos. And how do you not store ammo in bins? The same way you remove anything from bins. You click on this barrel, and then you click on the this button here, and you subtract it down to 0, or click on this button and set it to 0. So click on the ammo stockpile, and do not let them store it in bins. Did long death get boring after a while? For me, no. For other people, probably. If it already has bins, it'll take a little bit, but yeah, they will get the bins out of there eventually. There's one movie you could erase from your memory and watch from the first time again. What would it be? Shawshank Redemption. And for video game, Portal 2. For a crime I didn't commit. Yep. Yeah, probably Shawshank Redemption. That or maybe Saw 1. Like the first Saw. Like, I know that series became a bunch of gore porn at a point and it just got kind of dumb. But that first Saw is a genuinely fantastic horror suspense film. Like, it's just genuinely a great movie. My mom ruined the twist for me? What, for Shawshank Redemption? That's absolutely not true. The thing about The Matrix was I'm young enough that I knew all of the spoilers from Matrix before I saw The Matrix. Like, long before I saw The Matrix. Because my dad thought The Matrix was the coolest shit ever and loved to talk about The Matrix, and my dad spoiled The Matrix for me when I was young. But why would my mom... I guess I'm just missing the joke here. But I don't know why my mom would have spoiled the first Saw for me. I have one really depressed dwarf, and we're trying to sort them out. They had to haul a bunch of bodies along with a bunch of other dwarves, and they just kind of seem to have taken it harder than the rest of them. Some dwarves are just unfixable. Some dwarves will just get, like, because of the way the personality system works in this game, it's based on, like, their parents' personalities. It is possible to have dwarves that are just, to put it bluntly, fucked. You will just have some dwarves that are brutally depressed all the time and completely unfixable. Just like in real life. So, personally, it makes me feel very represented, but at the same time, like, it can be kind of frustrating. But it's something that you just kind of need to accept with certain dwarves. Like, when you have so many dwarves that all have unique personalities, you are going to get some that are just going to be fucked. We need a therapy job? We have one. It's called your mayor. Your mayor and your royals and the religious characters inside of the temples. Really depressed dwarves will actually go and cry on them and complain to them and ask them for help and advice. And it can help recover some dwarves. But other dwarves, as I said, are just fucked. Just caught some cave spiders and want to set up a little farm area? Like the vermin ones or giant cave spiders? I know how to do it with giant cave spiders, but honestly, I don't think you can with just the vermin ones. I guess you could, like, tame them all and release them in a room and pasture them, and I would assume they would still spin webs. So I would assume tame them and then lock them in a space. Jurist McChatter has a very good point here. If I shouldn't use bins, what should I use? To store ammo? Nothing. Just a stockpile. Just an empty old plain stockpile. Apparently we're out of copper. What? Might need to go get more tetrahedrite to smelt. No, we still have tetrahedrite. What are you on about, game? Actually, you know what? Let's just do this on the... Let's see what else is on these layers. Probably the human nail crown came from goblins. They tend to wear those. Sometimes humans will wear them too. Dwarves don't make and don't do that, but more darker, sinister factions will. So I would blame goblins. They probably brought them. Prospecting. Since when does the US dollar have any, like, value in Dwarf Fortress? I type in exclamation point dwarf bucks for the correct terminology. And then you too can be an uber nerd like me. Would cost a small fortune? I mean, yeah. Can a fortress have? We'll see the end goal is about 200. And the maximum that is set by default is 220. But if you're willing to play Dwarf Fortress in PowerPoint presentation mode, you can turn it up as much as you want. So, I mean, you could go up even higher than that, Jordan. But like I said, your game would run at a frame per minute, maybe. It's a lot of people I have thinking. The most creatures I've had on a single map was about 1,200, and that was about 200 guests, about 200 dwarves, and about 700 invaders, because I turned some numbers up. And it wasn't the biggest size the map could be either. It was like just a normal size map. And I got attacked by a vile force of darkness and an invading army. And let's just say it took them about 35 to 40 minutes to get from the edge of the map to my fortress going, eh, 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 eh. We got some migrants, Renee. Apparently Snatchers just showed up. So, you know, just kind of keep that in mind, I guess. That's the speed you move after you're done eating, too. Yeah, I mean, hey, you know, if it works for you and you're okay playing the game real slowly, you can do that. Also, these are going to be military bedrooms. So this is going to be set. Oh, well, we already set it as a barracks. So this is barracks. I also need to change the name of Mayor Squad. They're going to store their individually assigned weapons here. Also going to need to put weapon racks in some of these. Actually, just put these in the hallway. That would be kind of neat. And let's just do 20 of each. Currently behind my camera. I mean, he had a lot of people watching. It's really nice to actually see people just tuning into Tekket's stream, because I don't think he got any big raids or anything, and he had like 125 people by the end of his stream, which is something that, or like 125 when I left. It may have gone up after that. I don't know. But it's good to see that. It means my plans of pestering people to follow him are working. 120 soldiers in a single barracks. That is gloriously overkilling, and I love it. 40 dwarves can fight off an army of 200 goblins, which is why I say it's overkilling. They found anything so far? Oh, there we go. There's something. There's more tetrahedrite. Oopsies. What's that up there? Hematite. Yay. Can I show again how I zone the barracks? So this is currently just a they sleep and store their stuff here, and then this in the middle is going to be a they train here, and this up here is going to be a different they train here. So I'm going to zone up 2 more right now. One here. We're going to accept that, and we're going to set it as the turquoise controllers train here. And then the top one up here is going to be where the mayor squad trains, which is going to be renamed because the mayor doesn't need their own squad anymore. Go in and rename it right now. Rosy Golden Meditations. Sure, that works. And we need to assign more dwarves to it as well. Competent Swords Dwarf. Competent Axe Dwarf. And they're quiet, and you're like, yeah. I try and be very talkative, which is weird, because like I see a lot of streamers using like the tag chatty, and I'm like, to me that's just like a requirement for entry into this industry. It's weird that like there are people that would consider themselves a not chatty streamer. But yeah, I don't know. I've always talked this much while I stream. Every now and again, I'll like phase out of existence for 10 seconds, but usually I'm just like, blah, 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 just nonstop. You appreciate the running commentary. Cheers, Rev. Or Rev. It's funny, I've never actually had somebody to tell me to shut up, but there are certainly people that wish that I would talk at chat less, but while I understand where they're coming from, I gotta be honest with you guys. I'm a streamer first. And as much as I love YouTube, and as much as I like doing the YouTube stuff, Twitch has always been the vast majority of my income. And it's always been what I've been good at. And it's what I'm going to continue focusing on, so chat always takes priority for me. What do you do about all the rock left behind on the ground with the stockpiles? And you make it into things. It's your crafting materials. Can the fort collapse if you dig too much? So Dwarf Fortress doesn't have structural integrity, but if you remove all the support from a thing, yes, it will collapse. Yeah, Rev, it's like when people pop into the chat and say, when gameplay gonna start? It's like, ah, yes, you're new here. You know, it's like, I mean, I could, and then people then call me mean, and it's like, well, I guess, sure. Yeah, like earlier today. I did just buy a new record. Do dwarves need a throne? Nope. The only thing they need is a cabinet and a chest. A cabinet and a coffer. As long as they have at least a cabinet and a coffer, they will be, at the very least, happy-ish. So these dwarves are going to sign and sleep in these bedrooms. And they're going to train up here and train up here. And once we get all the weapon racks into here, they are going to store all their armor and weapons in this hallway. Thank you, Turson. I intend to put them out as I am able, but I've definitely slowed down due to simply hitting the wall of, I think, what my output is realistically in a month. And at the end of the day, my health comes first, so it's been a busy month. YouTube told me the other day, congratulations, you put out 100 videos this month. And I'm sitting there going, oh my God, that's not sustainable. Even if I had an editor, which I don't, that's still not sustainable. Yeah, the emergency alarm goose is one of my favorite features of this fort, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's insane. The goose is to notify me of invaders that are stealthed. It's actually got a practical use, I swear. It's a very good idea to have some sort of animal that won't starve to death if not pastured, pastured somewhere close, and it's just funny to chain it up. Do I actually need to chain it? No. Family? What's that? I mean, I live alone, so family isn't really much of a concern for me. Although I'm probably going to be moving in a couple of months. I'm going to be moving in with my little sister, her husband, and my sister-in-law. So I will be moving in with family because it's going to end up costing me more in rent probably, but I will actually have a separate office and actually have like a living room and not be alone all the time. I'm my own family. Yeah, I live with my plants. And chat, actually, I need to ask you guys a question, right? My little sister's husband is a professional opera singer. Okay? I'm trying to get him to stream. If I can get him to stream, we need to raid the fuck out of him and get him to the top of the music directory on Twitch. I'm just saying. We need to do that. Because, like, he's just like, I don't know how big the classical music niche would be on Twitch. I was like, dude, how much money would you charge to sing Justin Bieber's Baby a cappella? And he looks at me over a voice call yesterday and goes, and I'm like, how about $20? And he goes, damn, I was going to say less. It's definitely an underserved niche. There's a lot of DJs and a lot of pianists. Could he sing arias about dwarves? We used to have Twitch Sings, bring it back. God damn, Twitch Sings was such a dumb thing that died too soon. But like, he just went on tour performing Handel and Messiah, and it's like, all right. Make him cover the taverns. I mean, it wouldn't be directly dwarfy related. It would be his own material, but... Is it necessary to make something special to have a temple? For temples are literally just a zone, right? So all you need to do is make a zone, and you just need to put enough stuff in it to hit 2,000 value. And that stuff can be whatever you want. You can just engrave all the walls, engrave all the floors, engrave everything. Or you could be more specific with it and put specific statues in it. You could... just put tables and chairs. As long as you get enough value, it's good. You don't need an altar, but you could put an altar. Altars actually have zero function in Fortress mode. They're more of an adventure mode thing. In adventure mode, you can curse yourself and get blessings and such from altars. Yeah, he's also a horrifically horrible person. Off reasons. well, I mean, the way I've been describing Dwarf Fortress to people for years is Dwarf Fortress is SimCity for psychopaths. Then it's into art museum. Maybe I finally need to disable cooking plump helmets. I've not bothered. I was like, I wonder how long it's gonna take actually for me to run out of plump helmets. Apparently not too long. Hello, Aaron. How's things? Dwarf Fort is a fishbowl that you poke at and watch the results. Fish are less interesting than dwarves. Zasset finally met with... Oh, did they let the vampire out? Hold up. Yep, they let the vampire out. All right. Oh, no, never mind. They did not let the vampire out. They are conducting a meeting with the vampire in the prison cell. That is really funny. You know, maybe we should just keep the vampire mayor and just lock him in there. Like, just lock this door and just let them have meetings through this wall. Make this into his office. The Mayor Lore meets with the outpost liaison, and he says, let's discuss your situation. Yes, situation. You continue to impress. I've come to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. There's much to share. So, this vampire ate my baron. Are you going to give me another baron? Or are you just elevating us without a baron? Make the vampire the baron. I don't know. I mean, it would be fitting for him to be a count, wouldn't it? I mean, he'll just eat people occasionally. Not all the time, just sometimes. I just received a text message. It's not important. Yeah, I also don't think we're gonna get another baron. I guess maybe eventually the king will show up. Then at that point we can expel the vampire, but what do I request from them? The orb wills it. Fair enough. Steel anvils. I was gonna say, can I still I was about to ask if I could still import blood, but it doesn't look like I can. All right, that'll be it. What do they want? They want thread. All right. That's an odd thing to ask for. All right, well, I guess what we're going to do here is I'm going to remove this rope. Actually, no, we won't remove that rope. But instead, we're going to make this over here into part of his office. So we're going to cut a hole here. Another artifact? Ooh, a magma forge. Weaponsmith named Zhang. Does it matter which trader? What do you mean by what trader? So there's, well, we have an orb emote now, orb holder. So we have a when it comes to traders, it doesn't matter what trader it is, but your faction trade, when you trade with your own faction, you get specific perks, right? So you can trade with any faction that's friendly to you that sends you traders, and it doesn't really matter. What matters is, are they bringing stuff that's friendly to you? Ring bars of metal, of a quarry, skeletons. All right, let's water some animals. Anytime soon? I don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, everything in Dwarf Fortress, I'll just simply state the thing that I've been stating for years about this game. Everything in Dwarf Fortress is a work in progress, and the game is 50% done. So, I don't know what soon is by your definition. I would assume that there will be more improvements over the next couple of months, but I don't know what you mean by soon. If you mean by soon as in like in the next 2 weeks, I don't know. He did just add an add everyone button to the, you know, like the burrows screen, which is pretty great. We got a add all buttons, so that's 2 improvements. I don't know. It's hard to say. At the same time, like, you need to realize how much the UI has improved in just a week. Or sorry, in just 2 years versus the old game. So I would obviously hope that there will continue to be more improvements, but can I point and state this will be an improvement that will happen at this time? No. I don't know. Yeah, the circus is in this version. Keep digging. Fire hats. What do you still want? How much leather do we have? And hides. Plenty of tanned hides, so it can't be leather. There's plenty of cloth too. Fills you with more dread than a clother with a strange mood. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's not cloth that's the problem. Let's just slaughter some more animals. Yeah, it looks like more bones. They do really train strength. This has been a known fact for years in the game. But you know what also trains strength? Carrying boulders. Hauling stuff. Lead toys. I mean, I was kind of joking about that one. I don't know how much that actually helps. I don't know how heavy those are. I haven't actually checked, but... Yeah, because I'm trying to improve the pissed off dwarves. But thanks for pointing that out. Means that they are... Like, look at how pissy this dwarf is. Like, if I just go to their thoughts, It's like you don't get any happy thoughts from everything. So we're just trying to find like minimum angie. Like how do we make you minimum angie? It's like the only thing this dwarf likes doing is being a doctor and being around people and watching performances. Ugh, you just had a cat bully a giant? I was fighting with a mega beast in one of my previous forts in this version, and we had a goat join in and kick it, which was pretty funny. Oh, now another dwarf is kind of angry, but, you know, it's a constant battle, right? You want to pray. Go pray, you weirdo. Go pray. Got attacked by a Hydra? I'm sorry. Killed half of your military? You had crappy military. Better get better military next time. But yeah, the Hydras can be mean. I feel for you. Alright, well it's not bones. We're good on bones. So then what else are you yelling about? Oh, it couldn't be, actually, could it be wood? Are we out of, oh, we're out of wood. Found the problem, lads. Time to hack down a tree. Or 5. Where's our strange mood? There you are. How do unassigned temples work? Define unassigned. Do you mean temples that have no particular deity, or do you mean temples that don't have people assigned to them to work as like dancers or a priest? Because if they're religion specific, in order for them to work, they have to have 2,000 value and they have to have a priest assigned to them. And they can't have a priest assigned until they have 2,000 value. If they're not a religion specific one, then it doesn't really matter. Also, I'm going to let you guys stay on screen a little longer. Relic, thank you very much for the 20 subs. Cheers. Damn. Yeah, can I get a round of beers? And shout outs to anybody who was around to get a sub. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. And thanks a lot for the gifting those sugs. Sugs? Slugs? Subs. Bah. Happy holidays. I'm not the most festive person myself. I'm a little like to give you actually completely off topic, completely unrelated to anything, chat. I have a question. Favorite Christmas album? Favorite holiday music album, actually, is what I should say. Because I have 3. There are 3 that I like. There's 3. My favorite one, I showed you it the other day. My favorite one is Twisted Sister's Twisted Christmas. Second favorite one, Horacle's pretty good too. I do really like In Flames. But my second favorite one, Horacle would be probably top 5 for me. My second favorite one is Bad Religion's Christmas album. Yeah, there you go. Aaron's got it. Bad Religion's Christmas album, because it's like a legit good punk rock album. Like, it's actually just a good punk album, but they sing like, "Oh Come All Ye Faithful" and shit like that. Oh my god, we got Prime. And then after that, it's Afroman's Christmas, because the first track on that album is called "Deck My Balls," and it's really funny. All right, so one of my artifacts was seen being stolen. I used to like Trans-Siberian Orchestra, and then I heard it way too much, and it kind of lost its flair. So, we have an artifact being stolen. Pause. Crime. Who did it? Theft. We have an accused. Iden, the weaponsmith. Convict him. Crime. Put him in prison. So we're going to convict him and interrogate. The question is, why am I out of meat, fish, and plant? And why is my drinks going down? So, is there anybody who's not supposed to be here who's currently in the fort? Or was that dwarf stealing that independently? Holy shit, you got it, Orange. I'm impressed. I'm just gonna set a gather order for the surface so we don't run out of booze. Orange, what kind of dwarf do you want? Actually, Orange, because you're a mod, do you want to be the captain of the guard? Do I have a priest? All the priests, I think, are assigned to temples already. Captain? Okay. Chat, Orange is a cop. Get him. And currently you're going to go gather plants.
Over here, he has a sword.
Literally. Rickson, thank you very much for the prime. So Orange, let's read a little bit about Orange. Personality-wise, he forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. He does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, and though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He is a friendly individual and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He is curious and eager to learn, and inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He is stubborn and he can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. He sees working hard as a foolish waste and doesn't particularly respect commerce, and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes jet, brass, red pyrope, and bins and earrings, and the words of the sweetness of velvet, and the sound of the silky wisp, and the sight of the quintessence of bewilderment, and when possible, he prefers to consume wolverine, herring, and river spirits, and prickleberry seeds. And absolutely hates, like fucking hates, like the worst thing in the world as far as he's concerned, large roaches. We need more bedrooms, because half these dwarves don't have bedrooms right now. He's 60 years old and satisfied at work. And as far as groups, he's a member of the Foggy Communion and a citizen of the Crypt of Twisting, and a member of the Metalsmiths and the Weaponsmiths Guilds. Most people hate large roaches, I would say. So we need to work on bedrooms because I got a bunch of unbedroomed dwarves, and that's partially what's contributing to this. So we're just going to pause the game, and I'm going to work on this. Also, did that artifact get started? Yeah, he's begun a mysterious construction. Sweet. Did I get these zoned? Yes, I did. Fine little buggy tutus. Glorious. DeWortz was, thanks for the prime. Zhang the weaponsmith has created Ritanokan, an iron warhammer. It's a little brutal, but we should give this to Orange. I just planted bedrooms wherever I can fit them? Not really. They're kind of around the top of where they need to be. They're in convenient places. I like the bedrooms to easily access everything else, so they can always get to their bedroom in a short number of steps. Great weapon for its range. I've been getting a lot of weapons in this fort because of how metal industry and how many guilds I have. One of the first things I built was a weaponsmith's guild to focus all their skills on weapons. You're a little cross-eyed there, Orange. Is that what happens when you get punched in the nose? Or are you trying to make the dwarf's face a heart? This is of iron warhammer. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round granite cabochons and encircled with bands of dog bone and cave spider silk. This object menaces with spikes of iron and cave spider silk. On the item is an image of Amelie Calmberries, the elf, and Posa, Greatest Blades, the Stern Prince, the Bronze Colossus, and Pigbone. Posa, the Bronze Colossus, is striking down Emily. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf by the Bronze Colossus Posa in the Stern Prince in the Oceanic Desert in the year 148. On the item is an image of Fulteg, a salt post, the dwarf and dwarves in Singara Wood. Fulteg, a salt post, is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Fulteg, a salt post, to the position of King of the Crypt of Twisting in the year 162. On the item is an image of Raoul Blockade Ransacks, the dwarf and dwarves in dog leather. Raoul Blockade Ransacks is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Raoul Blockade Ransacks to the position of Queen of the Crypt of Twisting in the year 90. Also, thank you very much to everybody who's tuning in on us, like, holiday. Means a lot. You never know how many people are going to show up for a day like today, but Christmas Eve is busy for Meanie. And, oh, Shimoshi, the Hammer Lord, has bestowed the name Sigil Fath upon a silver warhammer. Bro carved a novel into the hammer? Damn right. And we're going to give it to the captain of the guard. Today is Christmas Eve, yep. Today is, in fact, Christmas Eve. Was I not building something there? I probably was, and completely spaced on what it was. Might have been the Craftsdwarf's Guild or something. All right, who's pissy? Who's mad? That perform. Okay, Adil still being mad makes sense. Are you actually able to attend meetings with the mayor? I don't actually know, so I need to figure this out. So he's now assigned to his office right here. Can't. Oh, obviously no access to throne because he's currently in there. Watched some DF streams of Co and needed more experience than he found you. Have you been found you? Have been bringing it all. Thanks for the fun. Well, cheers, Rickson. I have a massive amount of respect for Co, but I wish he stuck with the game a little longer. Because he seemed to play it like once or twice and then just kind of dipped. Although, to quote one of my friends, it's not very heavy ADHD friendly. Definitely a game that you need to, like, stare at. It needs to click, and if it doesn't click, good luck. And Nag, thanks for the Prime sub for the 2nd month. Good evening, indeed. Hello. Thought he was a variety gamer? He played RimWorld for like 2 months straight. But yeah, maybe. Might just be the sign of variety in the times. Let's see if you can attend that meeting. Yeah, so this is why this mayor is going to cause us problems. Because I need dwarves to be able to go in there and have meetings with him. At which point he's just going to get let out. Like this. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this layer into a burrow and we're going to assign it to him. Or maybe even his bedroom. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it that way. We're going to make his bedroom into a burrow and I'm going to lock him into it. Question is, where the fuck did I put the mayor's burrow? I'm actually really curious if a vampire will respect a burrow. I'm assuming not, but I've never tried it before, so. Should just remove his bed, hey? We'll call this Vappy Yee. No. Vampire. All right. I need to find our mayor. All right, Vampy, where you at, C's? Vatmeyer. Pretty much. All right, you funny looking guy. He's gonna go eat somebody now, isn't he? And then go back into prison. I don't like me. Hey, you know, this might actually be a really efficient way to get rid of depressed dwarves. And I'm only partially joking about this. I'm only partially joking. You go to meeting with the mayor, and he eats you. Although in reality, he can only eat people when they're asleep. So we just need to watch his habits for a little bit. So I need to hit that button and remove all of his other tasks. Where is he? There he is. Assigned to vampire. Okay, so let's follow Vampy. Because theoretically, he should be locked in there as of like now. Oh, is he just giving up? Aw, man. Hold on, what? Somebody just named a shield? Oh, he's remembering communing. I was gonna say, he can't currently commune in here. Vampy, are you protesting? Or are you conducting a meeting? You might actually just be conducting a meeting. Yeah, okay, so currently he's just conducting that meeting. Being therapist, as he's supposed to. But, oh right, duh. I need to actually assign him to all of the right rooms. I don't think he is. Because he got elected to mayor while he was in prison, right? I'll say starry-eyed demon girl. I was near my own restraint. It pleases me. Wouldn't it please you too? Yeah, I'm gonna try unpausing your burrow and see if that does it. It is weird that he's just not moving. Set up a tavern, assign a barkeeper, and then someone will force feed him beer. Yeah, that's not what I need to happen. I need him to not eat people. I don't care about if he's happy or not. I just need him to not eat people like this. Like he just did, see? That's what I need. I need him to not eat people. And giving him beer isn't going to help that. Oh, hey, the game just crashed. Cool. When was the last save? But the problem is because he got elected mayor, I have no choice, right? I can't expel him, so I either have to kill him or I have to figure out a way of making him work in the fortress. He sucked. He crashed the game, yep. Is there a way to locate all artifacts in your fort? Not that I'm aware of, aside from going to the artifacts screen that's connected to the nobles screen, but that doesn't give you the locations. Oof, we just lost a lot. Oh boy. Yep, we just lost a lot. Is the gate open? Yeah, the gate is open. Let's sigh. Can he accidentally get assigned to a big battle? I mean, yeah, I could kill him. There's lots of ways. Okay, so killing him isn't the issue, for clarity's sake here. Killing the mayor is not the issue with this mayor. The issue with this mayor is that I want to keep him as my mayor. But in order to keep him as my mayor, I need him to behave. And if he's not going to behave, then I just need to kill him. And killing him is super easy. Like, I could, there's a multitude of ways I could kill the guy. That is not a problem, and is not going to be a problem, right? So, for clarity's sake, that's not the issue, right? The issue is that I want to keep him my mayor and keep my other dwarves safe, if possible. How much booze does a barrel hold? That's a good question. Let's see. That one's got 5 units. 10 units. I think it's 10 units, isn't it? Pretty sure it caps out at 10. Although pots seem to have 16. I'll be honest, I've never paid too much attention to how much they hold. The exact amount a barrel holds is my idiot's response. I mean, I've had like, I think 5 or 6 crashes, but I've also played this game for 180 hours. And as far as I'm concerned, that's better than your average Ubisoft release. So I don't consider it to be all that bad. But maybe I'm like too forgiving. I don't know. Also, I think we haven't named Orange yet. Yep. Nope, Servesh. We need to rename Servesh. I don't know. I never played it, Jerba. It's better than most Bethesda releases as well. Yeah, so it sucks that you can lose progress, but that's fine. Game's different enough every time that I don't think it really matters that much. It doesn't bother me. Yeah, no, I mean, they're happy that they're clearly happy with him as mayor, so I want to try and keep him as mayor, because I think that would be a bit of a fun challenge, but by autosave seasonally, yeah. But we did a lot of work this past season. Sounds like copium. Okay. Assuming dishonesty is a kind of a dick move. But you live your life. We only got a few crashes and it happened immediately at the end of the save process, so it really doesn't matter. That's actually kind of funny. I did have one crash. It was like, oh, hey, yeah, and we saved like 10 minutes ago. Cool. Was this before or after we cut down more trees? It was before. Also just gonna check to make sure that none of these are set to fire. I don't want to accidentally fire a minecart at my dwarves. Although minecart 1's getting full. That's good to see. How's the work orders coming along with that? Good, good, good. Working on those discs nice and efficiently. Did these get assigned? These have not been assigned yet. All right, let's do that. Move the military topside. Need to change the name of this squad. And then assign our barracks once again. So we're going to do sleeping barracks assigned to both squads. And then, or rather, sleeping and storage barracks and then training barracks. So this will be both squads sleeping and storage. And then this one here will be training for one squad, and then the other one will be training for the other squad. What's the tricks to the locations with no trees? You need beds? Go down to the cavern layers and mine some trees. Mine some trees? Cut some trees. Caverns have trees. Did I not rename orange? Orange. There you go. Good. But yeah, no, don't wait for artifact beds. You'll never get beds in that case. Literally just dig down to the cavern layers. You haven't mastered the squad system? Don't worry about the squad system. Dig a long tunnel like this, fill it up with cage traps. Or fill it up with stonefall traps. Cage traps don't fall, cage traps don't fall, cage traps don't fall. One's puking. Or trade for wood, that too. You could also import wood. The elves are actually really good for importing grown wood. Traps don't help against forgotten beasts, but that's fun. Although they can if you are the perfect brand of crazy person. Fun with a capital F-U. Now is that fuck or... Losing is fun. Fun is losing. Can't have losing without fun. Also, because when I get a crash, I like to just focus on slightly different things. We're gonna build up our walls a little bit, I think. Arbitrary syndrome dust isn't fun? Well, I mean, you could just straight up disable Forgotten Beasts. I think that dusty Forgotten Beasts are a fun challenge, personally. It's like a, okay, how much am I willing to potentially sacrifice on this? Which is actually a really fun conundrum for me. I enjoy that. Hell yeah, Steelers. Oh, no, I don't use closest material. Let's forget to swap them out on the first one. Floors, select material. Map is so foggy. Makes you feel all sorts of feels, as in like you get all attached to them, because that's kind of the point. Or it's one of the points of this game. If you're feeling for your dwarves, then I would say the game's working as intended. Someone just dropped something really heavy on the floor above me. Like it sounded like someone just dropped a pan or something. I don't know if you guys heard that, but damn, that was loud. All right, let's do all that. Pangle, so there are certain critters currently that are bugged to literally be immortal. Yeah, maybe they dropped the Yule log, actually. Hopefully it's not burning. But Cold-Blooded, hello. Happy holidays. I'm not gonna lie, there are 2 days of the year that are my actually, there's 3 days of the year that are my favorite days of the year to stream. Halloween. The holiday season, like, for, like, Christmas and all that. And, New Year's. Because it's just, like, people pop in, wish you, like, a happy holiday, and then they drop out. And it's just kind of nice. It's like, everybody just goes from stream to stream and wishes everybody happy holidays. Same with, like, New Year's. New Year's is really fun because once an hour, like, half the chat just bursts into party mode. It's like, oh, awesome. Once an hour, half of chat is just freaking out. Death, thanks for the 10 gifts. Cheers, man. What am I building on the surface? A little tower thing. I always like building a little thing on the surface. Oh, shit. Also, just about forgot. Gotta jump back down to the main layer and demolish this shit. I was about to say, it's so that it looks nicer and more impressive when I'm trading, and then I'm like, wait a second, I got to delete the thing that I don't need for trading now. And Wacko Knight, thanks for the prime. Are you whacking a knight, or are you a knight that is wacko? What's the next gift sub goal? Fuck me, dude. I don't know. It was 2,600. Fucking 3,000, I guess. I don't know, man. You're a very wacko knight. Well, that's good. There you go. We've added a new sub goal. Hemorrhoid Prime, thank you much. For the Prime. The third month. And we've got Diplomacy. Our liaison from the Mountain Homes is speaking with our vampire. And it says, let's discuss your situation. You continue to impress. We are here to elevate your land in the realm. We gave you a baron and you killed him in like under a month. That is impressive. 69420. If we hit 6969, then I'll make a 69420 goal. How's that? By giant angry monkeys literally losing his fun. Happy holidays. I mean, the first day this version was out, I died to giant chinchillas. Giant chinchillas. So, you know. Nobody's immune. There's much to share. We've added information to your world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Cheese. Clearly. And anvils, I think is what I requested. They want thread and bracelets this time. They're slightly more needy.
Cheese for everyone!
Is the last tile the bottom of... Oh, yeah, but it's it was an accidental channel. So the way my shotguns are working, and I hope we get to test them today, but we haven't had a Vile Force yet, but I've been playing pretty slowly. Yeah, it goes down to here, and then it goes down to a floor. That was an accidental channel, so I just built a floor over top of it. So it's ramp, 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 ramp. This is the last ramp right here, so there's a ramp going up underneath these, and then they land on the floor, and then they go punk. And then they punt out that way. Hey, Clino. How's things? Oh, that was fast. Right, time to put the mayor back in prison. 15 witnesses. 15 witnesses. Where are you gonna go eat now? Horrified after seeing people die. I mean, I wonder why. I like that there's just like, cannot expel or send away nobility. Orange, we need you to go bonk this dude's head in. What did you get as a conviction? 449 days in prison. Whew. Whew. Wow. My God. I think it might be the longest sentence I've ever seen. It is kind of sad, yeah. Where are you going? I just want to lock him in his office. It's to speak with an upset weaponsmith who's satisfied while yelling at somebody in charge. For that long of a time. We won't, hopefully. Oh, there he goes. Orange is here to chain up the captain of the guard. And also, I'm going to assign something else in the intelligence screen. We're going to interrogate him. I think it's going to let me do that. Convicts, open cases. Oh, maybe not because I don't have any open cases. All right, well. So, this is still his office, which is funny that we assigned him to this office. So dwarves can still go speak with him and we can still do our tasks. It's just maybe once every 2 years or so, he's gonna eat somebody. Are we okay with this, chat? It's a good number. I'm very happy with this number of viewers. Considering it's a holiday, it's a very good number. That is not what I wanted to do. Also, we've been made a county. So we may not have a baron, but we have moved up in the world. All right, so let's jump back down to the bottom layer. Work on these bedrooms. And once all these bedrooms are assigned, I'm going to save the game. Oh. Shiny. Very shiny. Me like. Give me all the shiny. Look what we found, chat. There's a fun spire right here. There's crusted gems right there. Manually save? Where's your sense of fun? I know, right? Streamer's a coward. Confirmed. But the crash seemed to be, assuming it was the event that we watched happen, if somebody is sleeping in the mayor's bed and then the mayor happens to be a vampire and they drain blood out of the person sleeping in the mayor's bed, that seemed to be what caused the crash, but... It's a pretty specific situation. I don't know if I should actually complain about that one. Spire? I don't know what to call them. I mean, there used to be adamantine spires, right? It was just like, hey, it's a big old pillar of adamantine, right? We used to call them adaspires or candy spires. Or cotton candy dispensers or whatever the fuck. And then now they're encrusted with diamonds. So fun spires are actually something else. Well, actually, they're fun cylinders. Those are something else that are hidden, which is mega massive, massive, absolute huge, the endgame, like, adventure mode spoilers. Gem-encrusted volcanic butt plug. Sure. Not the wording I would use, but you could use that wording. Considering Cupo, I think, entirely refers to scepters as dildos for some reason. Cage trap angel guardians. You can cage trap them? Interesting. I wonder if that's intended. For some reason, I assumed they'd be like Forgotten Beast and Trap Avoid. But I don't know. Yesterday was a day where I didn't stream. I definitely did make a lot of content yesterday, though. I recorded 2 episodes of that tutorial Let's Play and another Fortress tour for you guys, which went up this morning. And I also recorded and edited an entire podcast, which is going to go up on Sunday. My team's podcast, where I was kind of sad because one of my teammates doesn't like Dwarf Fort. But spent a good amount of time doing stuff, but also lurking in a lot of chats. And specifically a lot of Dwarf Fortress chats, big streams and smaller streams. And I gotta say, shoutouts to you guys for using my emotes literally fucking everywhere. Like, they're in every chat. Every Dwarf Fortress chat, I keep seeing my emotes, and it's super cool. It's the first time in my entire life of streaming that I've witnessed that, where it's just like, I can just go into a random stream for the same game that I play, and someone will be using my emotes. Like, right now, I'm getting more Prime subs while I'm offline from just random people who I assume just want the emotes, or alternatively like the tutorials, than I used to get in a stream normally, which is wild. So, thank you. Almost everything? Almost everything, yeah, but Forgotten Beasts can't be, and I always assumed that demons were the same way. I'm doubling these up, which I don't need to do. Let's get all these bedded up. Alright, so let's... I queue up more beds in this timeline. No, I didn't. Let's just make 100 beds. Yes, you can in fact catch and cage trap dragons. 70 out of 120 dwarves. Dragons are scary, but if you can get them on a stairwell, they're pretty weak. Best emote on Twitch. I mean, certainly a wet emote. So do you want a lava one too, cold-blooded? Because I got 2 open slots. I could just tell Cooler to go make me a lava one. Like the exact same thing, but orange. That would be the hottest emote on Twitch, clearly. And put it outside your library? Someone's been watching my streams. I see where you're getting this. Slightly drunk? Hell yeah, Bio Soup. That's the perfect mental state to be in to play dwarfs. For a second there, I thought this was a child, but he's a militia captain. What are you upset about? Okay, I think we're actually going to put my 2 squads on to alternating training. And this squad is also going to be fully stacked. I think I did. Tim the Dude, thanks for the prime. I think you asked this before, but you may have missed it. The answer, are you concerned when carving into Wormstone that there might be lava behind it, in addition to below it? If I don't know where the lava is located, I will intentionally go above it. So yes. With this one, I mean, as you may have just noticed, I just carved up a layer with a ramp, and that's how I set up my, that's how I set up my digging when there's lava. If I do not know the location of the lava, I'm very cautious. Otherwise, if you see me just brazenly digging through, it's probably because I know exactly where the magma sea is, or I know where the puddle is, and I'm fine. I can dig around it. Or did I finish that lava surprise? For this fort? I mean, okay, hold on. And when you're saying lava surprise, are you referring to the last fort, River Dances, or are you referring to DeepOrb? Because this fort is a deep fort. This is a new fort. River Dances died. I have no idea, Moofy, man. I personally just hope they focus on bugs. I don't really care about quality of life features. They've already added everything I really wanted, so anything else is just a bonus at this point. What are the biggest outstanding bugs? That's an irrelevant conversation, really. No, they aren't. Bugs are bugs. Quality of life is quality of life. These are 2 separate topics. Okay, so there's water there. No, because, yeah, they get plenty of feature requests. Alright, well, there's more lava there, so we gotta go up again. What do I hope they'll fix next? Probably the, well, I mean, I would say the thing that killed my last fort, which is that weird effect that happens with meeting zones causing everything to, like, dwarves to just go on general strike and not work. But honestly, I don't want them to fix anything. I want Zack and Tarn to go on fucking vacation. That's what I want. Truthfully. Hold on, how is that not flowing out? Excuse me? How the hell do I have vision of that? I shouldn't be able to see that. Did it just give me vision diagonally? But yeah, no, honestly, that's what I hope. I don't want them to add anything to the game. I want them to go take a break. Yeah, this is obsidian. Is obsidian opaque? Huh. I mean, I'm okay with knowing where shit is, but that's interesting. All right, well, we need to be careful with that. It seems like it did, yeah. Because I've been channeling up. So this is visually really strange, probably to you guys, but I channeled up here, and then channeled up here and here to try and get over top of where there's hot stuff right here, and there's water there. And then it gave me vision to this and this. But I haven't actually dug into any of those. Volcanic glass? Is it really? I mean, I just learned something about the game. If you can see through constructed, like, natural obsidian, that's brand new to me. I mean, I know that it's technically a glass, but like I've held a block of obsidian before. Like I've held obsidian in real life, and it is not see-through. Anadin, what kind of dwarf do you want? And I can do my best to give you the dwarf of your wishes. You're honestly just happy the game isn't ASCII anymore? I mean, honestly, you could very easily have made many tile sets that would make the game not ASCII for a long time, but it's certainly less effort to make the game not ASCII now. Certainly. Placed way too many of these just absent-mindedly while babbling. I'm doubling up beds again. Weaponsmith, that's easy. Perfect. Beard or no beard? You learned Dwarf Fortress from my quick tutorials? Cheers. I feel like I've kind of got enough quick tutorials up on YouTube at this point to teach just about anybody the basics. Like, I think like if you just watch every single one of those, you'll be able to kind of glean what you need and go from there, which is, I think, a good place to be. So I'll still continue to put out more advanced ones slowly, but I do feel that those tutorials are at a good place now. They're made of copper. Yeah, that's correct. True. No, I mean, this is definitely a step up above that, but there will always be a soft spot in my heart for this, right? Always. You know, I don't want to, like, completely disregard what you're saying, but here's my take. I think what it is this thing called sunk cost fallacy, right? If you haven't spent any money on a thing, exclamation point YouTube, if you haven't spent any money on a thing, it's very easy to just go, nah, fuck it, and uninstall. But the fact that people have spent money, because like Vetelinger's tile set with text will be text turned on is almost an equivalent of this. Almost. Not quite, almost. And I do kind of feel that the fact that now a lot of people have spent $40 or $30 or whatever you end up spending in your country, once you've spent money on a thing, it's a lot easier to say, all right, let's bang this out. I do genuinely wonder how much of it is sunk cost fallacy. But you said weaponsmith and this weaponsmith looks like. All right, sweet. Let's find you a good weaponsmith somewhere up at the top. With a good beard. Zuglar, this one. Yeah, there's an automatic, there's a multi button. Just click multi, and as long as they have a door and a bed in the room, it'll automatically designate them as bedrooms when you click and drag. Anadin. You're 146 years old and you have 9 children. In relations, you have a wife who's not here, and none of your kids are here. However, one of your nieces is here, who's a religious figure in the fort. Brahms is your cousin, who also has a great beard. Look at that. Must run in the family. Etur is also your cousin. And Logam's your cousin, and she probably wants to go bowling. As we scroll back up, personality-wise, you prefer to be alone. You live at a slow-going and leisurely pace and could be considered rude. And he thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments and often feels discouraged, and he doesn't focus on material goods. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this, and he, for more than one reason, and he has little interest in joking around. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family, and that was probably realized. And he's disgusted by merrymakers and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless. Also, I need to check something. Just make sure that you're on metalsmiths. Yep. He is personally disgusted by merrymakers and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless. Values sacrifice and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and doesn't really see the point in working hard. He likes native gold and nickel and schorl and cougar leather and llama wool and naff fabric and giant parakeet parchment and gems and shields and armor stands and the sight of the quintessence of bewilderment and when possible prefers to consume tomatillo wine and cow's milk and you hate mosquitoes. Thanks, Desarmator? I think that's how you say that. Merry Christmas. Well, Merry Christmas back at you. I was doing something. I blanked on what it was. Seems like you need to go to war. Maybe. Maybe. Mosquitoes, I can agree, are in fact some of the worst things. I'm curious, how are my minecarts doing? We're getting there. I'm going to save and return to menu, and then jump back into the game. We're just gonna do a hard save. And I want to set it as the main save, which is why I'm going back to the menu. I mean, don't you have a cousin that wants to go bowling? I have no idea what this Gata 4 is, but Gata cubed must be a very specific thing if they're referencing bowling. I need to put a sweater on. It's cold in here. For some reason, the past 2 years, mosquitoes completely lost interest in Neil. Well, that's good. I don't know, chat. What's more festive? Creators, gods of violence, or Discord? I guess I should put my Christmas hoodie on, shouldn't I? Hold on a second. There we go. I look somewhat festive-ish. They elect a mayor when they hit 50 population, yeah. This was actually a piece of merch that my team sold a couple years ago. What do you send your dwarves out raiding? You have to make a squad. Then you go to the world map. I like to click center on my fort. That's us. Find something you want to raid. Click it. And then select what you want to do. You can pillage. You can raise. You can demand one-time tribute. You can demand ongoing tribute. You can conquer and occupy. And then you send your squads. You just click them and then back out of the screen and it'll just do its thing. Do they need to bring food and stuff? They'll gather everything they need. And I know this is going to make some of you sad, but we need to color puppy population again. Oh no, cave blobs. 8 cave blobs. So everything in Dwarf Fortress has a limited number, right? There's a limited number of forgotten beasts. There's a limited number of enemies. There's a limited number of dwarves. There's a limited number of geese. There's a limited number of anything. So if you exterminate all of anything, you won't see it anymore. You won't get... like, say you exterminate all humans. You won't be able to trade with any humans anymore because all the humans are dead. If you exterminate all other Dwarven factions, the only Dwarven faction you'll be able to really play as is your Dwarven faction unless there's a few scragglers. If you exterminate all goblins, you'll stop seeing goblins, that sort of thing. It's absolutely possible. It's actually been, like, a long-time player goal is committing, like, I wouldn't use that word, but extermination of everything else in the world. It's also possible to generate a world where everything is already dead. Speaking of Ash, this must be a dedication to Ash Ketchum, who's finally getting retired after like fucking 30 years or whatever. Anyway, the Forgotten Beast, Tithleth has come. A towering quadruped composed of ash. It has 3 short horns and it squirms and fidgets. Well, that's weak as heck. Well, we can squish that, I think. Where is he? Where is he? Although it might actually be on a layer that we don't have access to right now, so it's a question mark as to whether or not it can get to us, but we'll see. I would like to fight one. Okay, so it is somewhere where I'm not certain it can get to us. But we can go fight it. Ash Ketchum, yes, the Pokemon guy. They're retiring him in the anime. He's not going to be a active member of the anime going forward. Wait, no, that's ramp up. Duh. Ash won the championship. Yeah, just, you know, the fact that Ash isn't in his 40s kind of bothers me. Like, he really should just be like a crotchety old, back in my day, training Pokemon was a lot harder. All right, where's our beastie at? Where is the beastie at? Come here, you beast. You big meanie. Read a little bit about you. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Is quite ambitious and likes to take it easy. Is comfortable with those that have a different appearance or culture, and it tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Forgotten Beast. Exactly. He's not chain smoking. Like, come on. Remember I said this one's gonna go fast? Blink and you'll miss it. The Sword Dwarf slashes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with her iron short sword, breaking a piece of the tissue, and then slashes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with her iron short sword, breaking the rest of the tissue. Uh-huh. Did you get it? Yep. Vengeful. Well, that's good. Ash. There you go. Ash now has a nickname. You blinked. Yep. Mm-hmm. I did say it was weak. Falls apart easily. Literally made of ash. Just now is a billion pieces. Well, we can fix our drinks issue. Sand down here. All right, that's it. But just because I've dug into here, we are going to populate the caverns now. Because there's sand here, meaning I could speed up the walking. Yeah, I love how many people are just, like, I commented just because, like, I heard through the grapevine that, yeah, they retired Ash Ketchum, and then half my chat's like, well, yeah, because obviously, and I'm sitting here going, like, wow, a lot of people here, like, pay attention to Pokemon, which I'm not knocking it. Like, whatever floats your boat. I'm kind of impressed, actually. I've seen the first season of the Pokemon anime a very long time ago. I don't know. I'm bothered by cartoon characters that don't age. It'll always just be something that bothers me. The Indomitable Snowman? Well, hello, Snowman. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? And mods, can I get a shout out for the raid? Thank you much. Happy holidays. How was your stream? What were you up to today? And to anybody coming over from the raid, could you please introduce our friend Snowman to the chat and tell us a little bit about what you guys did today? Look at all this sand! I'm so happy. God, sand cavern. Sand cavern's best cavern. Looked kind of cute. Yeah, it died like immediately. We poked it with a sword and it fell to pieces. Found an annoying military board that bug that claimed the lives of dwarves. What was the bug? Because a lot of the time that people find bugs, it's like, that's not actually a bug. The game's just weird. But you never really know. Unless it's something that's known. You were getting pathing errors in your last fort? Did you try redoing your pathing? They were trying to dump reviews? They probably just didn't have access to it. That's not an error. It's a queued up job that they're incapable of doing. They can get butchered if they're made out of butcherable materials. Dragons are just animals like anything else, so they're absolutely butcherable. You could even farm dragons for food if you happen to have a breeding pair. You can also eat their eggs. I'm sorry, what are we fighting with? Oh, we have an agitated ibex. Okay. It begins, chatroom. This is an untamed wilds biome. Now you want a dragon farm? What I would recommend is generate a world with a bunch of extra dragons in it. Like, go into your advanced world gen stuff. Go into the advanced world gen stuff and generate a world with a bunch of extra dragons in it. Because if you do it that way, you will have a much better time of it. Wait, hold on, what? Why is it no worky? Might be because they are out of reach. What? Excuse me? Weapon traps. Why is it not letting me do that? Strange. Gray puppy's been slaughtered. Cool. Well, drink's getting painfully low. I'm starting to wonder if we're just like out of... Yeah, okay, we need unrotten fermentable plants. No mechanism? Maybe it's no mechanism, but they wouldn't let me place that first bit without the mechanism. We can try that. Just make more. I mean, I need more anyway, but I'd swear I made like 200, so... Perfect time for the ad to run anyway. Game saving. Well, we made it through winter without the game crashing, so that's good. Also, if dwarves randomly drop dead on the 1st of spring, they didn't die for no reason, they died of old age. Just, they can only die on the 1st of spring of old age. Which guild wants a guild hall? So usually what I do is I just leave the little flashing notification up there until I'm done building the guild hall, and then I zone it, and then I accept it. Because once you've accepted it, there's no way to go back and check. But just kind of a pro tip, if you, what's the word I'm looking for here? If you build a, if you go to assign the guild hall and you scroll down, the only ones that could have actually demanded a guild are the ones that have more than 10 members that are assigned, that say has guild assigned. So just look for ones that have guild assigned and just select one of those, because it's guaranteed to be one of those. But if you've made one and forgotten which one was assigned, then you have to just go back through your orders. Do not cook, please. Your first Drothla gave birth to twins. Ooh, are they tame or are they just trained? Because you need multiple generations of tame. Yeah, that's what I do. Super Saiyan Solid Snake. It feels a little clunky if you're still just figuring the system out, but I think it's fine. But, you know, surprise! Something in Dwarf Fortress. A little clunky. Thief! Protect the children. More kobolds? Never mind, we're fine. I just want to say that I'm real happy that Dick Hager is still visiting. I mean, this is just one of the funniest fucking kobold names I've ever seen. It's just Dick Hager. It's Mick Jagger's estranged cousin. Of course, it's a kobold. How do you stop artifact thieves? You have to, like, get better defenses for your artifacts. I would recommend making an artifact vault with traps in it. Once they go hostile, they'll get caught in the traps. So put all your artifacts on a bunch of pedestals with a bunch of guard dogs watching them, pastured in front of them, and then when the dogs see them stealing it, they'll get caught in the cage traps, or weapon traps if you want them to explode into blood. You know, stuff like that. Nicknamed Furry. That you nicknamed Furry? That's funny. Wait until you make a new fortress in the same world, and then they show up again. No, your dwarves do not activate your own traps unless they have cobwebs on them. Don't ask why. I don't know why. It's a bug, but it's become a feature. So, so unless there's cobwebs on them, your dwarves won't be activated. Or if a dwarf trips and falls onto one. If a dwarf trips and falls onto one, it will also activate it. So just make sure your dwarves don't trip and fall, and you're fine. It's a feature, yeah. Dwarves trip? Yep. It's actually way more obvious in ASCII when they're tripping. Not on drugs, but like tripping and falling. That's actually one of my complaints about a lot of tile sets, is it makes things like dwarves falling on their asses less obvious. Because they used to just get a big old beige background when they'd fall over, and now they go kind of faded, which is like, eh. I tried moving my fortress? You mean to a different layer or a different tile? Because you can't move to a different tile. Once you've settled, you've settled. We are out of booze. This is bad. I do still have, like, my automated booze order, right? Yeah, brew drink from plant. Yeah, just like Smash Brothers Brawl. And just like Smash Brothers Brawl, it's a feature, and some of us hate it. Okay, just throw this dog nail monstrosity out of here, please. Oh my god. Look at that. Oh, so excited to see these go off. Oh, these should also be in here. For thawing glacial ice, pour lava on it. Otherwise, you really don't. Are they cooking booze for food? No. Although I also don't even have an automated food order, I don't think. Yeah, it's not automated. They're only doing 300. I think they just cooked a whole bunch of plump helmets that I didn't want them to do. What were those? These? Give it a minute and I'll show you. I just realized they weren't putting half the ammunition in them, but I'll show you. Goblin mercenaries visiting. Did I accidentally make something public? I did. These are serrated discs. So these are serrated silver discs, and these are serrated glass discs. These are shotguns. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'll fire one off as a test run in a moment here. But as far as thawing ice goes, you just want to get lava close to it. So the easy way would be to build a pump stack, but that's not exactly easy. Because it's glacial ice, the dwarves don't like set fires and things, right? So it's kind of a process. You know, there are points where I automate my fortress and then things break and I realize the reason they're breaking is because I automated it. And then I automate my fortress usually. Have I tried the macro feature? Bajillions of times in the older versions. In this version, because I have mouse control and because the menus don't have keyboard control, I'm kind of an all or nothing person, and to me, I'd rather just draw it with the mouse usually than, you know, going into the settings and enabling keyboard control and using the macro. It's like, yeah, sure, but like, I'm kind of an all or nothing person, and I will stay that way. Somebody just stole something. There is no blueprint system. You literally just click this button and you toggle blueprint only mode and then you draw your blueprint. And then you can set selections to change the job type of the blueprint if you want it to change job type. And then you click this button to set it to stop being a blueprint. Like, there's no reason to make a tutorial out of that. There's no way to save them. It's just that. So making a tutorial out of that would be like a YouTube short, and it would be completely redundant. The work orders you can automate just as much as you used to be able to. Wall. The merchants aren't caged. They're carrying things in cages. Yeah, no, so the merchant has a vulture that's owned by the merchants that's in a cage. This game is way over your head? It can be, yeah. It's not that bad, though, if you play it a chunk. Also, speaking of automated orders, I need to remove a bunch of kids' orders. Don't want them hauling refuse. I don't want them burying. Don't even need them stone hauling or wood hauling or even item hauling for that matter. Trade goods, sure. Furniture, sure. Lever operating, sure. Water hauling, sure. Animal hauling, sure. Food hauling, sure. Okay. Yeah, it can be overwhelming, but it's not impossible to pick up as somebody with no experience with a game like this. It's like your first big strategy game regardless. It's always going to be a bit of a journey. The true that starting out learning food and drinks is a good way to learn the game? Well, dwarves need 3 things. Beds, booze, and biscuits. If you can provide them with beds, booze, and biscuits, they will be a bunch of happy dwarves. Mostly. And then after that, you can start worrying about actual other things. But you can make a fully automated, mostly self-sufficient with nothing but beds, booze, and biscuits in a tavern. Mitigating FPS death? It's always a player fault. So if you are encountering FPS death, figure out what your computer can't handle and remove it. If it's too many items, remove the items. If your map's too big, Remove the map. Like, make the map smaller. If it's too many characters running around on screen, shrink the size of the map of the number of characters you can have. If it's too many cats, kill some cats. The vast majority of the forts I've had over the past number of years, like, the frame rate will naturally go down. I've never actually had a fortress die to no frame rate. Usually when I stumble into a stream and the player is complaining about frame rate death, it's because they have 700 cats for some reason. For real. Hello. Thanks for tier 1. Cheers. It's like maybe you're running into frame rate problems, and it might just be because you have 50 quantum stockpiles with 7,000 items in each of them. Maybe it's because there's a fire burning in the basement. It could be a lot of things. So we're going to test run one of these because you guys have been asking nicely. So this one right here, we're going to fire it off. Now, a minecart shotgun is not... This is a bug, by the way. Sort of. Physics works this way, so they work. And you... I'm gonna get kicked. So now I just need to find a dwarf who's going to push minecart on track. Buddy streamed his first time playing Dwarf Fortress. He was 5 hours into the tutorial fortress when he saved to go to bed. Not efficient by any means, but he survived even and thrived. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's... Are you going to play perfectly the first time you play? No, and that's why Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortress. The dwarves like bees. Beds, booze, biscuits, barrels, bins, buckets, bags, bashing. You know, the usual. Do you need a dwarf that's pushing vehicle? Push off east immediately, always when it's at least 0. Someone should be doing this. Normally I wouldn't stare at who's doing it, but I want you guys to see the whole thing. Okay, so this is me firing off a minecart shotgun. We're going to jump to the minecart, and I'm going to follow the minecart. I'm going to follow the minecart. Now I'm going to move the game forward 1 turn at a time until they kick it. And then it goes down, 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 and then it hits the wall, and it does this. Including firing out a bin, looks like. And those are all spinning sharp discs. And that's just 1. We're going to be firing 4. So, and we could add more if we needed more. That's a minecart shotgun. Now this one right here, we're going to cancel this so they don't push it next time. And then all the dwarves are going to spend the next little bit hauling all this stuff in. That looks dangerous. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Overkill? This is Dwarf Fortress. There's no such thing. Oh, hey, some migrants have arrived. Excellent. Look how long it's taken them to haul them out. Look at how many is in each tile. It's probably down to items. You have a 3x3 embark. It usually happens after 8+ years. Your forts, you start to automate production. Here's the thing. Limit your production. The game encourages you to automate your production, which is good to a point, but don't over-automate your production and don't have infinite production. Because every single item that is not in a stockpile has its own physics, its own weight, its own density, its own temperature relative to the environment around it, and has the ability to move if something bumps it. So, let's say you also have 200 dwarves and each of them are wearing maybe a dozen items or so. all of that's being tracked on all of those items as well. This game is severely overdeveloped, and that's part of its charm. But the problem with that is there are ways to break it, and it lets you break it. And I think that's part of the appeal of the game. But the problem with it letting you break it is players think that certain ways of breaking the game is an inevitability, which it's not. You can mitigate it. It's like, imagine you're playing City Skylines, you install 500 mods and spend 2 hours building up a very, very detailed city, and then the game's running at 5 frames a second. Do you yell at the game, or do you mitigate it? I mitigate it. Or you can yell at the game. It's up to you. Even boulders. Which is also why you can go into settings and turn off temperature if you really want. Like, if you're currently in a fort that's lagging to all hell, go into here, go to settings, scroll down to temperature. Click that. And if you're on a surface fort and it's lagging, disable weather, because everything is getting coated and contaminated with water as it's raining, right? So like Rope Gorge, which was a fortress that an audience member here, Semtexagon, made, and sent it in to me to take a look at it on my videos where I look at other people's fortresses, which, by the way, there's so many already in there in that Discord room. It's going to take me forever to get through them. So apologies if those take years. But Semtexagon sent it in, and it was pretty laggy. It was running at like 30 frames a second. They tried turning weather off, and boom, it jumped up to like 60, 70 frames a second. So it's like... just, it's a game that lets you break it. You know, it's like... another example, actually. Dark Twinge, thanks for the raid. I'll get to that in a sec. Another example of this. Have you ever played Gary's Mod? Because I can break Gary's Mod very easily. Very easily. Gun, shoot, bike. Okay. Gun, shoot, infinite bike. Okay. Shoot, gun at friend. Boom, server crashes. Is that the game's fault for letting me do that? Maybe. Dark Twinge, thank you very much for the raid. Were you playing Dwarf today, or were you doing something? What were you up to today? Chat room, and anybody coming over from Twinge's lovely, lovely cast, please let me know what he was up to today. If you guys don't know who Twinge is a lovely individual who plays big brain games for big brain smart people, and also sometimes random indie games. Hi, late, I'm blind. Sup, Bastet. It's the holidays, you're allowed to be late. But please get a shout out for Dark Twinge. Mods, if you happen to be listening. And Dark Dogiena, thanks for the prime. Slice and Dice, gotcha. I've never dove into Slice and Dice for one pure reason. I think that it would kill me. Not that it's too hard or anything, but I think that game's too big brain for me. Click on that. Heart, chat, do it. Click the thing. You want me to make backpacks? Okay. 10 dog leather backpacks coming right up. Actually, you know what's a quality of life feature I would like? When you click this, I want this first option to be blank and do nothing, because the number of times I've queued up 10 adamantine ballista arrows, I couldn't even tell you. Like, what the fuck? Like, automatically cancel those, please. Like, just move it, expand the width of that bar by like that much or something, because the number of times I've clicked on adamantine ballista arrows, I like permanently have adamantine ballista arrows queued up. It's not a problem. It doesn't break anything, but man, I wish it was a little bit taller. But Slice and Dice, yeah, that's a cool game. I've watched a little bit of Tonehack play that, and a little bit of Celerity play that. Yeah, it's like the game just like automatically is assigning adamantine ballista arrows to troll me at this point. You know, the other thing we might just need more some dedicated brewers. Can the plates break when they get launched out of the minecart shotgun? Yes and no. So traps can jam. So like traps, right? Like just normal traps. Traps can jam and stuff can fall out of traps and have to be reconstructed. But to my knowledge, discs can't break when fired out of a shotgun. To my knowledge. I might be wrong, though. Because it's the trap that breaks, which just causes the trap to fall apart. I know Gobbo get launched when hit with minecarts. Here's the thing about minecarts, though, right? Big creatures, so like mounts. So like humans, they sometimes show up on horses. Goblins sometimes send ogres. Those stop minecarts. So if you're using cart grinders, which are the spins and circle minecart technique, while effective, it's very effective until it's not, because something could just like bump into it and just stop it, which is kind of funny. So here's the thing. Do you like it when your dwarves leave clothing everywhere, Jestridge? Do you like it when they leave items everywhere? If so, then yeah, it doesn't matter. Just put a bed in there. If you want them to store their items, let's see if I can find one. With stuff in it that's been there for a bit. A lot of these are pretty recent. You see, this one has a tunic in it, right? So when they get new clothing, they will put their old clothing in their cabinet. To recount what happened, it seems like a rotten slayer killed a bunch of people and disappeared. Click on the combat logs if they're still there, and then read through the combat logs. Or alternatively, you could retire your fortress and go into adventure mode and take a look that way. I'm also gonna need more of these, so better get to it. Are we ready to read a master log? So logs disappear after half of a year. Every 6 months, all the logs disappear. But the only way to read a master log would be legends. Can you select and dump all the old clothing? If you go up to here, stocks menu. Although most of my old clothing is hidden because it's in the cabinets, which acts like a stockpile. So if I just go to footwear, let's say footwear, search by X, and then go to footwear, it'll find me those two. These are two that are not in a bin and that are not in a dwarf's possession, that are just lying around somewhere, and I could just click the dump button and they will just chuck them into my garbage text. That sounds really annoying, Vindaslayer, but hey, if it works. I feel like that would drive me insane, but... Alright, I need a proper, like, clothing industry setup, which I do not have currently. No, we could do clothing industry over here. A little bit out of the way, but that's fine. So you actually accidentally deleted your depot and all the items from the traders are on the ground, and they left before you could get a new one erected. So if you do that, they consider that stolen. So all of those items are stolen. If it was your home faction, you're probably fine. They'll come back next year, but they'll bring less stuff. If they're an enemy faction that doesn't like you, they might invade you or go to war with you next year. And if they are a faction that you are on generally good terms with, they'll just bring less stuff next year. It's a pretty common oopsie. Non-stop food. Non-stop. That dwarf just really likes food. That dwarf wants to keep all of his favorite food. Can't keep a dwarf away from his favorite type of sandwich, if you know what I'm saying. What type of dwarf are you? Potter. Oh boy. Are you going to make me make a kiln? You better not make me make a fucking kiln. I swear to God, if this dwarf makes me make a kiln, I'm gonna be pissed. Oh, okay, never mind. It's claimed a forge. We can be friends, dwarf. It's happening in Jeff's fort. Dwarf really likes food. What can I say? Out of drinks? Yeah, we're working on it. Like I said, we're working on it. Also, maybe I did. I do not have the appropriate ingredients. That's funny. Okay, I need to jump up to the surface and do this again. I've been following chat too much. Not paying enough attention to the game. But yeah, I need to expand my farming setup. This isn't the best surface area for gathering stuff. Not too much to gather there. Let's just butcher a bunch of animals so that at the very least we have food sitting around. Actually, hold on. Bring some of these. Some of these. And some of those. Buy a bunch of fruit and veg off them. Is there a way to store ore in containers? Nope. You got to make them into bars, and then you can store it in containers. I mean, we've got plenty of food. Food's not the problem. You know, it's funny. Dwarf Fortress just got the biggest quality of life update it's ever gotten. And people still just keep saying, man, this would be a great quality of life update. Like, I completely agree. I just want Zach and Tarn to take a month off. Like, just let those guys, at least 2 weeks, let them just enjoy the holiday season up until, like, New Year's, and then we'll start pestering them about stuff that we want again. Because, yes, things can always be improved, and I completely agree. But I think they should just take a break for a bit. No holiday, only patch. I mean, knowing Tarn, he'll probably do that anyway, but... Make Putnam do it? Bruh. No, absolutely. They certainly have. But they're proven that they're ready and willing to improve stuff. I always wanted to try buying wooden stuff from the elves and then selling it back to the elves and see what they do. Because I'll be honest, I've never tried doing that. In like thousands of hours of time in this game, I've never once tried buying wooden stuff from the elves and then selling it back to the elves. I have a feeling it would be the exact same outcome, and they wouldn't be super thrilled. A black diamond altar. Ooh. Gimme. It's grown wood, so it's fine. Sure, but like, do they react positively to that? Because I don't actually know. I was also buy the clothing. I don't need to sell them as much stuff as I thought I did. Trade. There we go. Well, they should be brewing drinks from plants. Should be. Clearly not. All right. Game if you insist. What kind of dwarf do you want, Bastet? Only accept 100% free range, cage free, grass fed wood. To be fair, that's the same for me except with beef. Why is there a guinea pig here? Why is there a starving guinea pig in my fort? Who keeps bringing goddamn guinea pigs into my forts? I was about to say, and who brought the stupid reindeer? But obviously it's because it's the holidays. Also, before you tell me, chat, I'm aware it was the last microwave. Animal trainer? I got hunters and caretakers. To give you a caretaker. Had a herd of guinea pigs and it's becoming a problem. Should geld them all. Overlord? I think. I wanted to read that as Overlord, but. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Bastet is gripped by crippling shyness, and she's easily moved to mercy, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She tends to be a bit tight and stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she likes to take it easy. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And my phone just sent me a dangerous weather alert. That's good to know. And she prefers to present herself modestly, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She likes to take it easy, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She tends to avoid crowds, and she doesn't seek out excitement, and she tries to get her things done perfectly. She personally believes war is preferable to peace in general. Shitty copper short sword. What a good decision, dwarf. Hold on, I'm just looking at this weather alert. Oh yeah, there's multiple tutorials, and there's many over the years. You put a web on the cage trap, and then they fall into it. It's a bug that's been in the game for, like, as long as I've played. It's an accepted mechanic, though. There's probably several tutorials. Not that I have any interest in doing that, though. That's silly. I'd rather fight forgotten beasts. Cowards trap beasts! Unless you're, like, trapping it in a room to enslave it to do things for your bidding. That's fun. Anyway, Burr, the potter, has created Keluth Luthon, a copper short sword, and offers it to the humble tombs. Thank you. Anyway, she dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Bastet also prefers orthoclase bronzed dedric, agate, and bitter orange wood, green glass and hemp fabric, and hatch covers and blue peafowls for their enormous fantails, and sorghum for their beer. And alert, what's that? A dwarf's been found dead? Oh no. And likes potato plants and raspberry wine, and finds rats. Why have you been found dead? What time of year is it? Mid-spring? Where are you? Oh, that's not good. Where's your, oh, is there an agitated camel? Let's kill this agitated camel. Camel be zooming. Oaken polished. It's now a named agitated camel. Get him, dwarves. Get him. Kick it off. Beat him to death. It's just a camel. Come on. Holy shit, this is taking a lot of dwarves. Well, they got him. I think the impressive thing about this camel is that it's just a corpse and it's not mangled. It's not a were-camel, it's just a camel. We managed to lose a dwarf off of that. That's a shame. Get up there and punch his humps off. Is clearly the correct thing to say. Camel hunting is a dangerous game. I believe it. I would believe it, yeah. Uh-oh, what's that? What's going on? I'm sorry, what? What? There's a second one? What else is agitated? Oh, there's a bunch of agitated camels. Well, that's not good. They're mad that I'm harvesting all this food from the surface, clearly. Anger camels. Oh, violence is usually the answer when it comes to anger animals. Oh, pff, they killed a kid. Well, that's good. Here come the military. I'm sure that they will get a kick out of these camels. Be getting close to being done with harvesting all these plants anyway. Better than my entire military losing their eyesight. I mean, camels, Angie camels are the hump of death. I would say. So you guys go kill this one. Camels are pretty mean, too. Like having to fight with a large horse. I'm sure these elves are very much enjoying witnessing this violence. All right, well, let's get back underground. Is there any point to having a food bring into a guild hall? You know, there's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress where it's like, is there a point to it? Sure. Do you need to do it? No. Do you need to do that? Absolutely not. Is there a point to it? Sure. Making food and drink more accessible to dwarves that hang out in the guild hall. Do you need to do it? No. Is there a point to it? Yeah, it makes food and drink more accessible to the people who hang out in the guild hall. So there's difficult questions in Dwarf Fortress, right? When you ask, is there a point to this? Yeah. Do you need to do it? No. Can you do it? Yeah. It's like, is there a point to building a 240 tall glass tube and then filling it up with lava? Absolutely not. Can you do it? Yeah. Have I done it? Maybe. And that's, you know, it's part of Dwarf Fort, you know? Do you want to do it? No? Okay, don't. Do you want to do it? Yeah. Okay, then do it. Have fun. Is it a good idea? It's not a bad idea. How about a lava waterfall? That might be a bad idea. But might also look really cool, so profit? I don't see a problem. There are worse ideas. Exactly. There you go. That's the way to think about it. But the thing about Dwarf Fortress is, like, the limit to Dwarf Fortress is your own creativity. And if you want to be super creative and make something weird, wacky, wonderful, and wild, as I like to say, go hamsters. Do you think it's a good idea? Sure, try it. Experiment, have fun, mess around. There is no strict meta in Dwarf Fortress that works, right? Almost anything will work. Almost anything. And that's why this game's fun, is because is something a good idea? Maybe. Do you need to do it? Sure. Do you have to do it? Probably not. And at that point, the limit is your own ingenuity and imagination. Yeah, I guess like the actual answer to this question is this, right? And this is a very old piece of footage of Dwarf Fortress. But it's one of my favorite pieces of footage of Dwarf Fortress. This is a video that was uploaded, let's look at the upload date, 6 years ago. Admittedly, this is a little bit sped up. This is Armok Invaders. This is a Turing-complete port of Space Invaders playable entirely in Dwarf Fortress. Yes, it runs at like 1 frame per minute and a half or so. But I mean, why not? Or probably this, actually. Boom, Jaha. Probably this. You know, go make whatever you want. Just wait until it gets to the end. The end bit's great. Oh no. YouTube, please. YouTube, please. YouTube, what? There you go. See? Game over. So, yeah. No, I mean, do what you want. Really. And impress some people. With ASCII, you don't know what you're looking at? They're drawbridges and levers. That's the simple way to put it. They're drawbridges and levers. I always thought that they were drawbridges. I thought they were drawbridges and floodgates. But maybe they're hatches. I don't know. Hatches would make more sense. I just want someone to make a playable Sandstorm music video. Because honestly, that is my favorite, like, Factorio crime, was that person who made Sandstorm function. There's something about that that's just gorgeous. It's like the internet hitting peak internet, you know? Speaking of, I should probably put a booze and food stockpiles in my tavern. You wanted to try it for years, but the interface was a big no-no for you, and then you came out at some point at this price point is just meh. You bought it and refunded it twice, and you have such huge buyer's remorse each time. I get it. It's probably not friendly enough for your ADHD, making it painfully hard to learn the game. Your mind just drifts away, and you can't focus. I mean, maybe it's not for you. I mean, here at the end of the day, in order to get into Dwarf Fortress, you kind of need to want to get into Dwarf Fortress. And if you don't want to get into Dwarf Fortress, that's fine. That's why other games exist, you know? And, like, I say that as somebody who loves this game, and I want other people to love this game. But, like, if it's not for you, that's okay. I build them. If you build them, then they can't be stolen. Igor Dumbra? But yeah, I mean, obviously people can help you, but if you have huge buyer's remorse, I mean, learning Dwarf Fortress is no more or less difficult than learning any other big strategy game, right? Like, it's no worse than learning Crusader Kings. It's no worse than sitting down and learning Europa Universalis. I would argue it's no worse than sitting down and learning Civilization. Your first 3 games of Civ, you have no fucking idea what you're doing. And that's, like, part of the fun of learning Civ, is sitting down and having no idea what the fuck you're doing and then slowly learning it. I can't just, like, push a button and bang, make you willing to learn the game, right? FOMO's stupid. Fuck off with FOMO. Like, honestly, just don't worry about that shit. Also, I would say, there's this other third of the game that is missing from this version of the game right now, right? Adventure mode. It's a single-player RPG, right? In the same worlds that you generate. And also remember that Dwarf Fortress is a game that you don't even need to play. Like, I did an 11-hour stream once of just me sitting here and reading Legends. Don't even play the Fortress mode. Just read Legends for a bit. You know? Also, the free version's out again. So you could go read Legends in that. It's just text. Works fine in ASCII. Do I have a VOD of that? There's quite a few of them from over the years. That particular VOD that I'm referencing, I don't know what it would be named. It would be like a 2021 sometime. When it goes on sale? I think that KitFox has stated it's not going to go on sale for 2 years plus. And it might not even go on sale when Adventure Mode comes out. You know, it's a $30 game, right? And this is a game that can't go on sale frequently because it's never going to get DLC, right? So because it's a game that's never going to get DLC, Lazy Noob Pack isn't updated to the most recent version Molecular, so that's not really a relevant statement. It should be, they should be charging more on that. And as far as I'm concerned, $30 for a video game is absurdly cheap. Like, when you compare it to the only real direct competition for a similar-ish game on Steam, which is RimWorld, which I don't even think is good competition, to buy all of RimWorld currently costs how much? And it's on sale. How much is all of RimWorld? And I mean, like, all of the DLC. RimWorld is, let's see, $34 for the base game, and that's on sale. Plus another $112 in DLC. Granted, okay, that's including 2 soundtracks and your name in the game. So I guess subtract, what, $40? It's like $80 in DLC. That's expensive. Dwarf Fortress being $30 is... You know, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, which is a dumb name to call that game twice, is $76.49 full price. That's not even the big pack. The big pack here in Canada is $103.99. Plus there's, like, you know, you can buy in-game points, and let's not even talk about this garbage. So, like, you know, just live your life. Play the games you enjoy playing. And if a game's not for you, that's fine. Oh, hey, forgot me. That is $30, and we will have dev support until we don't die, pretty much. So in defense, people who stay away from Dwarf Fortress does this massive learning curve. For people who have the difficulty in learning, it's not a difficult game. It just takes a long time. And I don't think you should generalize that much, Zach Quicksilver. Like, 2 of my teammates have, like, incredibly spastic ADHD, and they're both loving this game, so. Died of thirst because you did not know plump helmets are used for, and also cooking by default. You went swimmingly because you had a success in the outdoors each game, and then things went dry and your stocks melted in no time, and then you ended up and you noticed it way too late, and the plump helmets was gone. Yeah, it happens. But this is fun. The Forgotten Beast, Arishu Anaxutur, has come. An enormous, skinless iguanodon. It has long curly tails and a bloated body. Beware, it's fire. All right, what layer is it on? Pause. Where is it? Okay. Okay, so we can't fight it on this layer. If we fight it on this layer, it will just kill us. We need the dwarves to get the fuck out of Dodge. You're 170 hours in, and you feel like you understand most of it now. Only thing you need to tackle is the advanced stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'd say this game has about a 10-hour learning curve, which isn't crazy. But for some people, that's pretty crazy. For me, that's fine. It might kill my goose, chat. Bad news. I don't... I'm worried about this one, I'll be honest. We need to pull this lever. Eve is a much harder game to learn because it requires acknowledging the existence of other human beings. This game doesn't. Oh, that's part of the reason why we're having such mental problems is because there's a dead skeleton right there. Shotgun time? I'm gonna try to. I don't know if we'll pull it off, though. The Ugly Spit is his full title. The Ugly Spit. We'll see if I can make it work. Cool, the militaries have made it. Other dwarves have made it. Door's locked. Oh, someone's fighting with it. One of my wrestlers is fighting with it? Oh, I know, that's an agitated two-humped camel. Never mind. Totally different. Why is that cat going out there? Dude, get back into the fort, you idiot. Wouldn't we all love to be the slayer of the Ugly Spit? Okay, never mind. It is fighting with it. Yeah, the Forgotten Beast is winning. Wait, hold up. Okay, so there's a smoking dwarf right there. And that's his upper leg. Apparently he had a strawberry plant roast with him. Well, there he is. Let's see if we can actually hit this thing. This may require some shenanigans for pathing, but we'll see if we can hit it. Run, dwarves. Oh no, you're dead. Stack good. Be a hero. I believe. Dodges 2 blasts, gets caught on fire. He's on fire. He's on fire! Not good. It can't be good. All right, you know, actually, let's do this. Let's assign a few extra dwarves to this. Because I need them to book it up there and pull that. But I can lock these doors to delay it. It's fighting with the dwarf. Okay, we do have some dwarves coming to push the track vehicle. But we need to follow the critter. We need to see where he's going. Okay, he's in the right spot now. He's also bleeding a ton. He's got heavy bleeding. We check his injuries. That dwarf did some damage to him, if nothing else. Overview. No, I always lose this. Description, there it is. He's weak and susceptible to disease. Okay, so he's bleeding. Its head is melted. Oh, that's not good for it. All right, well, let's slam both of these shut and see if I can make him back up a little bit. Yeah, and then he backs up. Wait until he gets to about where the body is. Let's unlock both of these. DF doesn't have shotguns. I'm abusing a bug. I need a dwarf to get up here. Do we see them yet? Okay, that's our first puller. Merc Domalith, thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. You'll see some shotguns in a second here. Chat, get ready to clip. You run forward. Lock both of these. There goes. Well. Got him. Woo! Perfect. Excellent. Somebody clip that. Are those coins? No, those are serrated glass discs. And just for insult to injury, might as well wait for the others to go off. That's 2. Where's 3? Come on. Yeah, I might as well pause the rest. We don't need to fire the other 2. Oh, I didn't even set them to fire. They're empty anyway. You, and now I can go up into here. I can pause all 3 of these. We can get them back to loading. All right, so let's look at that combat log, right? So the Forgotten Beast fights with the wrestler, beats up the wrestler, and then fights with that Hammer Dwarf, rips the Hammer Dwarf apart, and then strikes the Forgotten Beast in the lower arm through the fat and the pigtail dress, which is on fire, which is what the exclamation points mean. And then the Forgotten Beast attacks the Hammer Dwarf, which he rolls away, and then the serrated glass disc strikes it in the right upper arm, fracturing the bone. An artery has been opened by the attack. The serrated silver disc strikes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body, tearing the muscle. The serrated glass disc strikes the Forgotten Beast in the upper leg, tearing the fat. The serrated glass disc strikes the Forgotten Beast in the left lower leg, tearing the fat, and etc. All the way down, and then the Forgotten Beast loses hold of the pigtail sock because apparently he stole a pigtail sock from somebody. And then the serrated silver disc strikes the Forgotten Beast in the right artery, as opened by the attack, and yada 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 yada, right down to here. What a perfect time to have joined the stream. You're damn right. Got him. I'm so happy that worked. Oh my god. Look at how many discs hit him. I almost feel bad. Yeah, you got decapitated at the very bottom. Look at how many hit him. I guess it's like hitting the broadside of the barn because those guys are big, but like, wow. That's not a war crime, that's a wild animal. It's like saying killing a bear is a war crime. God. Well, I guess we can let the military go back to their thing now. If it had lived after that, I would have complained. All right, so we had a dwarf die right here. What was the name of that hammer dwarf? Stockpile. I think that Stockpile deserves their own slab. But the reason I think Stockpile deserves their own slab, I don't actually know if we know that Stockpile died yet. DAT. Okay, this dwarf. So this dwarf died. I think this dwarf's memorial needs to be put near that trap, you know? And that wrestler also died. So I think that wrestler needs to be in a similar spot. Wrestler. Maybe behind a glass window or something? The last name. Uxuzas. This one. I think. Oh no, that's the name of the Forgotten Beast. I'm reading the wrong thing. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't let me search for that. S-T-I-N? S-T-I-N? Yeah, okay. Well, we'll engrave that one too later. I just can't search for it currently. I don't feel like going through the list. The glass windows will get toppled though, so I'd have to do it on the upper level. Oh, there it is. He could also just get a coffin, because he didn't hold it off at the last line, and this dwarf here put up a much bigger fight, I think. Oh, sorry, chat, but we hit a cat. We also hit a cat. So, actually, someone go check that, go check the clip. Did we actually hit the cat? Hold on, I'm scrolling up here. I gotta find out. Did we actually hit the cat? Or did the cat burn? The cat might have burned. It might not have been related. I can't see it. Would have been around here, wouldn't it? Or was it like just off screen? It's a stray cat, so I can't give it a tomb. I could make a statue of it. I mean, actually, here's what we could do. To make an engraving down there, can I? Choose what the engraving is going to be? Guess not. Maybe they'll make an engraving of the cat. This is an engraving dedicated to this cat that died. Regardless of what it ends up being. You think it's smoldering? This object is heavily worn. Yeah, it was probably on fire if it's heavily worn. Should load the minecart with a statue of a cat. I mean, I could just have a minecart loaded with statues of cats. I could do that. Also, this needs to have 0 bins in it, by the way. Bins do explode and stuff flies out of them, but they're less effective. It's like an alt fire. It's like a scatter shot instead of just a shotgun shell. I am not muted. So if chat, am I muted? Can you not hear me? Press 1 if you can hear me, or just at the person who said no mic. Umbrella Fox. We can hear you. All right, there we go. See? Not muted. Audio's fine? Yay! Orb! Yes, exactly. Is it possible for you have speakers in you have ghosts? Is it possible to have a ghost fort? What, like, just have ghosts in your fort? Absolutely possible. Is it a good idea? No, not. So, there was one example that I saw of somebody who was playing Dwarf Fort, and they never memorialized ghosts. They just let all of the ghosts get super angry and exist everywhere, right? Which on the surface sounds like a bad thing, right? And it kind of is. However, they stated that after a while, a bunch of their dwarves went insane and they dealt with a bunch of tantrum spirals. But after a good long while of just like this forced exposure to the undead, their ghosts started to become friends with the dead dwarves, which I think is insanity. So maybe it sounds painful. To me, like, I think having a ghost fort would be a really good idea if you were majority, that's not a word, majority a, like, zombie/necromancer fort, where they don't feel anything anyways. The issue with ghosts is they scar people and scare people. So if you can get around the scarring and scaring part, you could do that. We'll have to try that at some point. You can have necromancers? Absolutely. Mm-hmm. You can teach your dwarves the secrets of life and death organically by simply finding a fancy book on the subject and putting it in your library. Or you can just have them migrate to your fort naturally, which sometimes they just do. And necromancers are just perfectly normal dwarves with weird habits and hobbies, so they're putting all this stuff in this stockpile and then they're loading them into the minecarts. Remember, that was one that we fired. And by the time this project is done, we're going to have 4 shots. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know if you can actually... So if you deconstruct a coffin, it removes the body from it. So I don't know if you could load a coffin with a body in it into a minecart. I don't think so. How many discs? I think it's based on weight. I think a lot. It's either 156 or it's based on weight. What triggers the minecarts to start moving? A dwarf kicks it. I could set them up to be powered and then trigger them with a pressure plate, but this is just a very simple setup because I don't have access to power, so I just get a dwarf to run down here and kick it. I could maybe build rollers underneath them, but I'd have to rebuild the brake system at the beginning because currently they're set to be high brakes. You would like to schedule holidays? So schedule holidays. Check the time of year. Make a burrow where they're forced to hang out. I've done this in forts. Make a burrow called holiday or break time or something. Designate only the tavern and the temples and their bedrooms or whatever they need. And maybe all winter, every winter, lock them all in the tavern. There you go. Scheduled holiday. You used to always have a tunnel that would be open to your base, and that's where you'd put any dead invaders, and eventually you'd get to critical mass where future invaders would get terrified before they got to the end of the tunnel. Yeah, that doesn't quite work. I mean, characters in Dwarf Fortress are a lot more resilient than in RimWorld. However, because the PTSD is permanent in Dwarf Fortress, unlike in RimWorld, that doesn't work as effectively. But, like, you could certainly make enemies go insane using other methods. And by other methods, I mean, like, other methods. Just got your first parenting? Congrats! Also, chat, I just want to say, the Dwarf Fortress directory needs to get to 69,000 followers. We're at 68.3 thousand followers. It was at, like, 49,000 for, like, a decade. Well, the thing is, everything that happens in a dwarf's life in Dwarf Fortress could theoretically become a permanent impact to them. Theoretically, could become a permanent impact. So, because anything could have permanent ramifications, you have to be careful what you do. And this could be anything from like, oh no, I ate a great, or yay, I ate a great meal, or oh no, I saw a dead body, right? Also, speaking of just views and follows and things, I just want to say thank you, chat. You know, like, things have slowed down quite a bit since the initial launch of Dwarf Fortress, but the stats on this stream have been steady, pretty much. Like, today's a little bit lower, but it's fucking Christmas. But, like, we've been steadily holding at, like, a 900 average viewers for every stream, and that's crazy. I mean, that's pretty rare, John Ed. Like, very rare for a dwarf to actually be happy that they saw a corpse. But every now and again, you'll see dwarves that have morbid satisfaction. And, like, morbid satisfaction upon beating somebody or seeing a dead body can happen, but is extremely rare and difficult to pull off. Also, Dr. Ops, thanks for the Prime sub. I was just doing some research on a thing somebody just sent me. Also, somebody just died, I think? What just happened? Oh, snatchers. That's fine. They'll get chased away by my geese. Or they'll fight with something. Oh, there's one dead. And 2 dead. Actually, let's do this. Hold on. Can a hammer dwarf execute someone simultaneously, have a good thought about exercising judgment and a bad thought about seeing a dead dwarf? Oh yeah, also horrified at having to kill somebody, you know? Which is why you have to be pretty picky about who becomes the executioner if you happen to have that happening. Although executions don't generally happen, for lack of a better term. They generally don't. It's just like, you know, often vampires will get scarred. How did those enemies get into the hole? They walked in the front door and into the fort. I'm sorry, what? Oh, there's an agitated rotten camel right here. Do they have set hall work orders? Yeah, they should be set to handle outdoors refuse. There's just too much going on right now. And they're still putting all these away. That's the one big problem with this trap setup, is it takes a billion years for them to put it all away. I think I'm getting old, chat. I don't understand why people use cringe unironically in a sentence. It's so strange to me. At least in the context that people use it these days. Like, I get it, language changes and whatnot, and it makes sense, but it always weirds me out when I see it. I'm just like, really? People say that? Is it possible to do a surface base only playthrough? Oh, absolutely. Has its own unique challenges to digging underground. I guess custodes. I suppose. Maybe. But that might also just give the enemies a direct route into my fort. Cringe as an adjective is just strange to me. But, you know, like I said, I think I'm just getting old. I've grown to tolerate certain words that kids like over time, so... I'm not even that old. I'm 28, so I don't even have an excuse. What is it that my stupid mare is banned? What do you... No backpacks. Okay, that's fine. Don't export backpacks, chat room. Hear that? No backpacks exporting. If anybody asks you what you can export, do not say backpacks. Backpacks are illegal. Do not export backpacks. Doesn't even matter the context, you know? Somebody's asking you about shipping stuff across the border in a completely irrelevant, actual, real-life country. Don't export backpacks. It's against the law. You can't export backpacks. No time. Never. Unallowed. Well, if you disobey the export bans, it pisses off your person in charge, and your captain of the guard will run around beating a bunch of random dwarves, blaming them for the crime, is what it does. Which is, admittedly, kind of hilarious. But it's one of those things that can cause a fortress to fall because it will piss certain dwarves off exceptionally heavily. Other dwarves will also be offended on behalf of the person in charge. So, like, let's just say you have a bunch of dwarves that value the law, whether player likes it or cares about it or not. Those dwarves will get mad. Holy shit. That's an expensive minecart. Because it is containing 500 items. 500! Wow, that's a lot of discs. Speaking of discs, am I still making discs? I should make more. Nope, we're not making discs. Chat, we have a problem. We're not making discs. So, 1,500 discs it is. more serrated glass discs, friends! Oh no, agitated ibex. Well, that's good. Pandasaurus Rex. What kind of dwarf do you want? While we splat these ibex into pieces. Glass discs are very light, yes. And they're also extraordinarily sharp. A lady dwarf? Can just have the name Rex. No job preference then? I'll find you somebody who isn't pissed. This ranger seems happy. Who's meditating on fish right now? I nod, aka Rex, the ranger. 73 years old, a rusty animal trainer, and a dabbling weaponsmith. Is lonely after being away from family for too long. Well, that's unfortunate. Do you have family in the area? Nope, just friends and some passing acquaintances. Dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. She can handle stress and she can sometimes act without deliberation. She is currently more shameless and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She tries to do things correctly each time and she is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept. This one I'm just going to stab to death. Yeah, that's the translation for her last name. Alien Slayer, yep. But you forgot the doohickey above the I. All right, so meanwhile, I will come back and finish reading her dwarf. Please remind me if I forget. Chat, remind me if I forget. The Forgotten Beast, Uker, Nalithosorek, has come. A great three-eyed alligator. It has 3 short horns, and it appears to be emaciated. Its dark scarlet scales are close set. Beware! Its poisonous bite. The most poisonous of bite. All right, let's find out where this Crocomagokit is. Meanwhile, more giant agitated multi-humped things are spawning. All right, so, oh, it's kind of cute. It does actually have 3 eyes, too. Get him! I'm sure they can kill it. This isn't too bad. Just poisonous bite. Just don't get bit, forehead. All right, chat, don't blink. It might end quickly. I don't even know if we're going to be able to trade with the traders. All right, so the dwarves have jumped into combat with the thing. As for combat, Kyre Asylum is fighting. Let's see how Kyre is doing. The wrestler attacks the agitated... Oh, that's the agitated ibex. Okay, let's jump down to the Forgotten Beast. The Forgotten Beast, the Hammerlord punches the Forgotten Beast in the upper eyelid, bruising it. So we hit first. Good for us. The Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the left rear leg with his silver warhammer, fracturing the bone. The Hammerlord punches the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with his right hand, bruising the muscle. The Hammerlord then bashes the Forgotten Beast in the left lower body with his warhammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. The Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with his silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and fracturing the guts and the right false ribs. Why am I making so many discs? So is it for trade value? I'm sure chat already told you, but I am abusing a very, 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 very old physics bug in the game and using them to make shotguns. I'm using them as part of my defenses. Long story short, is why we're making 1,500 discs. That and also because we want to put all the music that we downloaded on LimeWire onto discs so that I can play it in the car. I don't own a car. I do still have burnable discs, though, for some reason. I don't even have a disk drive in this computer. Anyway, this got off topic. Let's read about this beast. This Swords Dwarf slashes the Forgotten Beast in the neck with her iron short sword, tearing the muscle. The Hammerlord then bites the I mean, it's the one with the poisonous bite there. The swords, the Hammerlord then, where was it? Bites the Forgotten Beast in the right rear foot, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. The Hammerlord latches on firmly. The Hammerlord then bashes the Forgotten Beast in the left front leg with his silver warhammer, fracturing the bone. The Spear Dwarf then slashes, or Swords Dwarf slashes the Forgotten Beast in the right rear leg. Seems like we're winning, if I had to guess. Heavy bleeding. If we look at the critter itself, although we should actually stack our military again. We do need to up their stuff again. Description, there it is. He is rarely sick. Well, that's good to know. Three-eyed alligator. Relies on the advice of others during decision-making. Well, that's sad. You don't have others. Is it still alive, or did they get it? Nope, it's still alive. Dwarves are on top of the thing. It's winded, and it has heavy bleeding. Got many dwarves that are terrified. In the midst of conflict, I must press on. Wulbach is terrified. Wicta says, oh, where is Dolmas? I cannot give in to sadness. Someone lost a friend, but is satisfied remembering learning about kicking. This is a fight. I'm not scared. Is terrified, though. This is my fight, too. This might require an answer. Has the tide turned? I feel no terror. I have improved my fighting. This is, and she is terrified while in conflict, but satisfied upon improving fighting. And we got it. After a little bit of bashing. It's a very heavy crocodile head. What a shame. Who got the killing blow? Well, the humans are fighting with giant two-humped camels on the surface. Militia captain bites the Forgotten Beast in the upper body, tearing them up. Please tell me you bit it to death. Please tell me that you bit it to death. Just please. The militia cap. What's the name of the militia captain? Was Eustoth. This guy. My name. This dwarf. No, okay. That wasn't the bite that got it. But man, that would have been very funny. Is that the name of it? Euchre? Okay, so Geshud got it. Geshud got it. They trained for this? Oh, they've been practicing biting for years. It's a very respected dwarven art form. All right, we should do some trading up here. All right, well, let's import, maybe not all that cloth, but let's definitely import the meat, the fish, plants, leaves and fruit, leaves and fruit, leaves and fruit, capers, the cheeses. Am I just like buying out their whole thing? It's just the bins of cloth that I can't buy all of. All right, well, that's fine. You decided to do something new for your latest embark. You wanted to make an obsidian casting room. Okay. That's actually a really good way to play this game. Is every single embark you do something new. Try and do something you haven't done before. Try and build a minecart shotgun. Try and make magma forges. Try and make a magma flow. Try and make an artificial volcano eruption. Try and defend from actual volcano eruptions. Forget that you're watching a stream and you try to pause to grab a drink. You know, I back when I used to watch a lot of RimWorld, I used to AFK watch a lot of streams, and I would find myself trying to pause to then read something. I'll bet you this game has that effect on people too. What, for stuff to do? You know, it's funny. So chat, in my Discord, the other night, I made a room called DF Help and Questions. I think that we need to just have like a theme in that room where it's just like, looking for something to do? We'll give you suggestions. Because I think that like that's actually a really good way to get better at playing Dwarf Fortress and get the most out of Dwarf Fortress. And this is actually one reason why I can't wait for the game to have achievements. And there's some old guard members of the Dwarf Fortress community that are like, achievements, nobody gives a shit. But in reality, I think achievements are going to be super helpful for Dwarf Fort, purely because it's going to give you lists of shit to do. A bot that spits a exclamation point idea and just bang, gives you a thing. That's not a real command. But join my Discord, exclamation point Discord, or use the join code BLIND, B-L-I-N-D, and jump in that room. Should be fun. Also, I just realized I forgot to tweet that I posted I was live today. On my Discord. I'm good at this. There's gonna be one person who's like, I didn't know you were live! And I'll be like, I'm sorry. It's okay though, Twitter doesn't need my traffic. Back from family things. Hopefully family things went well. Alright, no, that's probably the last one we can bring. There it is. That's the last one. It's a pretty hefty profit, but hey, we're getting better. Hate this weather outside. I don't know what your weather's like, but it's like there's about that much snow outside and it's raining and it's above freezing outside. It's awful out there. Actually, I'm going to go peek out the window and see. Also, Zombie Mike, Merry Christmas. Okay, so I sort of lied. There's way less rain out there than there was, and there's also way less snow out there than there was. I didn't choose the box, I chose the skin. That was intentional. All right, so we don't need to trade anymore. Have a Twitch chat up on the screen, shocking off the last 2 minutes. I mean, I've been doing a bad job reading chat today, I'm not gonna lie. But how you doing today, Stone? How's your holiday festive season doing? Being sick sucks. Yeah, that is absolutely true. I just realized that my captain of the guard doesn't actually have a dining room, so we should give him a dining room. As one assigned, I just need to set it up. It's this. This is supposed to be the captain of the guard's dining room. For a second there, I thought this child was in prison. They're just hanging out, trying to attend a meeting. I'm not gonna lie, having this fucking vampire as my mayor is really annoying. Like, life would be so much easier if we just didn't have him as my mayor. I mean, it would be a shame if we just didn't have him as my mayor anymore. I mean, like, what do you think, Chad? I'm starting to realize that part of the reason my dwarves are getting upset is because he can't do his job properly because he's in prison all the time. They let him out of prison, and he just fucking melts him. I thought there was a way to make him not your mayor anymore. There used to be. There isn't anymore. They seem to have removed that feature. Not even joking. I'm pretty sure they've just removed that feature. I mean, this is a way to make him not my mayor anymore. I don't want a dude that can't do his job properly as a mayor. So no, this person is not chained. This is a person who wants to speak with him. I tried to set this as his office, but it just doesn't work that way. So chat, we're going to do this as an in-chat vote. I'm not going to do an actual poll. Yeah, I do need to finish reading your Dwarf Pandasaurus. We're going to do this as an in-chat poll while I read Pandasaurus's description. And if it goes towards burn, we'll burn. If it goes towards not burn, we won't burn. So chat, if you want me to burn him, type in the word burn. Or keep. Burn or keep. Burn or keep. I'll even name him Yule Log first. Burn the witch. All right, it's burning. We are burning him. We are certainly burning him. All right, where's Pandasaurus? No, don't you insult the good name of Bernie Cinders like comparing him to a vampire. Come on. Bernie Cinders is a good friend of all dwarves and only sometimes burns goblins accidentally. Or elves that happen to be close by. Good friend of mine, frankly. Why do you not search for ring, please? Okay, so apparently it doesn't sort nicknames properly. That's not good. Oh, wait, does it put all the nicknames at the top? Oh, that's interesting. If you sort by name, it puts all the nicknamed ones at the top. That's why I couldn't find it. I was just scrolling down like, why am I not seeing this? Did it, like, unname you? It might have. Oh, there you are. Anyway, let's finish reading your description. She dislikes discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples, and she can handle stress. She can sometimes act without deliberation, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She tries to do things correctly each time, and she's rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this, and she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she is curious and eager to learn, and she doesn't often feel envious of others. She is brave in the face of imminent danger and tends to be passive in discussions. She dreams of raising a family and personally believes that peace is always preferable to war and doesn't feel strongly about the law. She likes claystone and heliodor and crystal glass in the color dark green. Horses for their strength and snails for their shells and the sound of the silky wisp. And when possible, you prefer to consume giant king cobra. You like your food dangerous and whip wine. And you absolutely hate slugs. Your dad loves my tutorials. Well, tell him thank you from me. All right, so. And Quipva, thanks for the tier 1. Let's just make sure nobody goes in there. I'm glad you like your dwarf, Pandasaurus. Team Snail. Some dwarves hate snails. Some dwarves like snails for their shells, so. Framer was found dead? Oh, did the camels attack again? I think the camels attacked again. Well, we're going to need to deal with this. But first I need to deal with this mayor. It's cold and you're trapped inside with COVID. Time for some... Oh, geez, that sucks. He's just like... Sorry, but him just like... With that kind of look on his face is just hilarious to me. Did you start a new? Exclamation point last for it. But not today, no. This is still DeepOrb. As long, yeah, but they still need to be able to see the surface. And that counts as seeing the surface. I'm the first one who didn't butcher your name. Oh, I mean, thank you. There you go. Dorothy survived. All right, chat. F's for the mayor. It's time to get a new mayor. Goodbye. You've taken more lives than you're worth to us. And this means we don't need you anymore. Get out, you cursed creature. Be gone. You even took our Baron from us. Did he just move? Oh no, he moved out of the way. Look at that. Oh yeah, there he goes. Anyway, all right, so now the question is, who do they elect next? Who's the new mayor? Oh, one of my soldiers. Look at that. Dodok. Let's get to know our new mayor, shall we? And who opens up the door? Nobody, because it's locked. We'll just lock that door forever. It's not a reusable execution chamber. That's a one-time use execution chamber. Although I could make any of these into execution chambers if I needed to. Oh, I know he needs rooms. I'm just going to go find him first. I also, actually, what I need to do is I need to remove him from the military. We also just need to redo a bunch of our military anyway. Dodok. Because they can't do their jobs properly when they're in the military. Raffle! Thank you very much for the tier 1. Cheers. It's this dwarf. We're going to give it to somebody else. Actually going to refill these squads. Competent swords dwarf. With you. Competent hammer dwarf. Sweet. Down to the first squad. You're a peasant. Sure, have fun. All right, let's give the mayor his rooms. So the reason I want to have a functional mayor is because they need to be able to let upset dwarves cry on them. Otherwise, we're just never going to have happy dwarves. Because that's such an important part of keeping dwarves sane. Yep, you could hook a hatch up to a lever, but good luck convincing a vampire who's really, really hungry to not just go eat somebody and actually stand there. Which is why I just kind of said, fuck it. And did it that way. But yeah, you could do it that way. Bad Baduk, back at you. Happy holidays to yourself. We'll be on tomorrow too. Also, there's going to be a strange thing tomorrow, chat, for some of you. This channel has an annual tradition that we do every single year. On Christmas Day, I stream through Portal 1. So tomorrow morning, we will be doing a chunk of normal Dwarfy stuff, and then in the early afternoon, we're going to be playing through Portal 1. It should take me about 30 minutes. Maybe an hour, if I play slowly. Because I have 2 Portal tattoos. I like Portal. That are the only thing allowed in a stockpile. So you want to see a life hack? I'll show you a life hack. If you go into a stockpile, right, and you want to find something in the stockpile, and you're like, man, I can't find it. Just go up to the search function up here and type in sand. And then just skim through all this. You're like, man. Actually, well, I guess in this would be sand bag, right? I'm pretty sure it should just pop up under type. Okay, let's try making a new one, because it did work the other day. I swear this works. New stockpile. Accept. Custom. And. There it is. Apparently you can make coins out of sand. There it is. So sandbags. So just type in the thing that you want in there. Search for... Oh, did I misspell sand? That would do it, actually. You put a pressure plate on the same spot as a hatch? No. Apparently you can make ceramic coins. I didn't know that. So there you go. That's how you do it. That's the easiest way to find something. But obviously don't misspell it. Obviously I was doing that intentionally as part of the demonstration, definitely. Hey, most of the dwarves have quarters. All right. Let's see what the unhappy dwarves want. Let's see if we can work on this. We do have that one dwarf that I'm starting to think is just broken. But how are you? This dwarf just doesn't like getting attacked by giant camels. Is short for Saturday in Spanish? Well, today I learned. I don't speak Spanish, but... Merry Christmas, Anander. How are the kids handling it? What dwarf isn't broke? One that isn't that depressed? You know, somebody in chat suggested making a celebration. What time of year? Midsummer? What if we have a midsummer festival in this fortress? So in the midsummer festival, they're allowed in the tavern. They're allowed in their bedrooms. They're obviously allowed in the important rooms, such as the guild halls. They're obviously allowed in the library and in all their bedrooms. Mayor can have their space. I also need to expand to the main one, apparently. Temples. And then the last space that they need to be able to go to is the food stockpile. It's pretty important. That's it. We're also going to jump back over to Burrow 1. I'm just going to assign everything. All right, sweet. So, Burrow 4 is going to be called Summer Festival. We're going to assign all soldiers and all dwarves. And we're going to unpause it. Make sure that it's not paused. And we're also going to not allow them to leave to go gather stuff. Now the dwarves are in the summer festival. Everybody's just going to go socialize and hang out. Until the end of midsummer. Such a cool level. Thank you. It's actually pretty hot, my experience. But. And watching your new YouTube content, A+, keep up the good work. I will do my damnedest. Although I will say, scholarly potato, that the YouTube content is going to slow down. Because I'm only one person. I don't have an editor. I don't think I can I might be able to afford an editor now. I don't know. I need to do some budgeting in about 2 months and we'll figure it out. But I don't have an editor. I'm just one person and I do my damnedest, but there's only so much I can do. And I'm going to close this hatch on the surface. Don't mind the fact that there's 3 dead dwarves up here. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. There definitely isn't. Certainly isn't. We don't need to go get their bodies later. Is that a human? Yeah, it's a human. Okay, well. Yeah, I don't have the time. But, like, the thing is, I know what my income is right now. I don't know what my income is going to be in 3 months. Right? So... Theoretically, they could do well if they were presented well. Hire a $5 editor on Fiverr. So, unfortunately, poor doggy, I am one of those weirdos who believes that good money has to be paid for good labor. And if the labor is important and makes you money, you have to give them a fair wage regardless of where they live. So, I would rather quit this industry permanently and never work in this industry again than rip somebody off like that. So no, I would not hire a $5 editor on Fiverr. Weirdo? Yeah. Takes one to know one. So, I know that you're kidding. I just wanted to make that clear. Oh no! Laura's been missing for a week! Strange. That was my mare. Well, so we'll hang out until the end of Malachite. They're telling stories. Ooh, what story? How did I lose the mayor? I dumped lava on his head because he was a vampire? Oops. Oh, they're talking about the Farmers Guild forming. As someone that also makes money doing strange things on the... Why is there a camel in my fortress? Why is there an agitated camel in my fortress? Who let the agitated camel into the fortress? Oh, boy. Can't you see it's the festival? We don't have time for this trash. Get him. God damn it, you fucks. Can you... All right, hold up. Go kill the stupid camel. How did I assign you to kill him? I guess I didn't click confirm. Go get him. Anyway, back to the festival. How dare you disturb the very first ever festival? I have you know. Can you really call it a festival if there's no... Maybe customary camel killing is now part of the festival. This is just a sad dog hanging out next to it. Hey, Pappinsbit. Is your dwarf still alive? I can confirm your dwarf is in fact still alive because I just saw your name. There you are. You are socializing currently. And, short some clothing, apparently. But you do have a very developed sense of empathy, by the way. Good technical ability. You feel fondness when speaking with acquaintance and interested after watching a performance. And you didn't feel anything while in conflict, and you didn't feel anything when you saw a giant two-humped camel die. Of the hummus you just made? That's good. There's something really funny about the camel sprite there. Yeah. Why is the one flashing in the lava? Because the depth of it is constantly changing because I've drained most of it. So because of that, it's just like sloshing around on the surface. It's basically just waves. It's an artifact of the fact that Dwarf Fortress was, or is, still an ASCII game. I mean, if I swap it over to ASCII for a second, you can actually see the depth of it changing. Also, this is one thing where I think that the ASCII version is way clearer than the non-ASCII version. See those dwarves with the big red flashing down arrows? Those are depressed dwarves. To me, those are way more obvious than those little thought bubbles. It's way easier to tell which dwarf is depressed, in my opinion. Yes, the 7s are the layer below. Being a show me your ASCII, we have to play the game in ASCII for 5 minutes. Courtesy of Twitch chat. Good time for the festival, I think. Because I'm just letting them sit there until the end of Midsummer. So if I scroll down a layer, they're now orange because we're looking into them. If I scroll back a layer, we're looking down on them. So the dark kind of orange ones are the layer below the layer that we're currently playing on. Quinchin, thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Cheers. Your eyes? What eyes? You don't have any eyes. Yeah. Also, like, it's almost impossible to tell when dwarves are lying down with the tile set on. Oh, we have an artifact. A Fey Mood. Ubil. Where are you, Ubil? What was your job? Weaponsmith? I gotta say, I do love the way this UI looks. This UI looks awesome to me. Oh, obviously can't claim anything. So I need to remove Ubil from this burrow. Add all the newbies in. Actually, I'll just... You know, we can just wait. We'll just wait until the festival is over. That'll just be easier. Rather than finding one individual dwarf. Think you still have your squads activated? I should. They got no special orders, so they should just be hanging out. I mean, they're hanging out there. I don't see that as a problem. And they're on monthly orders. Staggered training. No, not really. We've just made a festival. Using the game's mechanics. I'm forcing them to only hang out in the leisure areas of the fort for 1 month. And also the number of depressed dwarves we've had has gone down by 2. It's like watching an encoded message. It's only for 5 minutes. Yeah, mandatory fun. Cassandra knows what we're on about. I think ASCII looks beautiful. I mean, it's certainly not for everybody, but there is an element, like, to me, this is like looking at classic Mario Brothers. You know, there's an element of joy that I get just from seeing ASCII, you know? Please spare you. You know, the initial plan for this setup was I would give you guys an amount of money that you have to pay me to turn it off, but I do kind of feel like that's a little bit mean. $100, I'll turn it off. Or you can just wait for 2 minutes. I think you can wait. Thanks for the prime sub, Snake Juice. You pay to keep it on? Maybe once we can zoom in and out. What we're looking at? You're looking at Dwarf Fortress. There's a tavern right here. That's my guild hall down here, and then that's another guild hall. A bunch of bedrooms. A bunch of other bedrooms with furniture. We got a temple up here. That's my mayor's offices. We have this long walkway where we have a library in there. I go up one there, more bedrooms. We got another temple down here. Big storage stockpiles with items in them. More storage stockpiles, mostly food in that one. Food and kitchens. We got the lava in the center. Yeah, you just have to know what you're looking at. It's like anything, right? Did they change the symbols? This is rectangle ASCII. Most people are probably used to square ASCII, but no, they're still mostly the same. There's a few new ones. Where's the camel? I think they maybe already moved the potty. Camel's right there. Oh, there's the camel. I would normally play more zoomed in than this. This actually is a bit small for me. But yeah, camel's right there. The Red Sea with the background. No, this is just a lava spout that's in the 3rd cavern layer. Which we have drained part of, which is why you can see the lava sloshing around on the surface up here. But we also drained some of it into here to dispose of a mayor that we didn't want. What are the 1s and 7s? Maximum depth for a layer is 7. 1 is the minimum. Also, it's time to turn the ASCII off. So I'll zoom out to approximately the same level so you guys can get a pretty good idea of what you guys were seeing. So that's the lava. It's a temple, bedrooms, other, guild halls rather, not temples. Other guild hall, all the temples around the edges, the library, bedrooms. Still the same game. Yeah, they've added a few new stuff, a few new things. So we're gonna turn this festival off because it's no longer festival season. The dwarves can all go back to work. How did you edit items in the available stockpile? By clicking on it, and then clicking View Stockpile, and then Custom. You can edit it. The mayor is a very different dwarf. The mayor is Dadok. Very good mayor. In fact, we're going to give him a prize for being our mayor. We're going to give him a fancy mace, a fancy pair of pants, and a royal ring. I think that's fair. It's the late summer festival now. True. I do like your input there. And then it's going to be the early fall festival, followed by the mid-fall festival, followed by the late fall festival into the early spring, or the early winter festival. Chat, while this dwarf is making this artifact, I'm going to run into the toilet real quick and go take a piss. Behave yourselves.
Over here, he has a sword.
Does somebody have a sword? For anybody who's curious about the sound commands, they are $7 a month on Patreon. All right. Did you get everything you need? Works furiously. Excellent. 2 pieces of wood, 3 pieces of wood, some bones, some granite. More wood. Wow, that's a lot of wood. A lot of wood and a silver bar. Have I experienced this? So probably what's happening is your dwarf, like, do you have a lot of depressed dwarves, like angry dwarves? When they get to this red level, they can just go melancholic or depressed. And if they fall into melancholy or depression, that is why this game has a suicide tag. It's highly likely that either A, they're stuck somewhere and can't get out, or B, they are so depressed that they are starving themselves to death. Both are entirely possible. I think so? Yeah, it's good. It's Forgotten Beast prone. But yeah, that's why this game has a suicide warning tag on Steam. So if you have a stupidly depressed dwarf, it's like, why are my dwarves starving to death or dying of thirst? It's like, they're probably just so depressed they're refusing to eat. Thanks for the $1. Paragon. HPG. Cheers. Speaking of dollars, chat, I would like you guys to know that I have 2 open emote slots now, and I don't know what to do with those emote slots. How did I get the FPS game speed to 50? Because I managed the, like, are you asking why is it that low? Or I didn't set it to that. My FPS is actually set to 100, and I'm kind of annoyed it's this low. But I have a pretty good idea of how to manage forts. Orb 2, Orb 3. More Orb. Oh, no. Orb Big Edition. But yeah, no, I'm kind of annoyed that my my frame rate's as low as it is, to be honest with you. All right, so we need to get all these things tossed. Oh. Did it go off while I was not here, or did it not go off as far as that tip goes? But thanks for the $100, Arolino. Cheers. Merry Christmas. If that went off while I was in the toilet, I'm very sorry. I think it didn't go off. Hold on, let me double check. Streamlabs has changed something, and they're like, congratulations, we've upgraded our services, which seems to have just broken literally everything. Let me just double check. why that didn't go off. Then I'll rerun it once it goes off. But thank you. Also, I see I just got a dwarf redeemed. Hold on, let me retest that. Hey, there we go. I don't know why it's so big. Why are you so big? You literally. Why you don't play sound? You're supposed to play a sound. I'm so confused. It says it's supposed to have sounds. Try this. I'm gonna run it. This is not repeated tips. I'm just trying to make my sound work. Hey, okay. So I muted it and then unmuted it. Streamlabs are good software. Thanks for the $100, you incredibly generous human being. And sorry for the technical difficulties. Technically, they are difficulties, so. Also, I just realized we're more than half of the viewership in this directory, so thank you. How good am I at Warhammer 40,000 lore? I know what a Space Marine is. That's about it. I played through Space Marine once. It was fun. The weaponsmith has created Zolok Etost, a silver spear, and offers it to the humble tombs. I know that, like, the greenskins or the green boys don't actually have technology. Instead, they just will things into existence because they have mind powers. I know what a god emperor is. I think the spaceships in Battlefleet Gothic look cool. 10 would be the optimal number of weapons to have in a weapon trap. The maximum number you can put in would be the optimal number. How do you know they're human if they're a were creature? Read their name and look at what faction they're from. You just have to be an uber nerd. Bit of an obscure help question. How do I remove prevents parent collapse from the spine body parts of echidnas? I am not the person to ask. If you're not in there already, Claiborne, join the KitFox Discord, which can be found typing in !DF, and go into the modding section and ask them. They would know. A Riddick image from the description of a Warhammer? Really? All right, well, let's just... I also have a dwarf name. Fetched. What kind of dwarf would you like? Sorry, the whole money being thrown at my face thing just, like, shut my brain off. It has that effect on me sometimes. I need a bigger corpse stockpile, I think. Do you know what kind of dwarf you want, Fetched? Just let me know. If you don't, then I will give you somebody random. But yeah, I think I need to seek out an editor. Help with YouTube stuff. A metalsmith or one of your military dwarves? Well, I have 1 billion metalsmiths. I also have 1 billion weaponsmiths. I also have a lot of military. I think like 80% of this fort is weaponsmiths. I mean, look at this shit. Like, I'm not good at math, but that's a lot. Maybe not 80. Okay, a good like 30% of this fort is weaponsmiths. So if you want a weaponsmith, I can absolutely provide you with a weaponsmith. If you want a military dwarf, we do also have military dwarves. You're thinking about why not make a custom stable diffusion model with DF art style to create sprites for mods? I mean, I already had a mid-journey generated tile set previously, but I don't know. I feel weird about stable diffusion. I'm one of those people who's like, this shit makes me feel weird. Weaponsmith is perfect. Beard or no beard? Basically, do you want to be a lady dwarf or a boy dwarf? Both are options. Pumped magma up 100 Z levels in your FPS tanked. Turn temperature off. Or it was creating big waves. Beard, of course, cat. All right. I would much rather see somebody actually draw a tile set, but personality-wise, he always is in love with somebody and can easily develop positive feelings after becoming a parent in 179, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and tries to do things correctly each time. He is not easily swayed by emotional appeals, and he has a greedy streak, and he occasionally overindulges and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Values-wise, dreams of mastering a skill, personally sees family as one of the most important things in life, and finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting to be distasteful. Dreams of mastering a skill. He likes bronze, blue, garnet, icosahedra, and boxes, coins, and horses for their strength, and bark scorpions for their stinging tail. And the words of the clearings of drinking, and the sound of the silky wisp, and the sight of the tulip of adoring, and when possible you prefer to consume giant barn owl and pear cider, and you absolutely hate rats. I'm going to make 2 more squads here, as we need like 40 military dwarves for what I'm going to do in the next little bit. AI art would be okay if they didn't steal artist drawings to use it as a base. Yeah, like AI art, if an artist spends years drawing all the parts to train an AI off of their own art, that's one thing, but I don't know. I honestly, I have mixed feelings about AI art, not because of the theft of art thing. For me, it's almost more of a power consumption thing. It's like everybody freaked out at NFTs because of how much power they were using, not because they were a fucking financial scam. Stable Diffusion ain't much better. In fact, it's kind of worse. So yeah, I don't know. I do have mixed feelings about AI art. It's fascinating. It's fun as fuck to play with, but lots of things are fun to play with that are abjectly terrible for society. Robbie, I'm sorry, but typing in all caps with your same statement isn't going to change people's mind. It just makes you look like you're screaming. And I'm sorry, I disagree. But I disagree. All right, let's grab another squad. Okay, then scream. But just know that it's not going to be, like, it's not a good way to convince somebody of something that they are pretty hardened about. Let's... Certainly don't need a skilled cheesemaker. And the way I do this, by the way, especially when I'm streaming, is I will just assign a bunch of dwarves, and then if they decide they really don't like the job, then I will go back in later and remove them. Are we screaming? Clearly, Smexy. Loud noises only. Talking louder doesn't make you more correct. Man, do I make a dig at a political commentator that I'm not a huge fan of, or no? Okay, if talking louder and faster made you more correct, then Ben Shapiro would be right about everything that he says. But he's not. Let's keep moving down. What I have to say. It's like if the only skill you have in debating is, I'm gonna talk faster and louder and more obnoxiously than the person I'm debating, is your only debating skill, then like, learn to actually debate. Now, I feel like I'm digging on Ruby. Don't feel bad about asking about AI art. It's just something that I'm conflicted about, right? Like, if somebody can figure out a super clean, ethical way of creating AI art that isn't based off of other people's drawings that they didn't 100% consent to. If somebody can do that, I'll feel okay about it. But as an example, like the video game High on Life just released, right? At the end of High on Life, there's a bunch of AI assets in there that were generated using public libraries. That's weird ethically. Weird as fuck ethically, and I don't like it. B-Lug, thank you very much for the 41 months. It's good to see you, man. It's really neat as like a hobbyist's toy, but it uses too much power for that, in my opinion. And it's really weird when used commercially. If it's viewing others' art, then that is theft. You're using other people's styles. That is theft. But that's just my opinion, right? And if you don't agree with me, that's fine. You don't have to. All right. We've queued up 2 new squads. I'm going to set these 2 old ones to no orders. And these 2 new ones to train. If an AI has to look at other people's work to develop its own style, it's not its own style. And that's my opinion. If anything, it should be inspiration to go make better AI. I do have a hospital tutorial on YouTube, but it's not the best of my tutorials. Long story short, you have to make a hospital zone and assign one of each doctor to it, and make sure that you have orderlies enabled. That's the quick way of explaining it. Alright, I'm just gonna mine more of this out. Where the heck did I... Actually, it was on the Goose layer. Yeah, there it is. Put the 2 newbie squads in here. That's fair. It's not intended to be a perfect argument. It's my opinion, right? And if you think it's a dumb opinion, that's a completely valid thing to state. Why is there a goose chained up? It's my emergency defense guard goose. It's very important. The question was whether or not I was interested in a tile set using stable diffusion, and my response is no. Very much no. Does he still feel guilty? God, I hope so. He knows what he did. All right, what was I doing? I was doing a few things, and I got distracted when talking about AI art. You're going to lurk because you're a new player trying to figure out how this game works. You're coming from RimWorld and watching people play this is super cool. I mean, if you're coming from RimWorld, you shouldn't have a problem. You'll pick it up pretty quick, I think. H2O, happy holidays. How you doing? Yes, and I completely agree with you, Samwise. Completely agree with you. I think it's a fascinating concept, but I think the current iterations need to not be used for anything commercial. Because ethically, it's weird. We need to figure out the ethics first. You want a Smurfs tile set? How about just a Smurfs overhaul mod? Where you just play as Smurfs in the Smurf world? I know nothing about it. I've seen like 20 seconds of one episode of the Smurfs once, and I played a Smurfs video game for about 5 minutes once. I love this kid that just likes playing in front of the lava hole. So, now that we've got access to the surface again, we got dwarves coming out here and hauling these bodies down. And I'm assuming we actually have traps again. Is I'm just going to start making cage traps. Is there a way to rescue snatched children? You have to know what faction stole them and then find the location that they're at and then release prisoners as one of the options when raiding. And they're considered prisoners. Oh no. Wait, never mind. Not oh no. We should be getting Dwarven traders this year. I thought that the humans left all of their stuff. They convert them to their faction over time. It takes a couple of years. And then they can attack you with them. Basically, goblins don't breed as fast as dwarves. This is like a built-in mechanic. Goblins can't breed as fast as dwarves, so they kidnap dwarven and human children and elven children and convert them to their society. It's part of their faction expansion. Fried food? Ooh, that sounds delicious. What kind of fried food are you eating? Sorry, demon girl. Falafel? Ooh. I mean, honestly, I could go for some falafel right now. Salty Tempest, I just gotta say, you really are kind of living up to your name. Hell yeah, Jackal. It's good to have you around. Do dwarves that are cultural goblins still need to eat and drink? Yes. Physiological needs outweigh the needs of culture, right? Dwarves are, you know how humans are 70% water? Dwarves are 75% alcohol. And if they don't have their alcohol, they will just die. So they absolutely need their alcohol. It would be like asking a human to survive off of nothing but vinegar. These are all old of all these. Human stole your artifact. He is in jail with your artifact in his inventory. Once he's released, will he get it with your artifact? He might. What you can try doing is selecting him like this and going into his items, selecting the item, and then click dump. I don't know if this works on chained up characters, but it might. Make a dumping zone right next to him, just a garbage dump zone in the zone screen using the little trash bin. So make a little trash bin dump zone right there and see if they'll dump it out of his inventory. If they can, you can reclaim it that way. Otherwise, just kill him. Just tell your military to go kill him. I would just kill him. Is miasma dangerous? To dwarves' mental health? Yes. Physically? No. Let's get these dumped. Sure, but AI producing new ideas is very different than AI using art that has already been created to come up with re-representations of the same art, right? So here's the thing, right? Chat's talking about this a whole lot, and I get it. Keep it civil or change the subject. You've heard my take and my opinion. My opinion and my take ain't changing, okay? This is actually a topic I've researched quite a bit. Ethically, it's weird as fuck, and until those ethics get sorted, I kind of want nothing to do with it. And that's my stance. So you guys can discuss it as much as you like, but keep it civil. Rubby, stop. That's all I'm going to ask. Stop. Can you explain why pigtail seeds won't grow? You have a 3x3 farm plot. Is it above ground? They're available. Soil and cavern soil is number one. Can they reach the Can they reach the seeds? Would be my main response. You know, I refused to play Vampire Survivors because a lot of the art in Vampire Survivors was traced. Same subject. Is it stolen? No. Ethically, I think it's weird as fuck. Plagiarism is theft. Oh, definitely. I mean, I've sat in front of Midjourney and typed in cool spaceships in outer space, gothic spaceship, you know, cyberpunk, gothic, nightmare, vision thing, but like, it's cool. Not gonna deny that. No way in hell I'll deny that. But if you guys are asking me for my opinion on a thing, you have my opinion on a thing. You know, okay, so this is something I don't understand about people's arguing ability on the internet. If somebody says, this is my opinion, and I don't want to discuss it, and you're not going to change it, why do you guys keep asking? Like, just saying one line of text isn't going to change my opinion. It's like if you don't like Dwarf Fortress, me talking about all the good things that I like about Dwarf Fortress isn't going to make you like Dwarf Fortress. If I say that I think that Stable Diffusion is ethically questionable as fuck, you being like, oh, if I make a car that looks like your car, did I steal your car? Possibly. You're not going to change my opinion. Actually, that doesn't deserve a ban. But, Rubby, if you keep it up, I will time you out for a very long time. Like 24 hours or something. Don't make me ban people on Christmas. Come on, chat. If you're just here to disrupt people and argue for the sake of arguing, you've heard my opinion, and if you can't deal with my opinion, shut up. And that's... welcome to my streams. I don't care who you're talking to, Rubby. I want you to stop. I've asked you to stop. I really don't give a shit who you're talking to at this point. How did we manage to get an agitated camel's right foot stuck in my wall? Happy holidays, GG Sensory. Do I do much with minecarts? I've got minecart shotguns in this fortress. Yeah, it's a camel's foot. Well, I'm gonna deconstruct this wall and get it out of it. Is the foot decorative? Probably at this point. Jammies were rustled on Christmas Eve. Life goes on. You started playing DF. What's a reasonable goal for a fort to aim for your first fort? The 3 dwarven Bs. Booze, beds, and biscuits. Once you have those 3 and they're all like functioning and available to your dwarves, you've started off well. Bees are optional. But booze, beds, and biscuits. Basically booze, food, and bed, place to sleep. That's your good first early goal when learning the game. Bees can give you booze and food, sure. Theoretically. Are lavish meals necessary? I mean, they're not necessary. Oh no, a dwarf running away in fear. What you doing? Terrified while in conflict. Is there agitated critters on the surface? An agitated raven. Well, that's horrific. Squads are patrolling. We need... these. There we go. Finally are getting some of these attached. I'd be agitated too if people kept comparing me to a writing desk. What? Sorry, I don't understand the reference. The problem with your plump helmets, they get exhausted and after a small while. Is there something that you can do to make that I have a question. Are you cooking meals? Serious Gerben, Thank you very much for the prime sub. Are you making meals? Because if dwarves cook them, they cook the seeds along with it. If they brew them, they keep the seeds. So what I would recommend is if you're making meals, go into this screen and go to, well, actually go to labor, go to kitchen, and then go to, well, under here, you just got to find plump helmets, and then set them to not be cooked by making it red. Aside from that, if you're running out of plump helmets and you're like, oh god, we need food bad and we need something to brew into alcohol, just go to the surface, any surface like this, click on the gather foods button and just go whoop and gather a bunch of foods. It's a very easily assignable job. It's very quick to do, and they just run around and gather all the plants, and a lot of plants on the surface are brewable. Like potato, as an example, can be made into wine. Prickleberry can be made into wine. Strawberry can be brewed and cooked. Those are dead strawberries. Those are useless. But like, there's plenty of different plants on the surface in any like temperate biome that you can grow. Is that really a line from Alice in Wonderland? I haven't read the actual Alice in Wonderland in over a decade. More than over a decade. Easily like 20 years. What biome is this? It's actually 3 biomes. It's a red sand desert, a black sand desert, and a white sand desert. So maybe it's yellow sand. Actually, hold on. Let me check something. I can tell you for certain. White sand. I can't, I'm not sure exactly what color the yellow is supposed to be, but that's definitely white, so white sand. Oh, am I still making glass discs? Hold up. Yeah, we're working on 1,400 serrated glass discs. Just 1,500. Working on it. Planet Arrakis. What biome is this? Arrakis. Now we need a pure sand desert instead of just like a partial sand desert. But we are making these, and no, I'm not gonna fire one of these off because they're very full. But it's a very heavy minecart with a lot of glass discs in it. They go down, 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 down. Somebody post a clip of us just offing a Forgotten Beast with it. And then anything from about here to the right, or that to right on my screen, left for you guys, just gets obliterated. How can I stop them from firing it? By disabling the mechanism. So like if I go into here, I have to add this to tell them to fire it. So I click this, click the direction, and then tell them to fire, and then they fire it. After I tell them to kick it. Otherwise, if I just delete that, they just don't fire it. Or you can forbid the minecart, whatever's easier for you. It's time to trade, apparently. Also, there's an ad here incoming. The Spear Dwarf, Dudok, meets with the Outpost Liaison Zasset, but I am going to not do anything for the next 2 minutes so that you guys don't have to be missing stuff to ads. Reminds me of a friend whose hobby was making extreme custom worlds with temperature and severe rivers and evaporated, melting at midday. Yeah. That sucks. It's like, chat room, actually, here's something fun we can do during the ad. I just got gifted a sub to a stream I like watching. This guy's stream.
See how he bites off the
Looks like Merc just, well, actually, a bunch of people just gifted a bunch of subs. All I gotta say is just go in there and give him a follow. Here, I'll give him a shout out. Click that button. Click it. You won't. Click it. Let's see how much we can make this go. He's mad. Look at that. He's like, fucking you stupid shit, you goddamn. Okay, perfect. We through the ads yet? I like this uncontrollable power. Back from ads. Okay, let's get back to the actual main programming. How much is he cursing at me? You clicked it so fast. I mean, I love my job. All right. He's also very good at the game too. Zassit says, I'm a liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. I've come empowered to elevate this state in the eyes of our realm. Okay, there's much to share. We've updated your civilization and world info. I wonder if we're not getting elevated because we don't have a thingy. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. I'm just gonna request cheese. He returned the favor? Oh, did he? That's nice. I got gifted a sub on his channel, so yeah, got him out. He's a good dude.
Cheese
For everyone.
For everyone.
Request instruments. I like having fun instruments in my fort. They want cloth. Okay. Let's get to the surface and trade with them. All these cruddy shoes. He's literally got a new screen on my setup just to track who gives me a shout out. Yeah, well, I kept, because he's got a weird like custom interface for the way he looks at Twitch from his perspective. So because of this, he used to not know when he got a shout out. And it was really funny because I would just do that to him. And then he'd just be like, I don't know where all these fellas are coming from. What's up, Warswick? Or Warsick? Warsick, I think. It was always very amusing to me. We got the military patrolling as well to try and take out some of these angry birds and giant camels. Also, the number of depressed dwarves has dropped, which is good. How many hours do I have in this game? The Steam version or overall? Twitch claims I've streamed about 6,000 hours. I think that's not true. I think it's closer to 5. That's not counting the amount of time I played before I streamed it. And I've been playing this game on and off since about 2009. And on Steam, how many hours do I have on Steam? Let's find out. So I haven't closed the game since I started streaming today. I've been streaming for 6 hours, so add 6 hours to this, but 184 hours? 184. I'm not a god. I'm just somebody who plays video games for a living. You're at 145? Hell yeah. Make sure to go outside sometimes. I request broker at depot. Getting close to the number of items we need. Have you closed it, Hillebrew? Outside is too cold. I mean, how cold is it here? This will be in Celsius, so bear with me, but... Okay, it's not actually that cold outside right now. It's 6 degrees Celsius, but it's pelting rain. And it says feels like -2, so that sounds unpleasant as hell. I'd actually rather it be colder and not raining. All right. I brought a lot of wood. I'm just gonna buy out whole chunks of it. I'm just looking to see if they brought any books. Nope, okay. So you know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna give those gems to them as a gift. Uh-oh, we have a ghost. Kramer's a ghost. I'm just gonna buy some cheap things from them. And then I'm just gonna give the rest as a gift. Because I don't really need to trade. We have pretty much everything we need. But I got a ghost I gotta deal with. There you are. There are ghosts, yep. If dwarves die and you don't properly respect the dead by giving them, like, a place to put the bodies and bury them, they come back as ghosts, and they can possess dwarves, they can ear-clap dwarves and cause them to insta-die, they can possess them and make them go insane. I one time had a dwarf that was murdered, and we never saw who did the crime, so we didn't know. Or I knew as the player, but I wasn't going to go do it unless the dwarves witnessed it, because otherwise it would be considered an illegitimate arrest, even if the dwarf actually did it. So I waited and eventually memorialized one of the dwarves, but it took me too long, and I kind of forgot that the dwarf got murdered, and then the dwarf came back from the dead, possessed the dwarf that murdered it, not only if you give them a slab with their name engraved on it. Panic. Only if you do that. So if you give them a gravestone, yes, it's respectable. Otherwise, it's just destroying a body. It's not actually properly burying the dead. So possess that dwarf and then went and confessed to the murder with that dwarf. So possess that dwarf and then took that dwarf to the captain of the guard and confessed to their own murder. So, yeah, ghosts can be pretty cool. But 9 out of 10 times, they just kill a dwarf. And what's even funnier is I told Tarn Adams about it, and he goes, "That's not intended, but I like it." Just like, I didn't know they could do that. Cool. Was literally his response. Some more migrants have arrived. I'm going to make some more stonecutters. This is very scattered and poorly organized, but it's fine. I mean, there's a lot of not intended mechanics in this game that are cool. Like, another good example of this is giants don't have culture. Neither do cyclopses. And what not having culture in Dwarf Fortress means that you can't form your own faction in Dwarf Fort. The animal people also don't really have their own cultures. They have a different culture. But mega beasts don't have culture. But they can speak, and they have needs and desires, and want things like friends. So when the game's running and you're playing the game, all that they can really do is their assigned tasks, which is they hang out in their den and occasionally go out and murder things. But during World Gen, they can go make friends. They can go become interact with other factions. And when they added formed religions, they just said it any creature, intelligent, sentient creature can join. So what happens is, this wasn't intended. You'll search through legends, and occasionally you'll find an Etten that is the Pope of the religion of volcanoes, which then makes them neutral with that faction, so they don't fight with that faction, but still go out and go on murder sprees. Which is a lot of fun. Duke! Thank you much for the Prime. For 7 months. Welcome back. Merry Christmas! Bardo and hello! Keep them coming. As I've said a couple times recently, they're going to slow down because I need to slow down. I'm just one person. But bids will keep coming out. You once had an Etten show up as a member of your religions. Was he neutral? Or did he attack you? Because that's not an intended mechanic. This game's so interesting. The way it's designed makes for some really interesting consequences. How far down have I dug? Well, I mean, the farthest we can dig is -129, and we're on -111, so pretty deep. Or overall, I mean, I've dug down to the absolute base bedrock through the spires of hell into the underworld before, so a couple times, many times, even. Okay, quite a few dwarves need bedrooms. There's also quite a few that aren't claimed yet, so. Let's get rid of that ghost. Also, I super duper forgot to memorialize that dwarf that fended off the forgotten beast that we decapitated earlier, so. I'm thinking we put him up here. You have a lot of dwarves that want to see their families. A great tavern, a bunch of temples, and nice bedrooms, but they keep on getting unhappier and unhappier. Some dwarves are just broken. And I know that might sound shitty, but some dwarves genuinely are just kind of broken. And it's really difficult to fix them. I would almost just recommend, like, for a dwarf like this, who's just slowly going nuts, just expel them. To a degree. If you can't handle them. It's like that one, I've just been watching him getting more and more upset. It's literally because he just wants a family, and it's like, can't help you. Speaking of broken dwarves, how much clothing do we have? Or how much cloth do we have right now? You can't even boot him? What? Oh, it's because it's a child. If you have a child, you have to boot his parents. His parents will take him with him. Figure out who his parents are. Jump into relations and see who his parents are and boot his parents, they'll take him with. Okay, let's make some silk clothing. How about, like, we make 150 silk socks? Where was I going to put that silk industry? I like started that and then just like completely spaced on it existing in the first place. Right, yes, I was gonna put it over here. I was gonna do this like 2 years ago in game, but you know, here we are. Silk socks provide very little attention. What, protection? I mean, socks are like just for feet, so that's fine. Also, hey, Squirrely, what's up? Your stream's been popping recently. It's been nice to see. Actually, mods, could I get a shout out for Squirrely? Please. If you're looking for Dwarf Fortress streams in Portuguese, probably not a bad place to check. Would you consider making a tutorial on love hotels? Oh, I know exactly what you mean. No, because that's not a mechanic I would... Well, that's not a technique I would use. And it's not a technique that I consider to be particularly useful. Just make a tavern and lock all your dwarves in the tavern. Much more efficient, more humane. The dwarves like it more, and you're not going to accidentally starve your dwarves to death. I'm not going to teach people bad mechanics that really don't work that well in this version. Same reason I'm not going to do one on danger rooms. It's like, are they better? Sure. Do they actually benefit the player? No. Like, it speeds up training by maybe a month and may cause some major injuries, but like, am I going to do a tutorial on something that I would never do? No. That's ridiculous. They really don't. Like, someone in my chat was arguing that you can make them work if, asterisk, if you only put bone rings in them. Otherwise, they will just kill your dwarves. So, by that logic, yeah, they really don't work. You sent me a Merry Christmas before. I think I saw a flyby, but chat's gotten busy to a point where it's hard to see things. I mean, they were a way of training up a military squad faster than normal. So you know what Zach and Tarn did? They just cranked up the speed at which dwarves train. If you want to train military squads quickly, here's a pro tip. Make sure that your captain of each squad already has skills in the weapon that they're teaching. If they already have some wrestling skill or some military skill, take 2 of your best dwarves from your 2 better squads, form new squads with those 2 best dwarves, and everybody else will train twice as fast. Because one of the skills that they train while learning military is teaching. And the better the teaching skill on the dwarf, the faster they can train other dwarves. So that's what I would actually recommend. And as far as like Dwarven love hotels, just have a big tavern and lock all the dwarves in there once a year for like 3 months. Problem solved. So kind of like guild halls? Yeah. I mean, guild halls, I remember somebody saying that guild halls were just training military dwarves except for normal skills when they first released. And that's basically how they work. I also have a sheep up here that's upset. Speaking of military, how's my new squad doing? There's a dead body in here? I'm sorry, what? Why? How are you seeing dead bodies? There's no dead bodies in here. Probably just remembering. Oh, this dwarf likes their job. Check bars for a second. I'm Kathy. What kind of dwarf do you want? I can tell this is a big fort because stuff's starting to lag a little bit. Are you still alive? That's a good question. Yeah, you are still alive. You're making rock blocks currently. You're frustrated after being unable to acquire something for so long. But you're still alive. You owe me one then, Warswick. Or Warsick, rather. I read your name as Warwick. I blame the, 5 years I played League of Legends like a decade ago. Barry's, how thing? No, it's not bad. Just make sure you don't over-automate things. And by over-automate, I mean don't automate your fortress to the point where you're just overproducing everything, because having too many items will cause lag. So you want to mitigate the amount of output that you have and just kind of stop it at a point when you get to the point, or to a point that, could easily be considered a bit much. I'll make 16 golden goblets. I'm only subbing if you don't call me Wars. I will call you Warsick. Apologies. Well, that's not super effective. You're still on 5.3 for Dwarf Therapist? I mean, it added the most important feature. Add all, remove all. Add all, remove all. Add all, remove all. Add all. Yes, it fixed some major bugs too. I'm amazed that people are still finding the need to use Dwarf Therapist, but that's just me. Squad, congrats, you used to be rich. So you're saying 1,000 drinks for 20 dwarves is a bit much? I mean, 1,000 drinks for 180 dwarves is about right, but for 20, yeah, that's a bit much. I mean, the second most important feature is this. I have a question with burrows. Are you leaving this button on or off? Turn this off. If you don't turn this off, they just straight up won't work. Because they will still leave to go get items from off-map, which you obviously don't want. What was I gonna do? Is it Christmas for me? It's Christmas Eve. It's 3:24 p.m. on Christmas Eve. But tomorrow will be Christmas Day. It depends on when you celebrate, though. My family growing up always celebrated on Christmas Eve, so yes, it's Christmas. Blame my European roots. But, I don't know. I'm not the biggest Christmas fan, for whatever it's worth. Always been more of a Thanksgiving person. To me, it's like Christmas minus the capitalism, which just makes it superior to Christmas as far as I'm concerned. Too hungover to do Christmas Eve. That's fair. Carry on, Crow. Thanks for the prime. Here's friend. Redeem Dwarf Bard, please. In a good mood, if possible. I can make you into a bard. Sorry, I didn't get to that one quicker than as quick as I should have. But okay, so I have 2 pissed off dwarves that are bards. Actually, I have 3. Okay, one of them's named though, so I can't give you that one. I have Adil and Unal. I could give you a different dwarf who isn't pissed and make them into a bard. Christmas is a really good excuse to watch Die Hard. Yes, I agree. Also, do you have preference on beard or no beard, Kathy? Why are all your bards pissed? Because that's... Find me a musician that isn't pissed. And I'll be impressed. Bog2, hello. It's good to see you. He used to get upset when Christmas stuff showed up in November because he felt like it wasn't too far to Thanksgiving. I get pissed off. Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, if people who like Christmas can start setting up Christmas decorations in November, me, as somebody who likes Halloween, can start setting up Halloween decorations on the beginning of August. Because Halloween's a superior holiday. Beard. Okay, so I will give you a peasant then, and I will assign them to be a musician for us. So I will go into labor, and I will remove all of your labors. And I will give you, I am Kathy. You're Kathy. And then, Kathy, you're going to be assigned as a bard to this room right here. There you are. You're now a bard. I hope you enjoy your new career. The first thing you do is run over into the hospital. What an odd thing to do. Now you're going to go socialize. You do feel pleasure near a tastefully arranged table, by the way. Halloween prep starts after Easter. I respect this, Manic. There's 2 seasons of the year. Halloween and Christmas, right? You set up for Christmas after Halloween, and you start setting up for Halloween after Christmas. Problem? I think not. But no, at the end of the Christmas is fine. I don't actually get that annoyed. My solution to being annoyed at malls that set up for Christmas too damn early is I just don't go to malls. As for McAfee over here, I am Caffey says he takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He doesn't handle stress well and he has a greedy streak. He has an active sense of humor and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Oh, maybe he'll tell jokes. He is somewhat quarrelsome and he is troubled by this since he values harmony and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he's very humble, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world. Oh, wow, you're going to be a good bard. Personally, strongly values tranquility and quiet after seeing a goblin's dead body in 181, and values loyalty. He likes fine pewter and red tourmaline and giant nautilus tooth and jackal bone, papyrus and the colored dark chestnut and crossbows and leather and armor and crowns and turkeys for their waddle, and the words of the clearings of drinking and the sound of the tressed praise, and when possible prefers to consume sunberries and maize beer, and hates and pearl mullet flower and hates bats. Since you are a musician, it is worth looking at your skills so that we can look at your other knowledge. You know a bunch of different forms of poetry, and you know a few different songs and a few specific poems, such as Poker and Nothing More, which is a poem authored by Ono. It is an example of the clearings of drinking, and the work has no particular subject, and it has a very serious tone, and it's masterful. You also know The Birth of Amusement, which is a musical composition authored by Reg, and it is an example of the suitor of phrasing and has no particular subject for lyrics, and the composer has selected The Tainted Films. The composition is passable. Let's see. You also know, and it's Sangil, which of course is authored by Kib, and it is an example of the amethyst butterfly, and the work has no particular subject, and the writing is as vicious as can be. Overall, it's very, very bad. You also know Scoops in the Fern, the sequel between two ferns, and it's an example of the larks of cloistering, and has no particular subject, and overall, the poetry is masterful, so I'm sure you'll be a great dancer. What do we have here? We have a artifact that's going off. A weaponsmith that withdraws from society. Everything's happening all at once. I mean, just because it's ew doesn't mean it's bad, you know? Exclamation point tickets to see how many you have, and then wager the amount that you have, or less than that amount. Spoilers, you'll probably just lose everything that you have. Esmer. The fuck are you? Anyways. So I'm going to follow this dwarf to their location, the thing that they claim. Okay, so they claimed it. Do a thing real quick. Center on fort. Where are we? We are right there. All right, well, let's see. There's a goblin hamlet. Ooh, the goblins are taking over human towns. Holy shit. That's a lot of goblins. Go look at news and rumors. Those goblins are actively invading, like, everybody. Look at that. All these different lines coming out of the goblin locations, are that just them invading things? I think. We're going to go hit this small one. Let's see how good my squads are. Send 2 squads, and we're going to attempt to raise and destroy the site. I'm also going to check something real quick. We've got 1 completely full shotgun and 1 42% full shotgun. Well, that's good. And then we can follow this strange mood. Going to war, chat. Holy shit, that's a big all-in. Elug. Your dwarves' pantheon include a god of metals and stone and one called Cogsack. I think I saw you post that screenshot, yeah. Cogsack is a relatively common dwarven name. I mean, we've been at war for a little bit, but we're bringing the war to them. Oh, did you just grab Forgotten Beast Bones? Yeah, is grabbing Forgotten Beast Bones. Goblin Slayer? I mean, isn't that just Dwarf Fortress by default? Looks like our mayor's been reelected, and we have been made into a county once again. I think it's a bones that weigh 140, not 140 bones. Oh, no, it's 140 bones. Just grab the whole beast worth of bones. Wants to spend time with family, is lonely. Well, maybe you shouldn't be carrying that many bones. Rocket on a rotor, how you doing? I need a go to war emote. You know what I was thinking about? You know, like those images like from old Disney movies? Actually, we're stuck in an ad, I might as well pause. You know those images stuck in Disney movies where it's like, you see like a crowd of dudes with pitchforks and torches? I wonder if we could get like a silhouette of pitchforks and torches. Do you think that would work as an emote? I have 2 open slots.
Woo!
Do you think that could work? Damn, B-Lug. What happened in the time from the start of the stream to now? Well, let's see. We burned our mayor with lava. We had a bunch of artifacts. We decapitated a forgotten beast with a shotgun. And those are kind of the highlights of today. Are you in the top 10? I don't know. Let's see. You're number 1, actually. Good job, B-Lug. Last Evergreen, thanks for the prime. Oh yeah, also we're apparently at war with camels now. The mayor burning was intentional. He was a vampire. He kept eating people. It was getting a little annoying. You have a noob question. You're on a calm map. You got to the cavern layer and you're being inundated with mole dogs. How do you stop it? I would suggest making a line of weapon traps, which will just kill them, and then a corpse stockpile. But how do you stop it? It depends on how many are there. The camels keep attacking us. Yogurt from ours. Well, why though? Because they're agitated? We built a tower-ish thing on the surface and they are not happy about this. This is going to be quite the artifact. Well, I've just requested 2 emotes from my artist, so. What items did we collect now? I'll check when they get back there. All right, let's see. We've got 1 humped camel mangled bone. We have highwood logs, 2 humped camel leather, granite, an entire forgotten beast worth of bones, and a copper bar. You have a cave crocodile that will randomly ambush 3 different dwarves at a time. You open up the cave cavern and it's a very large, deepish lake, and the crocodile will just drag them into the depths. Yeah, crocodiles are kind of mean like that, aren't they? Well, I mean, I also have this emote. What? No, that's zombie. That one. Apparently he's missing something. It's a lot of skeletons. Yeah, I think we need to butcher some animals. Dearest Minecart beard, yeah. I like it, Snail. Riding on the otters. You're missing the auto butcher mod? I never used it. Like, the thing with me is, like, I never found DF Hacks external tools, or even Dwarf Therapist for that matter, to be particularly useful. No, it doesn't. So there are these old tools that players used to use, which, in my opinion, are very much unnecessary crutches that train bad habits, but made playing the older version of the game less clunky. And so there's a lot of players that played the older versions of the games that'll say, oh, I missed this thing, which was never a feature of the game. It was always like just a, you know, a player added addition. And I never liked any of them. So I don't miss them, but, you know, you tried using it with... See, that was my exact feeling. Like, the reason I didn't get into this game faster was because in, like, 09, 010, 11, 12, 13, 14, when I was, like, learning the very, very, very basics of Dwarf Fort, I remember playing back that I'd go, like, off, because I never streamed it back then, just on my own time, and going, this is indecipherable. Like, this is absurd, because there's 3 different menus open, trying to manage 3 different sets of UI, trying to manage different software. It would make shit crash. Did I make them available as pets and not murder them? Well, all right, time to butcher a whole bunch of dogs and puppies. Actually, it's time to geld a whole bunch of dogs is what it's time to do. Yeah, let's just geld all these domesticated ones. Too late. They're all claimed already, but that's fine. Oh, I guess my soldiers returned. Hold on. We have a bunch of tame beak dogs in my fort. All right, spoils report. Let's see, they brought back 10 beak dogs. Cool. And some socks. The fuck's a slate smog bar? Excuse me? What the fuck is a slate smog bar? I want, yeah, actually, now that you mention, I'm saying it's probably an instrument part, right? How's the stream going? Pretty good. All right, let's see how the actual fight went. The Crypt of Twisting attacked the famous dungeon of the Doom of Axe. And they were led by the Goblin Axtip, and the Dwarf Shortast outmatched the Goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. That's Spoon and Goblin? Huh. Spoils of war. 1 cabbage, yes. Looted treasure and stole livestock, and the forces of the humble limbs rampaged throughout, Thief dwelled, so we destroyed the site. Let's go back out and do it again. Let's go back out and do it again. Let's go hit this Goblin Helix. How dare you take Dwarven land? Also, if I go into here, pets and livestock, I'm to slaughter every single one of these beak dogs. Look at them all. Here they come. Look at them. They're kind of cute. I like how they all have the migrant icon. She dislikes helping others and does not trust others and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. Well, good to know, you 3-year-old little beaky. They're like flightless chocobos, kind of. Although, more like featherless chocobos. Half dog, half beak. Yep. They are kind of neat. They're also delicious. And why are they half dog, half beak, you ask? Because they are. I'm not even sorry for that one.
You suck.
I know. Certainly not my proudest moment. They kind of remind you of beak things from Kenshi? Yeah, sure. How does the news and rumors work? If you see that you're getting news and rumors, go to your world map and click on news and rumors. And these are the news and rumors. So critters moving around in the world, moving from place to place. We can't zoom in on the map currently, but like this is a rumor. In the early spring of 101, or news, I guess this is probably news because it's my faction. In the early spring of 101, a group calling itself the Relic of Squirting, founded city sects after a long journey from the Crypt of Twisting. So a group from my fortress called the Relic of Squirting founded a place called City Sacks. That's news. So a new fortress has been founded in the last few years. In the year 180, Snodub Seduce Vomit became the sacred bastion of the faith of law, replacing Ral Clouded Crystal. Well, that's lovely. What else do we have here? In the early spring of 182, Vakar Labored Sacts became the mayor of the Dead Girders, replacing Nomal. I hope not. I don't even. It's just, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. McJerby, I don't like that at all. It's just like when the seduction of pregnancy was a elven faction right next door to me. I was like, sure, whatever you're into. In late spring of 182, Cesar Weakness Planks became the mayor of the Silver Passion, replacing English, home traded. Let's see what the rumors about me are. The most recent rumor about me is Braid Roughness was kidnapped. One of my, Udil, one of my kids, was kidnapped from DeepOrb by Song Menaces. How'd you find your wife? I seduce vomited her? Why do I feel like this is like some sort of anime trope where they just like randomly projectile vomit when someone's trying to seduce them? That's what it reads like to me. Names are golden. Sometimes they're just really disturbing. And you're off. We'll see you later, Andor the Insane. Looks like the Messianic group, a human group, managed to take over some of these goblin pits. That's good. War is going in our favor a little bit here. Yeah, the reason I expanded my military was so that we could fight. Fight back against the goblin hordes. I'm not kink shaming. I'm saying whatever you're into. Whatever you're into. Have fun. All right, let's make like 80 cloth something. $80 cloth trousers and silk robe, maybe? Because I probably have a shit ton of silk, actually. Let's see. Yeah, that's called being the mountain home, Mr. Beckett. It's kind of like Dwarf Fortress Endgame. Well, actually, Dwarf Fortress Endgame is just Fashion Fortress by making your fortress look as cool as fuck. Or as cool as possible. Don't actually have as much as I thought I did. A lot more just regular cloth. Make cloth earrings. Do 80, or not cloth earrings, cloth gloves, and cloth dress. 80. We're also gonna make rock pot. Well, actually, curious about something. Queue up some brew drink from fruit. Does it each use one cloth? I think so, but that might have been changed. That's a first. Damn! Time to make a doctor's guild. Yeah, I mean, if the king visits and you drop him into lava, you might inherit the throne. Or maybe the king just dies of old age. Mysteriously. Well, see, here's the thing, right? Dwarves need their entire wardrobes of clothing replaced periodically. And by default, it seems like dwarves wear trousers, dresses, gloves, socks, and shoes, right? The more clothing they have, so like the more different types of clothing they can wear, the happier they are. So you can also make them hoods, you can make them loincloths, you can make them, sometimes you can make them other types of clothing as well, but you can make them mittens, alongside of gloves. The more clothing types they have, the happier they'll be, but then they'll require that type of clothing going forward, and they'll get sad if they don't get it. Yes, loincloths, livered. Which is why, for me, version 5 is the undies update. For most people, it's the premium update. For me, it's the undies update, because that was the most major change of the game for me, which isn't totally true. Some pretty major changes in this version. But personally, in my headcanon, it's the undies update. Clothing is a pretty major part of Dwarf Fortress. Oh my god! Look at that! Thank you for adding to the pile. We'll have to fire it at some beasts. That's so nice of you, Dwarfy. Shit. Hell yeah. Offering ammo to the fiery squad. Time to make a military squad with loincloth, spear, shield, helmet, all red. Dwarven Spartans. They gave us a legendary shotgun pellet. Exactly. Look at that. How nice of them. Hell yeah. All right, well, we're going to have to check that one out. That's cool. Where'd you put it? In here? I'll knock him. I mean, it's not the best material, but it's just copper. But hey. This is a large serrated copper disc. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is studded with copper and encircled with bands of forgotten beast bone. This object is also, we made it out of the beast that we blasted with the shotguns, which is kind of funny. This object is adorned with hanging rings of dog bone and menaces with spikes of granite. And 2 humped camel leather and 1 humped camel bone. On the item is an image of the confining of Rhodes, the copper short sword, in Highwood. On the item is an image of the confining of Rhodes, a copper short sword in Dogbone. So in Highwood and in Dogbone, 2 images of a copper short sword. Oh, true, actually. True. I like that idea, actually. Yeah, we'll put it as a separate display unit for non-use purposes only. The problem is it's gonna get fucking stolen if I put it up here. So maybe we could put it on display in the temple. Or maybe we could put it on display in the Weaponsmith's Guild. Let's do that. Let's put it on display in the Weaponsmith's Guild. God, I got so many. It's a little bit ridiculous. There it is. Praise be to the flat orb. All right, so now that that's assigned. God, I keep on having 4 things that I'm working on and then just spacing on them. Send out the dwarves come back yet? Not just yet. Read the last Discord word story. Okay, well, that'll distract me. That's fine. I'm seeing lots of words in here, chat. This is good. North Pole squats in snow. I never smelled the donkey ass ever. But even Donkey Kong smells Mario's eyebrows. They don't fish, but they furrow eyebrows. Mushroom. Oh, marshmallow. Okay. Marshmallow, mushroom. There we go. All caught up. Thank you for a good word story, chat. Until what? Or since when, fam? Did I just have a stroke? Yeah, I just had a stroke. 2, actually. Back to back. It's horrible. Call an ambulance. Don't actually. No, there's a room on my Discord called Add a Word Stories. It's literally Discord telephone. So the way it works is you join my Discord by typing an ! Discord, right? You join the Discord, and we've got a bunch of rooms about Dwarf Fortress things, as well as some other generic games ones, and some just chat channels as well. But there's a room in my Discord, which is literally Discord telephone. And the way it works is you join that room, right? And then as you can see right here, you just add words, one word at a time. And if it's just a bunch of swear words, I will just skip it. But it's one word at a time. And you guys can make me read it once every 2 hours. And it's a good time. There's some lurkers in this stream who only ever type in there. Recently breached a cave and now your fortress, and you have a gazillion requests from monster hunters to come live here. You have 22 people in it. Is it worth to let them in general? Well, they drink your stuff, but they will kill stuff for you. So if you're having a hard time dealing with critters in the basement, it might not be a bad idea. Also, I think my military just came back. All right, spoils report. Bunch of random crud. How'd the fight itself go? The Crypt of Twisting attacked the pink wickedness of the seductions of filth at Copper Relic. The dwarf short-assed labor crab led the attack. The defenders were led by the goblin Zin Frigid Tulips. Zin Frigid Tulips. The dwarf short-assed outmatched the goblin Zin Frigid Tulips with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. This is a really good way of inflating your dwarf's kill count, by the way. Hit center on fort. Otherwise, maybe you settle directly next to a fort that has bigger population than you, and then the game is just surfacing that one instead. The Pink Wickedness fled from Copper Relic because we overwhelmed them, and we were able to take them down after killing a bunch of goblins and things. We smashed a cheek, we struck down a goblin, we struck down another goblin, we struck down another goblin. Okay, so then you settled close enough that the game can't surface 2 things in one tile, which means you won't be able to see it on the world map. Like, you just straight up won't. The engine isn't capable of it. We need to be able to zoom in on that screen, which is something I would really like to see in the future. It's been that way since, like, do you remember the stupid lake, Piticata? That fort, you couldn't see it because I settled right next to a previous fort, and you could only see the previous fort, not the one that I was actually in. Responding to a text. Gather zones with access to the step ladders provide insane amounts of food. Just make sure that you have insane amounts of step ladders. Personally, I love watching the clothing industry work. It's one of my favorite industries to just watch. Because they make clothing so quickly and they're so obvious, and then all the other dwarves just come scampering in to collect new items. And then afterwards, you'll just see dwarves storing owned items. So like this dwarf right here, this dwarf probably just equipped it something new, probably some of these gloves, or maybe that sock. And now that they've equipped the new items, like they get content after putting on a well-crafted item, which is a really good thought. And then they run over to their room and deal with it. Well, a force that both is vile and dark has arrived. You know, I was thinking about this recently. If you're in an Untamed Wilds biome, yeah? And there's like 50 agitated camels on the surface. Do they just run and attack the goblins? Because that would be hilarious. I've just got to say, that would be incredible. It's like, what do you have on the surface? Oh, you know, just 55 giant agitated camels. Exactly. Goblins arrive. We're here to fight the dwarves. Gets mauled by an army of camels. Ugh. Also, anyway, they're here to steal our socks. So, let's see. Did they actually arrive? Oh, there they are. Where'd they come from? Ooh. It's a big siege or just a little sheep? You have, okay, well, chat, Summer Festival comes early. Actually, no, let's just use Burrow 1 and Burrow 2. No Summer Festival just yet. How many of them are there? Didn't look that big. Oh, I should just kill them. We don't even need to load the shotguns for this. It would be more work to reload the shotguns than to just kill them. I think we just kill them, Chad. I have more soldiers than they brought. They're gonna have to do better than that. Yeah, and they also sent snatchers. Oh no, we caught one of them. When the snatchers become the snatched. The dwarves run into the fight. The goblin crossbowman fires out some arrows, letting loose his bolts. But, gets smacked by a goblin. Actually, sorry, managed to knock one of my wrestlers unconscious. I beg your fucking pardon. The goblin screams, "Death! This is truly horrifying." The goblin crossbowman attacks the dwarf, but the dwarf jumps away. Meanwhile, the wrestler Kib comes out and gets hit in the head with a bolt. Did one of my wrestlers really just run out and die? I think one of my wrestlers just like booked it out here and died. Mace dwarf misses. Okay, we gotta wait for some actual combat time. Yeah, one of my dwarves literally popped out and died. Oh, headshot, right? Dwarves, get your vengeance. I got some crappy soldiers, apparently. Come on, dwarves. You're disappointing me. You are disappointing me. This is what I'm talking about. The Hammer Lord bashes the Goblin crossbowman in the right hand with his amethyst, with his named hammer, and fracturing the bone. Then eventually, down at the bottom here, it appears that the dwarf does a lot of damage to him, and then the Hammer Lord bashes the Goblin crossbowman with the hammer, bruising the muscle and jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain. But it does appear that we lost quite a few. All right, well, let's disable these and bring the dwarves back up. Rescue the wounded. just get all these dwarves back on the training. We've got several pretty badly wounded dwarves. Got absolutely fucked over by a mass werelama infection. Do you know any mods to make the were infections easily visible? I don't know any. Well, you could go into your announcements and set, I think it's were creature infect to box, or you can simply disable were creatures. My choice method of dealing with were creatures is just have lots of doors that I can lock because they can't break out doors. So that's my chosen method of dealing with them. We don't ramp up into here? Yes, there is. But yeah, under custom difficulty settings, you can just straight up turn them off if you don't want them. Where beasts can attack, just set that to no. You just won't have that issue. No, there's no way to undo a were curse. Once they're infected and they're dead. It's a brutal reality, but it's one of the realities of Dwarf Fort. Also, these goblins can get chucked into lava. How do you change the notifications? You go to the notifications section of the game files. I'll show you. It's a bit technical. You may need to watch a tutorial. But what I'll say is back up your local game files before you do this. But go to data, go to init, and go to announcements. These are all of the things that you can get as an announcement. Yogurt from Mars, what kind of dwarf do you want? So if you want it to give you a pop-up of what happened when it happens, set it to box. Put box at the end, which I've done for a bunch of extra ones. So I get notifications when like migrants arrive and shit. There's one that I think it's were creature curse. Where is it? It's infect. Okay, well, thank you for being useful. But yeah, no, there's a bunch here that you could turn on, but you have to be kind of careful. I think it's bite. Box will pause the game temporarily and tell you who got bit. Yeah. Invest in Notepad++. I actually have Notepad++ installed. It's just not the default startup. I just never really bother with that shit myself and just search through it and I'm good. This needs to be accessible from in-game? No, it doesn't. It could be, but I don't think it needs to be. Investing into Notepad++. I love investing in free software. Just like how I love investing into, Sorry, what? Barn owl? Are you really getting attacked by an owl? Seems like no, not really. It's not random. It's based on actual geology. So they will form in the layers. Iron will form in the layers that they would realistically form in. So you have to look for certain types of rock. It's not random. It's like you can literally Google what rocks does certain ore types farm in. Farm in? Spawn in. Words. And it'll give you an accurate response. I did some registry tweaking so that Windows actually thinks that Notepad++ on your PC. Well, I mean, that's good. It's Gary. Thank you very much for that Prime sub. I will be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed in my dwarves that I lost that many. Might as well just throw everything in here. Got these other things that apparently I didn't put into them. Actually, don't want to put the enormous corkscrews in there. I might need those for pumps in the future. Are they legit or just nitpicky? Depends. I mean, are negative reviews for Dwarf Fortress? I mean, actually, I haven't really read many. I mean, the game has overwhelmingly positive reviews overall. I would say that you need to, if you're going to play Dwarf Fortress, you need to realize two things before you even try. And that's one, it is actually just a game from 2002. So there's a lot of things about it that are weird, but they're part of what make Dwarf Fortress unique. Kind of in the same way that Morrowind, in a modern context, is fucked. You do not want to play Morrowind right now. But Morrowind is also unironically the best Elder Scrolls game ever made. So, yes and no. I would describe them as nitpicky in a lot of cases, especially ones that are referring to things like hotkeys or control schemes that they're used to, or ones that are referring to things like, oh, they don't slide when they move, or I can't click dwarves to move them. Sure, but a lot of these are intentional design decisions. So for me, a lot of them come off as nitpicky, and some of them just kind of make me feel bad. There are some people complaining about crashes, which sure, yes, the game does crash sometimes. But also, for me personally, I've got 195 hours in this game now, and it's crashed 5 times total. That's better than your average Ubisoft release. Or any EA Games release, for that matter. So, I don't know. Also, Dwarf Fortress is still technically an alpha and is in active development, and they're not going to stop developing it or improving it. So, would I consider them to be nitpicky? Probably, in a lot of cases. But is there things I would change or nitpick about the game? Absolutely. But the amount of enjoyment that I get out of this game vastly outweighs the nitpickiness. Like, crossbow dwarves are fucky. Bins are fucky. Stairs are fucky. But I don't even think about them as being an issue because I've played the game so much. So, I don't know. It's up to you, really. If you want to play the game, play the game. It's one of the best games ever made. I don't play Dwarf Fortress because it's perfect. I play it because there's literally nothing else like it. Also, B-Lug, I just noticed I need to give you at least your sound effects back. Hold on. I opened up my email for the first time today. Wait, no, you still have them. Sweet, we're good then. So the way I describe Dwarf Fortress is like playing D&D with yourself, except your players are 200-ish drunk morons. And that's about it. 200-ish drunk morons. So depending on who you're playing with, like perfectly normal D&D. Except maybe like 5 drunk morons instead of 200, but yeah, just D&D. Even D&D without drunk morons. That's only 195 more drunk morons. Except Dwarf Fortress does all the world building for you, or the majority of it anyway. We've got more and more dwarves that are getting upset. What's going on here? Of course it's all my performers. Maybe it's time to give them... Maybe we need a winter festival and a summer festival, I'm starting to think. We're just going to put all this stuff in here. We're going to finish filling these, and then we're going to put them into a different festival. Oh, right, yeah, Yogurt from Mars. I need to give you a dwarf, don't I? Sorry, my brain is starting to cease functionality. Some hairy bearded weaponsmith. You imagine cool striking metal and anvil. Okay, cool. Can do. Hairy bearded metalsmith. It's easy to find. I got lots of those. There's a metalsmith. Weaponsmith. Yogurt from Mars. How's the minecart system working? That minecart system? It's a very simple system. Push minecart downhill, full of heavy thing, and then heavy thing hit wall, and then heavy thing go out. It's just like Portal. Speedy thing go in, speedy thing go out. So speedy thing go downhill, speedy thing hit fortification, stuff fly out of fortification, thing on the other side goes splat. It's beautiful. It's a perfectly working, beautiful system. I'm also going to just straight up turn on our chill zone for a little bit. Festival engage! All right, so, Yogurt from Mars. Let's read about you while we're in festival mode. Personality-wise, he never feels hatred towards anyone or anything and does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess, and prefers to keep his own counsel. Also, I just realized if I leave that on for too long, everybody in my prison will starve to death. So I'm just making sure there is nobody in the prison. There is, in fact, nobody in the prison, so we're good. He is very slow to anger, and he can get caught up in internal deliberations, and when action is necessary. And thank you very much for waiting so long for me to name you. He is often nervous, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and he often feels discouraged, and he is grateful when others help him out. He likes to return favors, and he likes to take it easy. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, but he's trusting. He dreams of raising a family, and he personally sees power over others as something to strive for, and values sacrifice, finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. And he likes gypsum, bronze, and black zircon, and unicorn horn in the color rose, and the words of the fragrant lenses, and the sound of the silky wisp, and when possible prefers to consume sheep cheese and cherry wine, and one-humped camel's milk. And he hates snails. Sorry, snail. You have one kid named Kib, and your aunt is a hammerlord, and your uncle is a weaponsmith. Your other uncle was a weaponsmith before he got splatted. You have some cousins and 2 other cousins and a bunch of passing acquaintances. No friends. Blue Chimp, how you been, dude? Thank you much for the 6 months. There we go. We already got one less depressed dwarf. What's a hammer lord? It's like a hammer dwarf, but better. It's just like a higher level hammer dwarf. If they have lord or master at the end of their name, they're like the best possible soldier in that. Also, chat, this is a cool number, and I like cool numbers. We have 2,600 subscribers on this channel right now. I'm just kind of accepting that the next, like, this 30 days window here is probably going to be the highest sub count I'm going to have for a while. Star-Lord? Yes, the Master of Stars. I've been pretty good, Blue Chimp. I've been pretty good. You have passing acquaintances, though. It's better than nothing. A Gilding Master. No, that would be a legendary Gelder. Bjord Snoresgord Swordlord. I should, like, mod the game to change the word sword to sword, because I do genuinely think it's hilarious. You won't even notice it. You won't feel a thing. Elunkinim! Come on, game. Give us Elunkinim. There's been a big, severe lack of drinking industry. Geldius Maximus. Hey, Chad, have you ever had a legendary biter, though, in your fort? What are you snoring at, Fresh Cup? You sleepy? You should go to bed if you're sleepy. If something's putting you to sleep, you probably just need more sleep. Why, look, baby. See? Another one went down. Let's go until we have like 5 depressed. Maybe this guy stopped being depressed. Oh, you typoed sword. I get it. You know, honestly, the Maba and Gaba, the one feature that I'm really, really, really looking forward to that they're gonna patch in within a couple weeks of
Over
release.
here, he has a
Air quotes.
sword.
The feature that I'm really, really, really looking forward to is baby sprites. Baby sprites. I want to see baby sprites. I want Dwarven baby sprites. Give me Dwarven baby sprites. Please give me Dwarven baby sprites. Fucking give me Dwarven baby sprites. For the love of God, give me Dwarven baby sprites. Where is the werebeasts? Not in my fort. We've had several show up. Yeah, I did in fact get that wrong. Orange. No, they'll still have beards. Male babies are born with beards, but I just want them to not be the full-size sprite. But they're the same height as adults. They're supposed to be half the height. And babies are supposed to like be on their side and be swaddled instead of like standing. Because they get carried by mom for the first year of their lives, right? Like koalas? Yeah, like koalas. They're almost as dumb, too. Although I don't think koalas get stuck in trees. They get stuck out of trees. Dwarves just get stuck in trees. It's a bug. So, Commander Honk, one of my favorite tidbits that I learned while I was at PAX recently, this past PAX when I met up with Zach and Tarn last, is they said, I asked Zach if there was any weird bugs that had come out of this update. And they said that one of the weird things that stuck around is it became obvious now that sometimes babies will be born without skin. And previously, in the older versions, all that meant was you would read their description and they wouldn't have a skin color, which is fine. But in this version, they literally spawn with no sprite, so they're just like arms and legs and clothing running around, or invisible if they have nothing on. Apparently, it's a bug that they don't know how to fix currently, so they need to figure out how to fix it. So right now, if you have a person running around that has no skin and is -1 years old, it's because they spawned without skin. Or they were born without skin. And they age backwards for some reason. I genuinely want to know if it makes it easier or harder for them to bleed out. Mick Doom, what up? Like, do you think that they bleed out better or quicker or slower because they have no skin? Actually, it is possible for humans to be born without skin, too. It's really, really sad. Sounds potentially game-breaking. I haven't done the science, so I don't... Holy shit, we're out of drink again. All right, quick. End the festival. We're out of booze. I really need to upgrade my farming. Like, I really need to upgrade my farming. Got so many cabbage seeds, useless. Get some bees. I don't like bees. I mean, I love them in real life, but I don't like the way the bee mechanics work in Dwarf Fort. It's just more work than it's worth. All right, let's find a spot that we can farm like this. So that goes to nowhere. This needs to be blocked off down here. I might still end up leaving a hole in this, but that's fine. As long as the majority of it's blocked off so things don't always wander in and just sometimes wander in, that's okay. We can get back in on this side down here, I think. Doesn't need to be completely impenetrable, just mostly impenetrable. I'm just gonna get these trees knocked down and we're gonna go plant up here. And let's also just gather all of this, gather all this, and gather all this. This will help. How many dwarves does one hive feed on average? Fuck if I know. They don't really feed anything. You make alcohol out of honey. Oh, so you just, well, I mean, if you're reading adventure mode, or in legends mode, that's still playing Dwarf Fortress. You're just not playing Fortress mode. Fortress mode is only one of many modes in Dwarf Fortress. So if you're reading legends, you're playing Dwarf Fortress. This might come as a surprise to you, but... Can you make butter out of milk? No, there's no butter. To quote Zach and Tarn Adams, if you want a good cooking system, play Caves of Cud. Can you pet Plump Helmet Man? In adventure mode, yeah. Some more woodcutters. Okay, so we're going to build some stuff up here. Do I like Caves of Cud? I have about 300 hours in it. It's okay. It's the most realistic realistic psychedelic trip I've seen in a video game. That's my actual review of Caves of Cud. It is the most realistic representation of tripping on mushrooms that I've ever seen in a video game. By a lot. Yeah, I'm waiting for 1.0 of Caves of Cud because they're almost there. This is such an awful garden plot. I hate that growing in caverns is so effective now because it just makes such ugly garden plots. At least our booze count is going up again. I'll be completely honest with you, chat. The reason my booze count gets so low sometimes is because I'm just staring at chat and not paying attention to what I'm actually doing. Yeah, it's not bad for a tower cap. It was a pretty big tower cap. It was like 2 layers high. Oh, wrong button. Again? Not again, just the one time. Some goblins showed up recently, but we didn't bother using the shotgun because there was only like 8 of them. I've started attacking other people, hoping that they'll send others. Oh, absolutely, and we have a production order set. But what happens is I keep running out of other food stuff, and before you go, oh, you could just manage it better. I know. My brain doesn't understand if-then statements, so it doesn't matter how much better I could be doing it. I will never be capable of it, and I've just kind of accepted this. Usually I just manually queue shit up, but turns out my brain won't let me do it competently. This game has a very nice color palette. I really like the colors that they chose. And I would say that that's not really a minor detail, or I wouldn't consider that a minor detail. I mean, I had 1,000 drinks not long ago. I did. What would I consider a minor detail? Eyelids function. And they clean contaminants out of eyes. That's a minor detail in this game. That's essential? All right. You asked what I consider a minor detail. Or chat asked what I would consider a minor detail. That's what I consider a minor detail. Do you consider that a major detail? Okay. Stomach's function, digestion's function. Each dwarf has fingernails. Game keeps track of the amount of fat on each individual dwarf, right down to like one of 60,000 decimals. Game has a lot of minor details. Also, the miners use picks. That's a minor detail. My Discord's great help. Yay! Shoutouts to my Discord. We've always been great help. We've just gotten a lot faster because there's a lot more of us now. Like, we used to be pretty slow help, but now we're great help. Oh yeah, absolutely. I really should just irrigate some tiles down here. I just haven't because I've been committing too hard to other things. I mean, what I should really do, actually, is I should just irrigate, like, right here. Which probably should. Got a fey mood. Let's just irrigate this shit. Didn't really want to, but here we are. Also, when it comes to cavern tiles, muddy floors and cavern floors are 5 times as effective as surface farming and shallow dirt farming, which is where the actual effectiveness numbers comes from. 5 times as effective. Mods? Not using any mods. You know this. Why are you asking me, Diamond? Unless someone else is asking me, in which case I'm not using any mods. What's up, Bossosaurus? Plenty of plants are only surface plantable. That's not a mod, though? You know what? Let's do this way. I agree, Cypress, but also I don't know how this game works on the code end of things. So I'm not going to state this should work this way because I don't know how it's programmed, and it might just be programmed in a way that wouldn't work that way. Oh, a yak bull starves to death, okay. I'm sorry, what? Oh, we're throwing stuff out. Yeah, it's fine. I'm still in a burrow, am I? No? Come on, dwarves. You guys are being very, very inefficient. I know that that's my own job mistakes, but... There we go. Okay, now stuff's starting to get done. Keyword here is starting. Just dig through that, please. We'll dig through the rest of this later. I'm just going to go over here and harvest these plump helmets. That's the way we're going to do this. And before some big crazy monster from back here that's been lurking in the shadows for forever and waiting is just going to hit us. Wait, is there like no way down here? Hold up. Okay, no, there is a way down. Right there. And then it also leads down to this cavern area, which is badass looking. Weaponsmith has created a lead crossbow. I really have a hard time caring about a lead crossbow. I'm not suggesting it's an illegitimate artifact or anything. I'm just saying I just have a hard time caring about a lead crossbow. All right, let's expand our cavern reach to over here. Over here. And over here. Look, our number of drink count is also going up, so that's good. So like an improved mace? I don't know if that's an improved mace. Where does this lead? Down into here. We got to be careful about running down into this area. The underlichen. There we go. Anyway, our drink count is going up again, as it needs to. But, chat room, I've had enough people pestering me to test out the minecart shotgun, right? You guys want to see me fire it off again? Just for fireworks' sake. I mean, it is the holiday season after all. I think now is a pretty good time for us to show you guys firing a full minecart. How's that sound? Even though it's not going to actually hit anything. But we got this one. The way we fire this.
Bring out your dead!
No. We're not killing anything. We're just firing it for firing it off's sake. So what we do is we push this button, and then we just need a dwarf to claim the job and kick it. That's all that we need. Oh, then the game saves. Well, that's good timing, game. Bah! You like the sweater? Thank you. It's actually my stream team's merchandise from a couple years ago, but like nobody like they just the merch company that we worked with previously got real shitty real quickly over 2021, so we kind of don't work with them anymore.
HeroQuest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Until you need it, you could just forbid it, yeah, but I do it this way. Either way works just fine. We need a dwarf that's gonna go push it. I got a lot of jobs happening right now, so it's a pretty busy gig. But neither are particularly faster. I would rather do it this way, because this way there's no way that I'll accidentally unforbid it. Nobody's claimed the job yet. Oh, I know why. It's because I didn't click that button. Now a dwarf's gonna come and do it. I'm just gonna wait for a dwarf to come down here and smack it. And there it goes. So it just gets kicked, it goes down the hill. And then we wait for it to come flying. It hits. And there they go. That's what the minecart shotgun does. That is one full minecart shotgun. Hopefully by the end of Christmas, we'll have 4 minecart shotguns. Oh god, it's such a good feature that we finally have back now. Bad timing, guys. I just tested it. Oh, nobody's on the surface. All right, how big is this siege? Hold on. Let me make sure they don't fire it off a second time.
Bring out your dead!
All right, now we can test it on something that can actually bleed. Reload save? Not a bad idea, actually. Because it just auto-saved, right? Not a bad idea. I don't know if that counts as, DeepOrb, there we go. That's not an auto-save. That's not a save scum, that's a... Save mercy? Eh? Alright, so, let's,
You suck.
No, you. Alright, so. Since we know there's gonna be a siege in a minute anyway, might as well, like, get the dwarves inside. Siege, or save science. There you go, save science, save science. Alright. I'm waiting for the siege. It'd be funny if it doesn't show up. They're already on their way here, so they will still show up. We just have to wait. Ah! Excellent. All right, so a vile force of darkness has arrived, which doesn't seem to be too large, but it is a force that is both dark and vile. So we are going to follow them. Some of them are going to get caught in my cage traps because they're a bunch of geniuses, probably. Well, there's some of them. Oh, and we're discovering a bunch of snatchers. Oh, no, they're killing my guinea pigs and my sheep. Oh no, whatever shall we do? I'm going to be so sad without my guinea pig and sheep. Anyway, let's scroll down. The goat might actually have a fighting chance, frankly. Oh, also, military. Pew, 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 pew. Need you guys to all go stand right here. Oh no, one of my hammer doors was found dead. That's unfortunate. I'm pretty sure I did tell you guys to, you know, get down here. I also need to unlock the door. You are not wrong. Right down here. Hold do now. No, don't repeat it. Just do now. Hotkey this layer, actually. Oh, never mind. The siege is leaving. Apparently, we caught enough of them in traps that they just left. Well, in that case, let's just go attack them then. Let's go wreck these pits.
Woohoo!
Woohoo! Yeah. Go get them, dwarves. Some siege, eh? Well, we'll show them for hitting us, right? But anyway, chat room. I do have family obligations today. I have to go to my parents' house and do some holiday-related things. Same with tomorrow, but today I have a little bit later. So what I've got to say is, don't run off because we're gonna raid a Dwarf Fortress stream. So I want as many of you guys here for as big a possible raid as possible, right? So don't run off. But we're gonna save the game, and then I'm gonna give you guys the proper send-off with some music. But what I have to say though is say goodbye to YouTube. I'm gonna mark the VOD now. Thanks for being my co-host, chat. I'm stealing that one from Mike.